Section 16 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Natalie Gray. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 8, Part 2, Across the Desert of Despair. Following the guidance of a few rude landmarks of piled brush, we discover a few miles off to the left, and on the eastern environ of the slough-veined basin, a considerable body of tents and a herd of grazing camels. The sowars pronounce them to be a certain camp of Aimuks that they have been expecting to find somewhere in this vicinity, and with whose chief the Khan says he is acquainted. Wending our way thither, we find a large camp of about 50 tents, occupying a level stretch of clean, gravelly ground, slightly elevated above the mudflats. The tents are of brownish-black goat hair, similar in material to the tents of Kurds and Eliaouts. In size and structure, they are larger and finer than those of the Eliaouts, but inferior to the splendid tent palaces of Kurdistan. A couple of 100 yards from the tents is a small spring of water, enclosed within a rude wall of loosely piled stone. The water is allowed to trickle through this wall and accumulate in a basin outside. Here, as we ride up, are several women filling goatskin vessels to carry to the tents. The tent of the chief stands out conspicuously from the others, and the Khan, desirous of giving his brother, as he now terms the Aimuk chieftain, a surprise, suggests that I ride ahead of the horsemen and dismount before his tent. This capital little arrangement is somewhat interfered with by the fact that a goodly portion of the male population present have already become cognizant of our presence, and are standing in white-robed groups about their tents, trying with hand-shaded eyes to penetrate the secret of my strange appearance. Nevertheless, I ride ahead and alight at the entrance to the chief's tent. The chief is a middle-aged man of medium height and inclined to obesity. He and all the men are arrayed in garments of coarse white cotton stuff throughout, loose pantaloons bound at the ankles, and an overgarment of a pattern very much like a nightshirt. On their heads are the regulation Afghan turbans, with long dangling ends, and their feet are encased in rude moccasins with upturned toes. As I dismount and the chief fully realizes that I am a Ferengi, his face turns red with embarrassment. Instead of the smiles or the grave kindliness of a Kurdish sheik, or the simple childlike greeting of an Eliaout, the Aimuk chief motions me into his tent with a brusque, offish manner, his countenance all aglow with the redness of what almost looks like a guilty conscience. With the intuition that comes of long and changeful association with strange peoples, the changing countenance of the Afghan chief impresses me at once as the fiery signal of inbred Mussulman fanaticism, lighting up spontaneously at the unexpected and unannounced arrival of a lone Ferengi in his presence. It savors somewhat of bearding a dangerous lion in his own den. He certainly betrays deep embarrassment at my appearance, which, however, may partly result from not yet knowing the character of my companions, or the wherefore of this strange visitation. When my escort rides up, his whole demeanor instantly undergoes a change. The cloud of embarrassment lifts from his face, and he and the Khan recognize and greet each other cordially as brother, and kiss each other's hands. Some of his men standing by exchange similar brotherly greetings with the Mirza and the mudbake. After duly refreshing and invigorating ourselves with sundry bowls of doke, the inevitable tomasha is given, and the chief asks the Khan to get me to ride up before one row of tents and down the other, for the edification of the women and children, curious groups of whom are gathered at every door. The ground between the two long, even rows of tents resembles a macadam boulevard for width and smoothness, and I give the wild Aimuk tribespeople a 10 minutes exhibition of circling, speeding, and riding with hands-off handles. A strange and novel experience, surely, this latest triumph of high Western civilization, invading the isolated nomad camp on the Dasht-i Naumid and disporting for the amusement of women and children. Some of the women are attired in quite fanciful colors. Turkish pantaloons of bright blue and jackets of equally bright red render them highly picturesque. And they wear a profusion of bead necklaces and the multifarious gewgaws of semi-civilization. The younger girls wear nose rings of silver in the left nostril, with a cluster of tiny beads or stones decorating the side of the nose. The wrists of most of the men are adorned with bracelets of plain copper wire about the size of ordinary telegraph wire. They average large and well-proportioned and seem intellectually superior to the Eliautes. A very striking peculiarity of the people in this particular camp is a sort of lisping, hissing accent to their speech. When first addressed by the chief, I fancied it simply an individual case of lisping, but every person in the camp does likewise. Another peculiarity of expression that, while not peculiar to this particular camp, is made striking by reason of its novelty to me at this time, the use of the expression "oh" as a term of assent in lieu of the Persian bale. The sowars, from their proximity to the frontier, have sometimes used this expression, but here in the Aimuk camp I come suddenly upon a people who use it to the total exclusion of the Persian word. The change from the Bali Sahib of the Tabbas villagers to the oh of the Afghan nomads is novel and entertaining in the extreme, and I sit and listen with no small interest to the edifying conversation of the Khan, the Mirza, and the Mudbake on the one side, and the Aimuk chieftain and prominent members of the tribe on the other. Standing behind the chief, who sits cross-legged on a Persian numud, is a handsome, intelligent-looking man who seems to be the most pleasant-faced and entertaining conversationalist of the nomads. The Khan grows particularly talkative and communicative. The evening hours flow on, and while addressing his remarks and queries directly to the chief, he gazes about him to observe the effects of his words on the general assembly gathered inside and crowded about the tent entrance. The pleasant-faced man does far more talking in reply than does the chief himself. In reply to the Khan's innumerable queries, he replies in the peculiar hissing shibboleth of the camp, "Oh, oh, 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 Busara, Busara." Sometimes the Khan delivers himself of quite a lengthy disquisition, and as his remarks are followed by the assembled nomads with the eager interest of people who seldom hear anything but the music of their own voices, the interesting individual above referred to sprinkles his assenting "oh, oh, oh" thickly along the line of the Khan's presumably edifying narrative. Now and then the chief himself chimes in with a quiet "Basura." Here also, in this camp of surprises and innovations, do I first hear the word India used in lieu of Hindustan among Asiatics. The fatigue of the day's journey and the imperfect rest of the 2 preceding nights cause me to be overcome with drowsiness early in the evening, and I stretch out alongside the bicycle and fall into a deep sleep. An hour or 2 later I am awakened for the evening meal, flat, pancake-like sheets of unleavened bread, inferior to the bread of Persia, and partaking somewhat of the character of the chupaltis of India, boiled goat, and the broth preserved from the same, together with the regulation mast and doke, constitute the Aimuk supper. A liberal bowl of the broth, an abundance of meat, bread, mast, and doke are placed before me on a separate wooden tray, while my escort, the chief, and several of his men gather around a communal spread of the same variety of edibles. A crowd of curious people occupy the remainder of the space inside and stand at the door. As I rise and prepare to eat, all eyes are turned upon me as though anticipating some surprising exhibition of the strange manners of a Ferengi at his meals. Surveying the broth, I motion the Khan to try and obtain a spoon. The chief looks inquiringly at the Khan, and the Khan, with the gladsome expression of a person conscious of having on hand a rare piece of information for his friends, explains that a Ferengi eats soup with a spoon. The chief and his men smile incredibly, but the Khan emphasizes his position by appealing to the Mirza and the Mudbake for confirmation. "Eat soup with a spoon?" queries the chief in Persian, and he casts about him a look of unutterable astonishment. Recovering somewhat from his incredulity, however, he orders an attendant to fetch one, which shortly results in the triumphant production of a rude wooden ladle. These uncivilized children of the desert watch me drink broth from the ladle with most intense curiosity. In their own case, an attendant tears several of the sheets of bread into pieces and puts them in the broth. Each person then helps himself to the broth-soaked bread with his fingers. What broth remains at the bottom of the bowl is drunk by them from the vessel itself in turns. After consuming several generous chunks of gusht bread and mast and broth, and supplementing this with a bowl of doke, I stretch myself out again and at once become wrapped in sound, refreshing slumbers that last till morning. It is a glorious morning as, after breakfasting off the cold remains of the meat left over from the evening meal, we bid farewell to the hospitable Eimuek camp and resume our journey. As we leave, I offer to shake hands with the chief to see if he understands our mode of greeting. He seizes my hand between his two palms and kisses it. For the first few miles the country is gravelly and undulating, after which it changes to a sort of basin, partially covered by dense patches of tall, rank weeds. On either side are rocky hills, almost rising to the dignity of mountains. The rain and melting snow evidently convert this basin into a swamp at certain periods, but it is now dry. A mile or so off to the right we catch a glimpse of some wild animal chasing a small herd of antelope. From its size and motion, I judge it to be a leopard or cheetah. The sowars regard it, bounding along after the fleet-footed antelope, with lively interest. They call it a baab, tiger, and say there are many in the reeds. It looks quite a likely spot for tigers, and it is not at all unlikely that it may have been one. For, while not plentiful hereabout, Tigris asiaticus occasionally makes his presence known in the patches of reed and jungle in southern Afghanistan and Sistan. All three of the sowars are frisky as kittens this morning, the result, it is surmised, of the generous hospitality of the Eimuek chief. Gusht galore and rich broth cause their animal spirits to run riot. Like overfed horses they feel their oats as they sniff the fresh and invigorating morning air, and they point toward the shadowy form of the racing baab a mile away and pretend to take aim at it with their guns. They sing and shout and swoop down on one another about the basin, flourishing their swords and aiming with their guns, and they whip their poor, long-suffering yahoos into wild, sweeping gallops as they swoop down on some imaginary enemy. This wild hilarity and mimic warfare of the desert is kept up until the ragged edge of their exuberance is worn away, and their horses are well nigh fagged out. We then halt for an hour to allow the horses to recuperate by nibbling at a patch of reeds. About 10 miles from the Eimuek camp, the country develops into a wilderness of deep, loose sand and boulders. Across this sandy region stretches a range of dark volcanic hills. The bases of the hills terminate in billows of whitish yellow sand. The higher waves of the sandy sea stretch well up the sides, like giant ocean breakers driven by the gale up the side of the rocky cliffs. It is a tough piece of country, even for the sowars' horses, and dragging a bicycle through the mingled sand and boulders is abominable in the extreme. The heat becomes oppressive as we penetrate deeper into the belt of sand hills, and after 5 miles of desperate tugging I become tired and distressed. The sowars, lolling lazily in their saddles, well nigh sleeping while I am struggling and perspiring, form another chapter of experience entirely novel in the field of European travel in Asia. Usually it is the natives who have to sweat and toil and administer to the comfort of the traveler. Revolving these things over in my mind, and becoming really wearied, I suggest to the Khan that he change places for a brief spell and give me a chance to rest. The idea of himself trundling the Aspi Awan appeals to the Khan as decidedly novel, and he bites at the bait quite readily. Mounting his vacated saddle, I join the Mirza and the mudbake in watching him struggle along through the sand with it for some 200 yards. Along that brief course he topples over with it not less than half a dozen times. The novel spectacle of the Khan trundling the Aspi Awan arouses his two comrades from the warmth-inspired semi-torpidity of their condition, and whenever the Khan topples over, they favor him with jeers and laughter. At the end of 200 yards, the Khan declares himself exhausted and orders the mudbake to dismount and try it. This, however, the mudbake bluntly refuses to do. After a little persuasion, the Mirza is induced to try the experiment of a trundle. It is but an experiment, however, for, being less active than the khan, the first time he tumbles the bicycle over, finds him sprawling on top of it, and, fearful lest he should snap some spokes, I take it in hand again myself. Another couple of miles and the eastern edge of the sandy area is reached, after which a compensational portion of smooth gravel abounds. Shortly after noon, another small camp of nomads is reached, some half-dozen inferior tents pitched on the shelterless edge of an exposed gravelly slope. The afternoon is oppressively hot, and the men are comfortably snoozing in all sorts of outlandish places among the scrubby camel-thorn. Only the women and children are visible as we approach the tents, but youngsters are dispatched forthwith, and lo! Several tall, white-robed figures seem to rise up literally out of the ground at different spots round about. They were burrowed away under the low, bushy shrubbery like rabbits. The women and children among these nomads always seem industriously engaged, the former with domestic duties about the tents, and the latter tending the flocks. But the men put in most of their unprofitable lives loafing, sleeping, and gossiping. We are not invited into the tents, but bread and mast is provided, and while we eat, 4 men hold the corners of an ample blue turban sheet over us to shelter us from the sun. Spread out on sheets and on the roofs of the tents are bushels of curds drying in the sun. The curds are compressed into round balls the size of an apple, and when dried into hard balls are excellent things to put in the pocket and nibble along the road. Here we learn that the Harood is only 1 farsakh distant, and a couple of stalwart young nomads accompany us to assist us across. At Birjand the Harood was deep as a house. At our last night's camp we were told that it was fordable with camels. Here we learn that though very swift, it is really fordable for men and horses. First we come to a branch less than waist deep. My nether garments are handed to the khan. In the pocket of my pantaloons is a purse containing a few kerans. While engaged in fording this branch, the khan ferrets out the purse and extracts something from it, which he deftly slips into the folds of his kammerbund. All this I silently observe from the corners of my eyes, but say nothing. Emerging from the stream, the wily khan points across the intervening 300 yards or thereabout to the main stream and motions for me to go ahead. The discovery of the purse and the purloined kerans has caused all the latent cupidity of his soul, and he wants me to ride ahead, so that he can straggle along in the rear and investigate the contents of the purse at his leisure. While winking at the amusing little act of petty larceny already detected, I do not propose to give his kleptomaniac tendencies full swing, and so I meet his proposal to Sowar and go ahead by peremptorily ordering him to take the lead. Arriving at the bank of the Harood, I retire behind a clump of reeds and fold my money belt, full of gold, up in the middle of my clothes, making a compact bundle, with my gossamer rubber wrapped around the outside. The river is about 150 yards wide at the ford, with a sandbar about midstream, and is not above shoulder deep along the ridge that renders it fordable. The current, however, is frightfully strong. Like the Indians of the West, the Afghan nomads are accustomed from infancy to battling with the elements, and are comparatively fearless in regard to rivers and deserts and storms, etc. Such, at least, is the impression created by the conduct of the 2 young men who have come to assist us across. The bicycle, my clothes, and all the effects of the sowars are carried across on their heads, the rushing waters threatening to sweep them off their feet at every step, but nothing is allowed to get wet. When they are carrying across the last bundle, the khan, solicitous for my safety, wants me to hang on to a short rope tied around the waist of the strongest of the nomads. Naturally disdaining any such arrangements as this, however, I declare my intention of crossing without assistance, and wade in forthwith. Ere I have progressed 30 yards, the current fairly sweeps me off my feet, and I have to swim for it. Fancying that I am overcome and in a fair way of being drowned, the sowars set up a wild howl of apprehension, and shout excitedly to the nomads to rescue me from a watery grave. The Afghans are not so excited, however, over the outlook. They see that I am swimming all right, and they confine themselves to motioning the direction for me to take. The current carries me some little distance downstream, when I find footing on the lower extremity of the sandbar, and on it, wade up, stream again with some difficulty against swiftly rushing water 4 feet deep. The khan thinks I have had the narrowest possible escape, and in tones of desperation he shouts out and begs me not to attempt to cross the other channel without assistance. "The receipt!" he shouts, "the receipt! Allah preserve us! The receipt! Heshmet-i Molk!" The worthy khan is afflicted with a keen consciousness of coming punishment awaiting him at Beerjand, should I happen to come to grief while under his protection, and he, no doubt, suffers an agony of apprehension during the 15 minutes I am battling with the rapid current of the Harood. The second channel is found less swift and comparatively easy to ford. The sturdy nomads, having transported all of my escort's damageable effects, those 3 now stark naked worthies mount with fear and trembling their equally stark naked steeds, naked all, save for the turbans of the men and the bridles of their horses. Whatever of intrepidity the khan possesses is of a quantity scarcely visible to the naked eye, and it is therefore scarcely surprising to find him trying to persuade first the mudbake and then the mirza to take the initiative. His efforts prove wholly ineffectual, however, to bring the feebly flowing tide of their courage up to the high water level of assuming the duties of leadership. And so, in the absence of any alternative, he finally screws up his own courage and leads the way. The others allow their horses to follow closely behind. The horses seem to regard the rushing volume of yellow water about them with far less apprehension than do their riders. While dressing myself on the eastern bank, the frightened mutterings of Allah from these gallant horsemen come floating across the water, and as they reach the sandbar in the middle of the stream, I can hear their muttered importunities for providential protection change, like the passing shadow whims of nature's children that they are, into gleeful chuckles at their escape. When the khan emerges from the water, the ruling passion within his avaricious nature asserts itself with ridiculous promptness. With the water dripping from his dangling feet, he rides hastily to where I am dressing and whispers, "Pool nice, Afghani dashtadam, pool nice." By this he desires me to understand that the men who have been so industrious and ready in helping us across, being Afghan nomads, will not expect any bakshish for their trouble. The above-mentioned ruling passion is wonderfully strong in the rude breast of the khan, and in view of his own secret machinations against my money he, no doubt, entertains objections to leakages in other directions. So far as presenting these hospitable souls of the desert with money for their services is concerned, the khan's advice probably contains a good deal more wisdom than would appear from a superficial view of the case merely. Assisting travelers across streams and through difficult places evidently appeals to these people as the most natural thing in the world for them to do. It is a part of the unwritten code of the hospitality of their uncivilized country, and is, in all probability, undertaken without so much as a mercenary thought. Presenting them with a money consideration for their services certainly has a tendency to awaken the latent spirit of cupidity, generally resulting in their transformation from simple and unsophisticated children, hospitable both by nature and tradition, into wretched mercenaries, who regard the chance traveler solely from a bakshish-giving standpoint. The baneful result of this is today glaringly apparent along every tourist route in the East, and among the pool-loving subjects of the Shah of Persia, travelers do not have to appear very frequently to keep alive and foster a wild yearning for bakshish that effectually suppresses all loftier considerations. These Afghans, however, seem to be people of an altogether different mold. The ubiquitous Western traveler has not yet become a palpable factor in their experiences. The hidden charms of bakshish will not become apparent to the wild Afghans until their fierce Mussulman fanaticism has cooled sufficiently to allow the Ferengi tourist to wander through their territory without being in danger of his life. The danger of corruption in the present instance is exceedingly small, considering that I am the only representative of the Occident that has ever happened along this way, and the probability that none other will follow for many a year after. Therefore, I ignore the Khan's wholly disinterested advice and make the two worthy nomads a small present. They accept the proffered kerans with a look of bewilderment, as though quite unable to comprehend why I should tender them money, and they lay it carelessly down on the sand while they assist the sowars to resaddle their horses. To see the indifference with which the magnificent Afghan nomads toss the silver pieces on the sand, and the eager, covetous expression that the sight of the same coins lying there inspires in the three Persians is, of itself, an instructive lesson on the difference between the two peoples. The sowars become inspired, as if touched by the magic wand of alchemy, to the discussion of their favorite theme. But the Afghans pay no more heed to their remarks about money than if they were talking in an unknown tongue. They really act as though they regarded the subject of money as something altogether beyond their comprehension. End of section 16, part 2. Recording by Natalie Gray, www.voicebynatalie.com.
Section 17 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 9, Afghanistan, Part 1. A few miles across a stretch of gravelly river bottom, interspersed with scattering patches of cultivation, brings us to a hamlet of some 20 mud dwellings. The houses are small, circular structures, unattached, and each one removed some dozen paces from its neighbor. They are built of mud, with the roof flat, as in Asia Minor. The sun is setting as we reach this little Harood hamlet, and as Ghalikoua is some 3 farsakhs distant, we decide to remain here for the night. We pitch our camp on a smooth threshing floor in the center of the village, and the headman brings pieces of carpet for me to recline on, together with a sort of a carpet bolster for a pillow. The Khan impresses upon these simple-minded, out-of-the-world people a due sense of my importance as the guest of his master, the Ameer of Seistan, and they skirmish around in the liveliest manner to provide what creature comforts their meager resources are equal to. The best they can provide in the way of edibles is bread and eggs, and muscal, but they make full amends for the absence of variety by bestowing upon us a superabundance of what they have. And no slaves of Oriental despot ever displayed more eager haste to anticipate their ruler's wants than do these, my first acquaintances among the Afghan tillers of the soil, to wait upon us. All the evening long no female ventures anywhere near our alfresco quarters. The rigid exclusion of the female sex in this conservative Mohammedan territory forbids them making any visible show of interest in the affairs of men whatsoever. When the hour arrives for the preparation of the evening meal, closely shrouded figures flit hastily through the dusk from house to house, bearing camel-thorn torches. They are women who have been to their neighbors to obtain a light for their own fire. From the number of these it is plainly evident that the housewives of the entire village light their fires from one original kindling. The shrouds of the women are red and black plaid. The men wear overshirts of coarse white, material that reach to their knees, pointed shoes that turn up at the toes, white Turkish trousers, and the regulation Afghan turban. The night is most lovely, and frogs innumerable are in the lowlands round about us, croaking their appreciation of the mellow moonlight, the balmy air, and the overflowing waters of the river. For hours they favor us with a musical melange, embracing everything between the hoarse bass croak of the full-blown bull-frog to the tuneful purr of the little green tree-frogs ensconced in the clumps of dwarf willow hard by. Soothed by the music of the frogs, I spent a restful night beneath the blue, calm dome of the Afghan sky. though awakened once or twice by the sowars' horses breaking loose and fighting. There are no geldings to speak of in Central Asia, and unless eternal vigilance is maintained and the horses picketed very carefully, a fight or two is sure to occur among them during the night. As it seems impossible for semi civilized people to exercise forethought in small matters of this kind, a night without being disturbed by a horse fight is a very rare occurrence, when several are traveling together. The morning opens as lovely as the close of evening yesterday. A sturdy villager carries me and the bicycle through the small tributary of the Harood. He shakes his head when I offer him a present. How strange that an imaginary boundary line between two countries should make so much difference in the people. One thinks of next to nothing but money. The other refuses to take it when offered. The sowars are in high glee at having escaped what seems to me the imaginary terrors of the passage across the Dasht i na oomid, and as we ride along toward Ghalakua their exuberant animal spirits find expression in song. Few things are more harrowing and depressing to the unappreciative Ferenghi ear than Persian sowars singing, and three most unmelodious specimens of their kind at it all at once are something horrible. The country hereabouts is a level plain, extending eastward to the Furrah Rood. Within the first few miles adjacent to the Harood are seen the crenellated walls of several villages and the crumbling ruins of as many more. Clumps of palm trees and fields of alfalfa and green young wheat environ the villages, and help to render the dull gray ruins picturesque. The atmosphere seems phenomenally transparent, and the trees and ruins and crenellated walls, rising above the level plain, are outlined clear and distinct against the sky. In the distance, at all points of the compass, rocky mountains rise sheer from the dead level of the plain, looking singularly like giant cliffs rising abruptly from the bed of some inland sea. One of these may be 30 miles away, yet the wondrous clearness of the air renders apparent distances so deceptive that it looks not more than one third the distance. It is a strikingly interesting country, and its inhabitants are a no less strikingly interesting people. A farsakh from our Harood side camping place, we halt to obtain refreshments at a few rude tents pitched beneath the walls of a little village. The owners of the tents are busy milking their flocks of goats. It is an animated scene. No amount of handling, nor years of human association, seems capable of curbing the refractory and restless spirit of a goat. The matronly dams that are being subjected to the milking process this morning have, no doubt, been milked regularly for years, yet they have to be caught and held firmly by the horns by one person, while another robs them of what they seem reluctant enough to give up. The sun grows uncomfortably warm, and myriads of flies buzz hungrily about our morning repast. Before we resume our journey, a little damsel, in flaming red skirt and big silver nose ring, enters the garden and plucks several roses, which she brings to me on a pewter salver. These people are Eliautes, and the women are less fearful of showing themselves than at the village where we passed the night. Several of them apply to me for medical assistance. The chief trouble is chronic ophthalmia. Nearly all the children are afflicted with this disease, and at the eyes of each poor helpless babe are a mass of hungry flies. The wonder is, not that ophthalmia runs amuck among these people, but rather that any of the children escape total blindness. Several villages are passed through en route to Ghalakua. The people turn out en masse and indulge in uproarious demonstrations at the advent of the Ferenghi and the bicycle. These people seem as incapable of controlling their emotions and their voices as so many wild animals. They shout and gesticulate excitedly, and run about like people bereft of their senses. The uncivilization crops out of these obscure Harood villagers far plainer than it does in the tents of the wandering tribes. They are noisier and more boisterous than the nomads, who, as a matter of fact, are sober sided and sedate in their deportment. No women appear among the crowd on the street, but a carefully covered head is occasionally caught peeping furtively from behind a chimney on the roof of a house, or around some corner. A glance from me, and the head is withdrawn as rapidly as if one were taking hostile aim at it with a rifle. Fine large irrigating ditches traverse this partially cultivable area, and in them are an abundance of fish. In one ditch I catch sight of a splendid specimen of the speckled trout, that must have been 3 feet long. Traveling leisurely next morning, we arrive at Ghalakua in the middle of the forenoon. Quarters are assigned us by Amimullah Khan, the chief of the Ghalakua villages and tributary territory. In appearance he is a typical Oriental official, his fluffy, sensuous countenance bearing traces of such excesses as voluptuous Easterns are wont to indulge in, and this morning he is suffering with an attack of "tab" fever. Wrapped in a heavy fur-lined overcoat, he is found seated on the front platform of an inenzil beneath the arched village gateway, smoking cigarettes. In his hand is a bouquet of roses, and numerous others are scattered about his feet. Dancing attendance upon him is a smart-looking little fellow in a sheepskin busby almost as bulky in proportion as his whole body, and which renders his appearance grotesque in the extreme. His keen black eyes sparkle brightly through the long wool of his remarkable headgear, the ends of which dangle over his eyes like an overgrown and wayward bang. The bravery of his attire is measurably enhanced by a cavalry sword, long enough and heavy enough for a 6-foot dragoon, a green kammerbund, and top boots of red leather. This person stands by the side of Aminullah Khan, watches keenly everything that is being said and done, receives orders from his master, and transmits them to the various subordinates lounging about. He looks the soul of honesty and watchfulness, his appearance and demeanor naturally conjuring up reflections of faithful servitors about the persons of knights and nobles of old. He is, apparently, the Khan of Ghalukua's confidential retainer and general supervisor of affairs about his person and headquarters. Our quarters are in the bala khana of a small half ruined konak outside the village, and shortly after retiring thither the Khan's sprightly little retainer brings in tea and fried eggs, besides pomegranates and roses for myself. A new departure makes its appearance in the shape of sugar sprinkled over the eggs. While we are discussing these refreshments, our attendant stands in the doorway and addresses the sowars at some length in Persian. He is apparently delivering instructions received from his master. Whatever it is all about, he delivers it with the air of an orator addressing an audience, and he supplements his remarks with gestures that would do credit to a professional elocutionist. He is as agreeable as he is picturesque. He and I seem to fall en rapport at once, as against the untrustworthiness of the remainder of our company. As his keen, honest eyes scrutinize the countenance of the sowars and then seek my own face, I feel instinctively that he has sized my escort up correctly, and that their innate rascality is as well revealed to him as if he had accompanied us across the desert. Several visitors drop in to pay their respects. They salaam respectfully to me, and greet the sowars as bur-rathers, and kiss their hands. One simple, unsophisticated mortal, who in his isolated life has never had the opportunity of discriminating between a Mussulman and Ferenghi, addresses me also as "Bur-Rather," and favors my palm with the regulation osculatory greeting. The Afghans present view this extraordinary proceeding with dignified silence, and if moved in any manner by the spectacle, manage to conceal their emotions beneath a stolid exterior. The risibilities of the sowars, however, are stirred to their deepest depths, and they nearly choke themselves in desperate efforts to keep from laughing outright. Offerings of roses are brought into our quarters by the various visitors, and boys and men toss others in through door and windows, until our room is gratefully perfumed and roses are literally carpeting the floor. One might well imagine the place to be Gulistan itself. Every person is carrying bunches of roses in his hands, smelling of them, and wearing them in his turban and kammerbund. The people seem to be fairly reveling in the delights of these choicest gems from Flora's evidently overflowing storehouse. The men average tall and handsome. They look like veritable warrior priests in their flowing white costumes, and they make a strange picture of mingled barbarism and aestheticism as they loaf in lazy magnificence about the tumble-down ruins of the Konak, toying with their roses in silence. They seem contented and happy in their isolation from the great busy outer world, and, impressed by their universal appreciation of a flower, it occurs to me, on the impulse of ocular evidence, that it would be the greatest pity to disturb and corrupt these people by attempting to thrust upon them our Western civilization. They seem far happier than a civilized community. The Khan obtains his receipt for my delivery, and by, Amanullah Khan sends his man to request a favor of a tomasha. Leaving my other effects behind in charge of the sowars, I take the bicycle and favor him with a few turns in front of the village gate. Among the various contents of my leathern case is a bag of kerans, but, although the case is not locked, it is provided with a peculiar fastening which I fondly imagine to be beyond the ingenuity of the Khan to open, so that, while well enough aware of that guileful individual's uncontrollable avarice in general, and his deep, dark designs on my money in particular, I think little of leaving it with him for the few minutes I expect to be absent. It strikes me as a trifle suspicious, however, upon discovering that while everybody else comes to see the tomasha, all three of the sowars remain behind. Instinctively I arrive at the conclusion that with these three worthy kleptomaniacs left alone in a room with some other person's portable property, something is pretty sure to happen to the property. So, excusing myself as quickly as courtesy will permit, I hasten back to our quarters. The mudbake is found posted at the outer gate of the Konak. He is keeping watch while his delectable comrades search the package in which they sagaciously locate the silver lucre they so much covet. Seeing me approaching, he makes a trumpet of his hands and sings out warningly to his accomplices that I am coming back. Taking no more notice of him than usual, I pass inside and repair at once to the bala khana to find that the Khan and the mirza have disappeared. The mudbake follows me in to watch my movements. In the simplicity of his semi-civilized understanding, he is wondering within himself whether or no I entertain suspicions of anything being wrong, and he is watching me closely to find out. In his dense ignorance, he imagines the Khan and the mirza artful almost beyond human comprehension, and in thinking this he no doubt merely supplements the sentiments of these two wily individuals themselves. Time and again on the journey from Tabbas has he joined them in chuckling with ghoulish glee over some self-laudatory exposition of their own deep, deep cunning. They well know themselves to be unfathomably cute beside the simple-hearted and honest ryots and nomads with whom they are wont to compare themselves, and from these standards they confidently judge the world at large. The mudbake colors up like a guilty schoolboy upon seeing me proceed without delay to examine the leathern case. The erstwhile orderly arranged contents are found tumbled about in dire confusion. My bag of about 100 kerans have dwindled nearly half that number as the result of being in their custody 10 minutes. "Some of you pedar sags have stolen my money. Who is it? Where's the Khan?" I inquire, addressing the guilty-looking mudbake. He is now shivering visibly with fright, but makes a ludicrous effort to put a bold face on the matter, and brazenly asks, "Chand pool, how much is missing?" "Kaili, where is the Khan and the mirza? I will take you all to Aminullah Khan and have you bastinadoed." The poor mudbake turns pale at the bare suggestion of the bastinado, and stoutly maintains his own innocence. He would, no doubt, as stoutly proclaim the guilt of his comrades if by so doing he could escape punishment himself. Nor is this so surprising when one reflects that either of these worthies would, without a moment's hesitation, perform the same office for him or for each other. End of Section 17. Recording by William Tomko. Section 18 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 9, Afghanistan, Part 2. Without wasting time in bandying arguments with the mudbake, I sally forth in search of the others, and meet them just outside the gate. They are returning from hiding the money in the ruins. The crimson flood of guilt overspreads their faces as I raise my finger and shake it at them by way of admonition. With them following behind with all the meekness of discovered guilt, I lead the way back up into the bala khana. Arriving there, both of them wilt so utterly and completely, and proceed to plead for mercy with such ludicrous promptness, that my sense of the ridiculous outweighs all other considerations, and I regard their demonstrations of remorse with a broad smile of amusement. It is anything but a laughing matter from their own standpoint, however. The mudbake warns them forthwith that I have threatened to have them bastinadoed, and they fairly writhe and groan in an agony of apprehension. The Khan, owing to his more sanguine temperament and a lively conception that the heaviest burden of guilt and accompanying punishment would naturally fall on his own shoulders as the chief of my escort, removes his turban and then lies down on the floor and grovels at my feet. All the hair he possesses is a little tuft or two left on his otherwise smoothly shaven pate, by which he confidently expects at his demise to be tenderly lifted up into paradise by the Prophet Mohammed. After kissing most of the dust off my geivehs and banging his head violently against the floor, he signifies his willingness to relinquish all anticipations of eternal happiness, black-eyed horrors and the like, by attempting to yank out even his celestial handhold, hoping that the woeful depth of his anguish and the sincerity of his repentance may prove the means of escaping present punishment. His eyes roll wildly about in their sockets, and in a voice choking with emotion he begs me pathetically to keep the matter a secret from the Khan of Ghalakua. "O Sahib, Sahib, hoik him no, he pleads, and the anguish-stricken Khan accompanies these pleadings with a look of unutterable agony, and furthermore indulges in the pantomime of sawing off his ears and his hands with his forefinger. This latter tragic demonstration is to let me know that the result of exposure would be to have the former, and perhaps the latter, of these useful members cut off, after the cruel and summary justice of this country. The mirza and mudbake cluster around and supplement their superior's pathetic pleadings with deep-drawn groans of Allah, Allah, and sundry prostrations toward Mecca. It is a ludicrous and yet a strangely touching spectacle to see these three poor devils grovelling and pleading before me, and at the same time praying to Allah for protection in the little bala khana, hoping thereby to save themselves from cruel mutilation and lifelong disgrace. A watchful eye is kept outside by the mirza, who does his groaning and praying near the door, and the sight of an Afghan approaching is the signal for a mute appeal for mercy from all three, and a transformation to ordinary attitudes and vocations, the completeness of which would do credit to professional comedians. When a favorable opportunity presents, with much peering about to make sure of being unobserved, his comrades lower the Khan down over the rear wall of the bala khana, and a minute later they hoist him up again with the same show of caution. Producing from his kammerbund a red handkerchief containing the stolen kerans, he advances and humbly lays it at my feet, at the same time kneeling down and implanting yet another osculatory favor on my geivehs. Joyful at seeing my readiness to second them in keeping the matter hidden from stray Afghans, they come dropping in. The guilty sowars are still fearful lest they have not yet secured my complete forgiveness. Consequently, the Khan repeatedly appeals to me as "Bur-raa-ther," lays his forefingers together, and enlarges upon the fact that we have passed through the dangers and difficulties of the Dasht i na Oomid together. the dread spectre of possible mutilation and disgrace as the consequence of their misdeeds pursues these guileful grown-up children even in their dreams. All through the night they are moaning and muttering uneasily in their sleep, and tossing restlessly about, and long before daybreak are they up, prostrating themselves and filling the room with rapidly muttered prayers. The Khan comes over to my comber and peers anxiously down into my face. Finding me awake, he renews his plea for mercy and forgiveness, calling me "B'rather" and pleading earnestly, "Hoikim no, hoikim no." The sharp-eyed wearer of the big busby, the cavalry sword, and red jack-boots turns up early next morning. He dropped in once or twice yesterday, and being possessed of more brains than the three sowars put together, he gathered from appearances and his general estimation of their character that all is not right. These suspicions he promptly communicated to his master. Aminullah Khan is only too well acquainted with the weakest side of the Persian character, and at once jumps to the conclusion that the sowars have stolen my money. Sending for me and summoning the sowars to his presence, without preliminary palaver, he accuses them of robbing me of pool. Addressing himself to me, he inquires, "Sahib, Parsis nami fami?" Do you understand Persian? "Kam kam," a little, I reply. "Suwari pool koob rupi Jakub?" "Oh, pool koob rupi koob, sowari nice, sowari kaili koob adam." In this brief interchange of disconnected Persian the Khan has asked me whether the sowars have stolen money from me, and I have answered that they have not, but that, on the contrary, they are most excellent men, both trusty and true. May the recording angel enter my answer down with a recommendation for mercy. During this examination the little busby wearing stands and closely scrutinizes the changeful countenances of the accused. He thoroughly understands that I am mercifully shielding them from what he considers their just deserts, and he chips in a word occasionally to Aminullah Khan, aside, like a sharp lawyer watching the progress of a cross-examination. The chief himself, though ostensibly accepting my statement, has his own suspicions to the same purpose, and before dismissing them he shakes his finger menacingly at the sowars and significantly touches the hilt of his sword. The three culprits look guilty enough to satisfy the most merciful of judges, but relying on my operation to shield them, they stoutly maintain their innocence. Some little delay occurs about starting for Furrah, my next objective point on the road to India. The Khan explains that all of his sowars have been sent off to help garrison Herat, that the best he can provide in the form of a mounted escort is an elderly little man whom he points out, with an evident doubt as to my probable appreciation. The man looks more like a Persian than an Afghan, which he probably is, as the population of these borderland districts is much mixed. Nothing would have pleased me better than to have had Aminullah Khan bid me go ahead without any escort whatever, but next to nobody at all, the most satisfactory arrangement is the harmless-looking old fellow in the Persian lamb's wool hat. Telling him that he has done well in sending his sowars to Herat, and that the old fellow will answer very well as guide, I prepare to take my departure. My guide disappears, and shortly returns mounted on a powerful and spirited gray. Aminullah Khan gives him a letter, and after mutual salams and good office, the old sowar leads the way at a pace which shows him to be filled with exaggerated ideas about my speediness. Irrigating ditches and fields characterize the way for some few miles, after which we emerge upon a level desert whose hard gravel surface is ridable in any direction without regard to beaten trails. Numerous lizards of a peculiar spotted variety are observed scuttling about on this gravelly plain as we ride along. The sun grows hot, but the way is level and smooth, and about 10 o'clock we arrive at the oasis of Mahmoudabad, 5 farsakhs from Ghalakua. Mahmoudabad consists of a few mud dwellings surrounded by a strong wall and a number of tents. Water is brought in a ditch from some distant source, and my faculty of astonishment is once again assailed by the sight of flourishing little patches of Windsor beans. This is the first growth of these particular legumes that have come beneath my notice in Asia. Dropping on them in the little oasis of Mahmoudabad is something of a surprise, to say the least. The men of Mahmoudabad wear bracelets and ankle ornaments of thick copper wire and necklaces of beads. Nothing whatever is seen of the women. So far as ocular evidence is concerned, Mahmoudabad might be a community of men and boys exclusively. The plain continues level and gravelly, and pretty soon it becomes thinly covered with green young camel thorn. The widely scattered shrubs fail to cover up much of the desert's nakedness at close quarters, but a wider view gives a pleasant green plain, out of which the dark, massive mountains rise abrupt with striking effect. Late in the afternoon the hard surface of the desert gives place to the loose adobe soil of the Furiaui bottom lands. For some distance this is so loose and soft that one sinks in shoe top deep at every step, and the path becomes a mere trail through dense thickets of reeds that wave high above one's head. Beyond this is a narrow area of cultivation and several walled villages, most of which are distinguished by one or two palms. Arriving at one of these villages, an hour before sunset, the old guide advocates remaining for the night. In obedience to his orders, the headman brings out a carpet and spreads it beneath the shadow of the wall, and pointing to it says, "Sahib, Bismillah." Taking the proffered seat, I inquire of him the distance to Furrah. Host says it is across the Furrah Rood, and distant 1 farsakh. "Kishti as?" "Oh, ichti." Turning to the guide, I suggest, "Bismillah Furrah." The old fellow looks disappointed at the idea of going on, but he replies, "Bismillah." The carpet is taken away again, and the village headman sends a younger man to guide us through the fields and gardens to the river. The Furrah Rood is broader and swifter here than the Harood, and when at sunset we reach the ferry, it is to find that the boat is on the other side, and the ferrymen gone to their homes for the night. Several hundred yards back from the river the city of Furrah reveals itself in the shape of a somber looking high mud wall forming a solid parallelogram, I should judge a third of a mile long and of slightly less width. The walls are crenellated and strengthened by numerous buttresses. It occupies slightly rising ground, and nothing is visible from without but the walls. The old guide shouts lustily at a couple of men visible on the opposite bank, but he only gets shouted back at for his pains. Darkness is rapidly settling down upon us, and I begin to realize my mistake in not abiding by the guide's judgment and stopping at the village. Another village is seen a couple of miles across the reedy lowland to our rear, and thitherward we shape our course. The intervening space is found to consist largely of tall reeds, swampy or overflowed areas, and irrigating ditches. Many of the latter are too deep to ford, and darkness overtakes us long before the village is reached. Finding it impossible to do anything with the bicycle, I remove my packages and lay the naked wheel on top of a conspicuous place on the bank of a ditch, where it may be readily found in the morning. For some reason unintelligible to me accommodation is refused us at the village. The old guide addresses the people in tones loud and authoritative, but all to no purpose. They refuse to let us remain. While hesitating about what course to pursue, one of the men comes out and volunteers to guide us to a camp of nomads not far away. Following his guidance, a camp of a dozen tents is shortly reached, and in their hospitable midst we spend the night on a piece of carpet beneath the sky. The usual simple refreshments are provided, as also quilts for covering. Upon waking in the morning, I am surprised to find the bicycle lying close to my head. The hospitable nomads, having heard the story of its abandonment from the guide, have been out in the night and found it and brought it in. The same friendly person who brought us to the camp turns up at daybreak and voluntarily guides us through the area of ditches and impenetrable reed patches to the river. Several people are squatting on the bank, watching a crew of half-naked men tugging a rude but strong ferry boat upstream toward them. The boat is built of heavy hewn timber, and capable of ferrying 50 passengers. The Furrah Rood at the ferry is about 200 yards wide, and with a current of perhaps 5 miles an hour. A dozen stalwart men with rude, heavy sweeps propel the boat across, but at every passage the swift current takes it downstream twice as far as the river's width. After disembarking the passengers, the boatmen have to tow it this distance upstream again before making the next crossing. The boatmen wear a single garment of blue cotton that in shape resembles a plain loose shirt. When nearing the shore, 3 or 4 of them deftly slip their arms out of the sleeves, bunch the whole garment up around their necks, and spring overboard. Swimming to shallow water with a rope, they brace themselves to stay the downstream career of the boat. A small gathering of wild-looking men are collected at the landing place, and my astonishment is awakened by the familiar figure of a Celestial among the crowd. He is a veritable John Chinaman, beardless face, queue, almond eyes, and everything complete. The superior thriftiness of the Chinaman over the Afghans needs no further demonstration than the ocular evidence that among them all he wears by far the best and the tidiest clothes. In this, not less than in the strong Mongolian type of face, is he a striking figure among the people. John Chinaman is a very familiar figure to me, and I regard this strange specimen with almost as great interest as if I had thus unexpectedly met a European. His grotesque figure and dress, representing, so it seems to me at the moment, a speck of civilization among the barbarousness of my surroundings, is quite a relief to the senses. A closer investigation, however, on the bank, while waiting for the guide's horse, reveals the fact that he is far from being the John Chinaman of Chinatown, San Francisco. Instead of hailing from the rice fields of Quantung, this fellow is a native of Kashgaria, a country almost as wild as Afghanistan. A moment's scrutiny of his face removes him as far from the civilized seaboard of Celestials of our acquaintance as is the Zulu warrior from the plantation darky of the South. Except for the above mentioned comparative neatness of appearance, it is very evident that the Mongolian is every bit as wild as the Afghans about him. The people regard me with a deep and peculiar interest. Very few remarks are made among themselves, and no one puts a single question to me or ventures upon any remarks. All this is in strange contrast to the everlasting gabble and the noisy and persistent importunities of the Persians. The Afghans are plainly full of speculations concerning my mission, who I am, and what I am doing in their country. Although they regard the bicycle with great curiosity, the machine is evidently a matter of secondary importance. Like the Eimuck chieftain on the Dasht i, several of these men change countenance when I favor them with a glance. Whether this peculiar reddening of the face among the Afghans comes of embarrassment or what it is, it always impresses me as much like the perturbation of a wild animal at finding himself suddenly confronted with a human being. Hiding part way to the city gate, I send the guide ahead to notify the governor of my arrival and to present the letter from Aineenullah Khan. He is absent but what appears to me an unnecessarily long time, and I determine to follow him in and take my chances on the tide of circumstances, as in the cities of Persia. It is not without certain lively apprehensions of possible adventure, however, that I approach the little arched gateway of this gray-walled Afghan city, conscious of its being filled with the most fanatical population in the world. In addition to this knowledge is the disquieting reflection of being a trespasser on forbidden territory, and therefore outside the pale of governmental sympathy should I get into trouble. The fascination of penetrating the strange little world within those high walls, however, ill brooks these retrospective reflections or thoughts of unpleasant consequences, and I make no hesitation about riding up to the gate. A sharp, short turn and abrupt rise in the road occurs at the gate, necessitating a dismount and a trundle of about 30 yards, when I suddenly find myself confronting a couple of sentries beneath the archway of the gate. The sensation of surprise seems quite in order of late, and these sentries furnish yet another sensation, for they are wearing the red jackets of British infantrymen and the natty peaked caps of the Royal Artillery. The same crimson flush of embarrassment, or whatever it may be, that was observed in the countenance of the Eimuck chief overspreads their faces, and they seem overcome with confusion and astonishment, but they both salute mechanically as I pass in. 50 yards of open waste ground enables me to mount and ride into the entrance of the principal street. I have precious little time to look about me, and no opportunity to discover what the result of my temerity would be after the people had recovered from their amazement, for hardly have I gotten fairly into the street when I am met by my old guide, conducting a guard of 12 soldiers who have been sent to bring me in. End of Section 18. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 19 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or a volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 10. Arrested at Farah. Perhaps no stranger occurrence in the field of personal adventure in Central Asia has happened for many a year than my entrance into Farah on a bicycle. Only those who know Afghanistan and the Afghans can fully realize the ticklish character of this little piece of adventure. My soldier escort are fine-looking fellows, wearing the well-known red jackets of the British Army, evidently the uniform of some sepoy regiment. Forming around me, they conduct me through the gate of an inner enclosure nearby, and usher me into a small compound where Mahmoud Yusuph Khan, the commander-in-chief of the garrison, is engaged in holding a morning reception of his subordinate chiefs and officers. The spectacle that greets my astonished eyes is a revelation indeed. The whole compound is filled with soldiers wearing the regimentals of the Anglo-Indian Army. As I enter the compound and trundle the bicycle between long files of soldiers towards Mahmoud Yusuph Khan and his officers, 500 pairs of eyes are fixed on me with intense curiosity. These are Kabuli soldiers sent here to garrison Farah, where they will be handy to march to the relief of Herat in case of demonstrations against that city by the Russians. The tension over the Penja incident has not yet, April 1886, wholly relaxed, and I feel instinctively that I am suspected of being a Russian spy. In the center of the compound is a large bungalow, surrounded by a slightly raised porch. Seated on a mat at one end of this is Mahmoud Yusuph Khan, and ranged in 2 long rows down the porch are his chiefs and officers. They are all seated cross-legged on a strip of carpet, and attendants are serving them with tea in little porcelain cups. They are the most martial-looking assembly of humans I have ever set eyes on. They are fairly bristling with quite serviceable-looking weapons, besides many of the highly ornamented but less dangerous gewgaws of war dear to the heart of the brave but conservative warriors of Islam. Prominent among the peculiarities observed are strips of chain mail attached to portions of their clothing as guards against sword cuts, noticeably on the sleeves. Some are wearing steel helmets, some huge turbans, and others the regular Afghan military hat, this latter a rakish-looking headpiece something like the hat of a Chinese Tartar general. Mahmoud Yusuph Khan himself is wearing one of these hats, and is attired in a tight-fitting suit of buckram, pipe-clayed from head to foot. In his hat glitters a handsome rosette of 9 diamonds, which I have an opportunity of counting while seated beside him. He is a stoutish person, full-faced, slightly above middle age, less striking in appearance than many of his subordinates. When I have walked up between the 2 rows of seated chieftains and gained his side, he forthwith displays his knowledge of the English mode of greeting by shaking hands. He orders an attendant to fetch a couple of camp chairs, and setting one for me, he rises from the carpet and occupies the other one himself. Tea is brought in small cups instead of glasses, and is highly sweetened after the manner of the Persians. Sweetmeats are handed round at the same time. After ascertaining that I understand something of Persian, he expresses his astonishment at my appearance in Farah. At first it is painfully evident that he suspects me of being a Russian spy, but after several minutes of questions and answers, he is apparently satisfied that I am not a Muscovite, and he explains to his officers that I am an English Rossi correspondent. He is greatly astonished to hear of the route by which I entered the country, as no traveler ever entered Afghanistan across the Dasht i na oomid before. I tell him that I am going to Kandahar and Quetta, and suggest that he send a sowar beside me to guide the way. He smiles amusedly at this suggestion, and shaking his head vigorously, he explains, "Kandahar neis, Afghanistan's bad, Kili bad." And he furthermore explains that I would be sure to get killed. "Kili koob, I don't want any sowar, I will go alone. If I get killed, then nobody will be blamable but myself." "Kandahar neis," he replies, shaking his finger and head, and looks very serious. "Kandahar neis, beast (20) sowars wouldn't see you safely through to Kandahar. Afghanistan's bad. A Ferenghi would be sure to get killed before reaching Kandahar." Pretending to be greatly amused at this, I reply, "Koob, if I get killed, all right. I don't want any sowars. I will go alone." At hearing this he grows still more serious, and enters into quite an eloquent and lengthy explanation to dissuade me from the idea of going. He explains that the Ameer has little control over the fanatical tribes in Zemindavar, and although the Boundary Commission had a whole regiment of sepoys, the Ameer couldn't guarantee their safety if they came to Furrah. He furthermore expresses his surprise that I wasn't killed before getting this far. The officer of the guard who brought me in, and who was standing against the porch close by, speaks up at this stage of the interview, and tells with much animation of how I was riding down the street, and of the people all speechless with astonishment. Mohammed Yusuf Khan repeats this to his officers, with comments of his own, and they look at one another and smile and shake their heads, evidently deeply impressed at what they consider the dare-devil recklessness of a Ferenghi in venturing alone into the streets of Furrah. The warlike Afghans have great admiration for personal courage, and they evidently regard my arrival here without escort as a proof that I am possessed of a commendable share of that desirable quality. As the commander in chief and a few grim old warriors squatting near us exchange comments on the subject of my appearance here, and my willingness to proceed alone to Kandahar, notwithstanding the known probability of being murdered, their glances of mingled amusement and admiration are agreeably convincing that I have touched a chord of sympathy in their rude, martial breasts. Half an hour is passed in drinking tea and asking questions. Mahmoud Yusuf Khan proves himself not wholly ignorant of English and British Indian politics. "General Rabit Sahib, Cabul to Kandahar?" he queries first. The Afghans regard General Roberts' famous march as a wonderful performance, and consequently hold that distinguished officer's name in high repute. He asks about Sir Peter Lumsden and Colonel Sir West Ridgeway, and speaks of the Governor General of India. By way of testing the extent of his knowledge, I refer to Lord Ripon as the present Governor General of India, when he at once corrects me with, "No, Lord Dufferin Sahib." He speaks of London, and wants to know about Mr. Gladstone and Lord Salisbury, which is now Prime Minister. I explain by pantomime that the election is not decided. He acknowledges his understanding of my meaning by a nod. He then grows inquisitive about the respective merits of the two candidates. "Gladstone Koob or Salisbury Koob?" he queries. "Gladstone Koob, England. Ryot Nuan, Gusht, Kinnernish, Pool Salisbury Koob, India, Afghanistan, Amir. Russian soldier, officer," is the reply. To the average reader, this latter reads like so much unintelligible shibboleth, but it is a fair sample of the disjointed language by which I manage to convey my meaning plainly to the Afghan chieftain. He understands by these few disconnected nouns that I consider Gladstone to be the better statesman of the two for England's domestic affairs, and Salisbury the better for the foreign policy of the empire. All this time the troops are being put through their exercises, marching about the compound in companies and drilling with their muskets. Some are uniformed in the picturesque Anglo-Oriental regimentals of the Indian sepoy, and others in neat red jackets, peaked caps, and white trousers with red stripes. The buttons, belts, bandoliers, and buckles are all wanderers from the ranks of the British army. The men themselves, many of them at least, might quite as readily be credited to that high standard of military prowess which characterizes the British army as the clothes and accoutrements they are wearing, judging from outward appearances. Not only do their faces bear the stamp of both fearlessness and intelligence, but some of them are possessed of the distinctive combative physiognomy of the born pugilist. The man of the Governor's guard has a particularly plucky and aggressive expression. He is a man whose face will always remain pictured in my memory. The interesting expression this officer habitually wears is that of a prize ring champion, with a determined bull dog phiz. watching eagerly to pounce on some imaginary antagonist. Seeing that his attention is keenly centered upon me the whole time I am seated by the side of the chief, he becomes an object of more than passing interest. He watches me with the keen eagerness of a bulldog expectantly awaiting the order to attack. Mahmoud Yusuph Khan now attempts to explain at length sundry reasons why it is necessary to place me, for the time being, under guard. He seems very anxious to convey this unpleasant piece of information in the flowery language diplomatique of the Orient, or in other words, to coat the bitter pill of my detention with a sugary coating of Eastern politeness. His own linguistic abilities being unequal to the occasion, he sends off somewhere for a dusty Hindostani, who shortly arrives, and in obedience to orders, forthwith begins jabbering at me in his own tongue. Of this I, of course, know literally nothing, and ever swayed by suspicion, it is easily perceived that their first impression of my being a Russian spy is in a measure revived by my ignorance of Hindostani. They seem to think it inconsistent that one could be an Englishman and not understand the language of a native of India. After the interview, the 12 red jackets that appear to constitute the governor's bodyguard are detailed to conduct me to a walled garden, outside the city. Before departing, however, I give the strange assembly of Afghan warriors an exhibition of riding around the compound. The guard, under the leadership of the officer with the bulldog phiz, fix bayonets and form into a file on either side of me as I trundle back through the same street traversed upon my arrival. Accompanying us is a man on a gray horse, whom everybody addresses respectfully as Kiftan Sahib, Captain, and another individual afoot in a bottle green roundabout, a broad leathern belt, a striped turban, white baggy pantalettes, and pointed red shoes. Kiftan Sahib looks more like an English gamekeeper than an Afghan captain. He wears a soiled derby hat, a brown cutaway coat, striped pantaloons, and Northampton-made shoes without socks. His arms are a cavalry sabre and a revolver. Outside the gate, at the suggestion of the young man in the bottle green roundabout, I mount and ride, wheeling slowly along between the little files of soldiers. The soldiers are delighted at the novelty of their duty, and they swing briskly along as I pedal a little faster. They smile at the exertion necessary to keep up, and falling in with their spirit of amusement, I gradually increase my speed, and finally shoot ahead of them entirely. Kiftan Sahib comes galloping after me on the gray, and with good-humored anxiety motions for me to stop and let the soldiers catch up. He it is upon whom the commander-in-chief has saddled the responsibility for my safekeeping, and this little display of levity and my ability to so easily outdistance the soldiers awakens in him the spirit of apprehension at once. One can see that he breathes easier as soon as we are safely inside the garden gate. A couple of little whitewashed bungalows are the only buildings in the garden, and one of these is assigned to me for my quarters. Kiftan Sahib and the young man in the bottle green roundabout give orders about the preparation of refreshments, and then squat themselves down near me to gladden their eyes with a prolonged examination of my face. The red jackets separate into 3 reliefs of 4 each. One relief immediately commences pacing back and forth along the 4 sides of the bungalow, 1 soldier on each side, while the remainder seek the shade of a pomegranate grove that occupies one side of the garden. By and by servitors appear, bearing trays of sweetmeats and more substantial fare. The variety and abundance of eatables comprising the meal are such as to thoroughly delight the heart of a person who has grown thin and gaunt and wolfish from semi-starvation and prolonged physical exertion. The 2 long skewers of smoking kabobs and the fried eggs are most excellent eating. The pillau is delicious, and among other luxuries is a sort of pomegranate jam, some very good butter, called muskal, a big bowl of sherbet, and dishes of nuts, sweetmeats, and salted melon seeds. After dinner, the young man in bottle green, who seems anxious to cultivate my good opinion, smiles significantly at me and takes his departure. He turns up again in a few minutes bearing triumphantly an old Phillips atlas, which he deferentially places at my feet. Opening it, I find that the chief countries and cities of the world are indicated in written Hindustani characters. In this manner some English officer has probably been the undesigning medium of giving these Afghans a peep into the configuration of the earth they live on, and their first lesson in geography. I reward the young man by asking him whether he too is a Kiftan. He acknowledges the compliment by a broad grin and 2 salaams made in rapid succession. After noon, a messenger arrives from Mahmoud Yusuph Khan, bearing salaams and a pair of stout English walking boots to replace my old worn-out givs, and a cake of toilet soap also of English make. Both shoes and soap, as may easily be imagined, are highly acceptable articles. The advent of the former likewise answers the purpose of enlightening me a trifle in regard to matters philological. The Afghans call their footgear boots, the Chinese call their footwear shoes, and their long gloves tongue shoes or hand shoes. About 4 o'clock I am visited by a fatherly old Khan in a sky blue gown, and an interesting Cabuli cavalry colonel, with pieces of chain mail distributed about his uniform, and a fierce looking moustache that stands straight out from his upper lip. Sweetmeats enough to start a small candy shop have been sent to me during the afternoon, and setting them out before my guests, we are soon on the most familiar terms. The colonel shows me his weapons in return for a squint down the shining rifled barrel of my Smith & Wesson, and he explains the merits and demerits of both his own firearms and mine. The 38 caliber S&W he thinks a perfect weapon in its way, but altogether too small for Afghanistan. With expressive pantomimes he explains that, while my 38 bullet would kill a person as well as a larger one, it requires a heavier missile to crash into a man who is making for you with a knife or sword and stop him. His favorite weapon for close quarters is a murderous looking piece, half blunderbuss, half pistol, that he carries thrust in his cummerbund, so that the muzzle points behind him. This weapon has a small single-hand musket stock, and the bell-mouthed barrel is filled nearly to the muzzle with powder and round bullets the size of buckshot. This formidable firearm is for hand-to-hand fighting on horseback, and at 10 paces might easily be warranted to blow a man's head to smithereens. The colonel is an amiable old warrior, and kindly points this interesting weapon at my head for me to peer down the barrel and satisfy myself that it is really loaded almost to the top. Like Injun-slaying youngsters in America, the doughty Afghan warriors seem to delight in having their weapons loaded, their sidearms sharp, and their bayonets fixed, and seem anxious to impress the beholder with the fact that they are real warriors, and not mere make-believe soldiers. The colonel wears a dark brown uniform profusely trimmed with braid, a Kashgarian military hat, and English army shoes. In matters pertaining to his wardrobe it is very evident that he has profited to no small extent by Afghanistan being adjacent territory to British India, but his semi-civilized ambition has not yet soared into the aesthetic realm of socks. Doubtless he considers Northampton-made shoes sufficiently luxurious without the addition of socks. The mission of these two officers is apparently to prepare me gradually for the intelligence that I am to be taken back to Herat. So skilfully and diplomatically does the old Khan in the cerulean gown acquit himself of his mission, that I thoroughly understand what is to be my disposition, though Herat is never mentioned. He talks volubly about the Amir, the Wali, the Padishah, the Gadawla, Cabul, Allah, and a host of other subjects, out of which I readily evolve my fate, but, as yet, he breathes nothing but diplomatic hints, and these are clothed in the most pleasant and reassuring smiles, and given in tones of paternal solicitude. The colonel sits and listens intently, and now and then chimes in with a word of soothing assent by way of emphasizing the subject, and when the Khan is explaining about the Amir, or Allah, or Kismet. Mahmoud Yusuph Khan himself comes to the garden in the cool of the evening, and for half an hour occupies bungalow number 2. He betrays a spark of Oriental vanity by having an attendant follow behind, bearing a huge and wonderful sunshade, into the make-up of which peacock feathers and other gorgeous material largely enters. Noticing this, I make a determined assault upon his bump of Asiatic self-esteem by asking him if he is brother to the Amir. He smiles, and says he is brother of Shere Ali, the ex-Amir deposed in favor of Abdul Bahman. His remarks during our second interview are largely composed of furtive queries, intended to penetrate what he evidently, even as yet, suspects to be the secret object of my mysterious appearance in the heart of the country. The Afghan official is nothing if not suspicious, and although he professed his own conviction, in the morning, of my being an English Nusski, his constitutionally suspicious nature forbids him accepting this impression as final. During this interview 2 more natives of India are produced in order to assail my long-suffering ears with the battery of their vernacular. They are an interesting pair, and they evince the liveliest imaginable interest in finding a sahib alone in the hands of the Afghans. They are vivacious and intelligent, and try hard to make themselves understood. From their own vocal and pantomime efforts, and the Persian of the Afghans, I learn that they are sepoys in charge of 3 prisoners from the Boundary Commission camp, whom they are taking through to Quetta. They seem very anxious to do something in my behalf, and want Mahmoud Yusuph Khan to let them take me with them to Quetta. I lose no time in signifying my approval of this suggestion, but the governor shakes his head and orders them away, as though fearful even to have such a proposition entertained. All the time the sepoys are endeavoring to make themselves understood, every Afghan present regards my face with the keenest scrutiny, So glaringly evident are their suspicions that the situation becomes too much for my gravity. The sepoys grin broadly in response, whereupon the pugilistic-faced captain of the governor's guard remonstrates with them for their levity by roughly making them stand in a more respectful attitude. I dislike very much to see them ordered off, for they are evidently anxious to champion my cause. Moreover, it would have been interesting to have accompanied them through to Quetta. Understanding thoroughly by this time that I am not to be allowed to go by way of Kurish and Kandahar, and dreading the probability of being taken back into Persia, I asked permission to travel south to Jowain and the frontier of Beloochistan. The Afghan-Baluchi boundary is not more than 50 or 60 miles south of Furrah, and while it would be difficult to say what advantage would be gained by reaching there, it would in all events be some consolation to find myself at liberty. The interview ends, however, without much additional light being shed on their intentions. But the advent of more sweetmeats shortly after the governor's departure, and the unexpected luxury of a bottle of Shiraz wine, heightens the conviction that my own wishes in the matter are to be politely ignored. The red jackets patrol my bungalow till dark, when they are relieved by soldiers in dark blue kilts, loose Turkish pantalettes, and big turbans. I sit on the threshold during the evening, watching their soldierly bearing with much interest. On their part, they comport themselves as though proudly conscious of making a good impression. I judge they have been specially ordered to acquaint themselves in my presence, and so impress me, whether I am English or Russian, with a sense of their military proficiency. All about the garden, red-coated guards are seen prostrating themselves towards Mecca in the prosecution of their evening devotions. Full of reflections on the exciting events of the day, and the strange turn affairs have taken, I stretch myself on a Turcoman rug and doze off to sleep. The last sound heard ere reaching the realms of unconsciousness is the steady tramp of the sentinels pacing to and fro. Scarcely have I fallen asleep, so at least it seems to me, when I am awakened by my four guards singing out, one after the other, "Kija-pook, ki-pook." This appears to be their answer to the challenge of the officer going his rounds, and they shout it out in tones clear and distinct in succession. This programme is repeated several times during the night, and notwithstanding the sleep-inducing fatigues of the last few days, my slumbers are light enough to hear the reliefs of the guard and their strange cry of "Kija-pook, ki-pook" every time it is repeated. As the sun peeps over the wall of the garden, my red jackets reappear at their posts. Roses are stuck in their caps and their buttonholes, and fastened to their guns. A big bouquet of the same fragrant gulls is presented to me, and a dozen ghulams are busy gathering all that are abloom in the garden. These are probably gathered every morning in the rose season, and used for making rose water by the officers' wives. During the forenoon, the blue-gowned old Khan and his major domo, the mail-clad colonel, again present themselves at my bungalow. They are gracious and friendly to a painful degree, and sugar would scarcely melt in the mouth of the paternal old Khan as he delivers the Wali's salaams to the Sahib. Tea and sweetmeats are handed around, and Kiftan Sahib and Bottle Green join our company. Nothing but the formal salaams has yet been said, but intuition is a faithful forerunner, and ere another word is spoken I know well enough that the Khan and the colonel have been sent to break the disagreeable news that I am to be taken to Herat, and that Kiftan Sahib and Bottle Green have dropped in out of curiosity to see how I take it. The kindly old Khan finds his task of awakening the spirit of disappointment anything but congenial, and he seems very loath to deliver the message. When he finally unburdens himself, it is with averted eyes and roundabout language. He commences by a rambling disquisition on the dangers of the road to Kandahar, apologizes profusely for the Amir's inability to guarantee the good behavior of the wandering tribes, and the consequent necessity of forbidding travelers to enter the country. He dwells piously and at considerable length upon our obligations to submit to the will of Allah, not forgetting a liberal use of the Oriental fatalist's favorite expression, kismet. For the sake of argument, rather than with any hope of influencing things in my favor, I reply, "All right, I don't ask the Amir's protection. I will go to Kandahar and Quetta alone, on my own responsibility. Then if I get murdered by the Ghilzais, nobody but myself will be to blame. The Wali has his orders from the Padishah, the Amir Abdul Qasim Khan, that no Ferenghi is to come in the country. Tell the Wali that Afghanistan is Allah's country first, and Abdul Rahman's country second. Inshallah, Allah gives everyone the road." The old Khan is evidently at a loss how to meet so logical an argument, and the colonel, Kiftan Sahib, and Bottle Green are deeply impressed at what they consider my unanswerable wisdom. They look at one another and shake their heads and smile. The chief concern of the khan is apparently to convince me that it is only out of consideration for my own safety that I am forbidden to go through, and after a brief consultation with the others, he again addresses his flowery eloquence to me. He comes and squats beside me, and with much soothing patting of my shoulder, he says, "The Wali is only asking you to Herat to obtain Ridgway Sahib's and Faramos Khan's permission for you to go through. Inshallah, after you have seen Herat, if that is the will of Allah, and your kismet is to go to Kandahar, the Emir will let you go through." To this comforting assurance I deem it but justice to the well-meaning old chieftain to signify my submission to the inevitable. Before departing, he requests the humble present of a pencil sketch of the bicycle as a souvenir of my visit to Furrah. During the day I get on quite intimate terms with my guard, and among other things compete with them in the feat of holding a musket out at arm's length, gripping the extreme end of the barrel. Tall strapping fellows, some of them are, but they are not muscular in comparison. Out of a round dozen competitors I am the only one capable of fairly accomplishing this feat. Many of the soldiers carry young pheasants about with them in cages, and seem to derive a good deal of pleasure in feeding them and attending to their wants. The cages are merely pieces of white muslin, or mosquito netting, about the size of a pocket handkerchief, enclosing a 4-inch disc of wood for the inmate to stand on. The crape is gathered and loosely tied at the corners. It is carried as one would carry anything suspended in a handkerchief, and is hung on the limb of a tree in the same manner. Late in the afternoon of the second day, my Scarlet Guard marshals themselves in front of the bungalow, and Kiftan Sahib and Bottle Green bid me prepare for departure to Herat. The old khan and the colonel, and several other horsemen, appear at the gate. The soldiers form themselves into two files, and between them I trundle for my circumscribed quarters. The rude ferry boat is awaiting our coming, and in a few minutes the khan and colonel bid me quite an affectionate farewell on the river bank, gazing eagerly into my face as though regretful of the necessity of parting so soon. My escort favor me with the same lingering gaze. These people are evidently fascinated by the strange and mysterious manner of my coming among them. Who am I? What am I? And therefore my marvelous manner of traveling are questions that appeal strongly to the Asiatic imagination, and they are intensely loath to see me disappear again without having seen more of me and my wonderful iron horse, and learned more about it. Several horsemen have already crossed and are awaiting us on the opposite shore. Kiftan Sahib and another officer with a henna-tinted beard are in charge of the party taking me back. Besides myself and these two, the party consists of 11 horsemen. With sundry modifications, their general appearance, arms, and dress resemble the make-up of a Persian sowar rather than the regular Afghan soldier. The sun is just setting behind those western mountains I passed 3 days ago, as we reach the western shore. The boatmen are unloading the saddles and accoutrements of our party, and I sit down on the bank and survey the strange scene just across the river. The steep bluff opposite is occupied by people who accompanied us to the river. Many of them are seizing this opportune moment to prostrate themselves towards the holy city, the geographical position of which is happily indicated by the setting sun. Prominent among the worshippers are seen side by side the cerulean figure of the khan, and the colonel in all the bravery of his military trappings, his chain armor glistening brightly in the waning sunlight. A little removed from the crowd, the 12 redcoats are ranged in a row, performing the same pious ceremony. As their bared heads bob up and down one after the other, the scarlet figures outlined in a row against the eastern sky are strangely suggestive of a small flock of flamingoes engaged in fishing. End of Section 19. Recording by Todd.
Section 20 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 11, Under Escort to Herat, Part 1. Our party camps near a village not far from the river, but it takes us till after dark to reach the place, owing to ditches and overflow. A few miles of winding trails and intricate paths through the reedy river bottom next morning, and we emerge upon a flinty upland plain. At first, a horseman is required to ride immediately ahead of the bicycle, my untutored escort being evidently suspicious lest I might suddenly forge ahead, and with the swiftness of a bird disappears from their midst. As this leader, in his ignorance, occasionally stops right in the narrow path and considers himself in duty bound to limit my speed to that of the walking horses, this arrangement quickly becomes very monotonous. Appealing to Kiftan Sahib, I point out the annoyance of having a horse just in front, and promise not to go too far ahead. He points appealingly to a little leathern pouch attached to his belt. The pouch contains a letter to the Governor of Herat, and he it is whom Mahmoud Yusuph Khan expects to take back a receipt. The chief responsibility for my safe delivery rests upon his shoulders, and he is disposed to be abnormally apprehensive and suspicious. Reassuring him of my sincerity, he permits the horseman to follow along behind. When the condition of the road admits of my pushing ahead a little, this sowar canters along immediately behind, while the remainder of the party follow more leisurely. One of the party carries a skin of water, and as the morning grows fearfully hot, frequent halts are made to wait for him and get a drink; otherwise we too are usually some distance ahead. These water vessels are merely goatskins, taken off with as little mutilation of the hide as possible. One of the legs serves as a faucet, and the tying or untying of a piece of string opens or closes the tap. It is the handiest imaginable contrivance for carrying liquids on horseback, the tough, pliant goatskin resisting any amount of hard usage and accommodating itself readily to the contour of the pack saddle, or itself forming a soft enough seat to the rider. Near noon we reach the ruins of Suleimanabad, entirely deserted save by hideous gray lizards a foot long, numbers of which scuttle off into their hiding places at our approach. In the distance ahead are visible the black tents of a nomad camp. The glowing, reflected heat of the stony desert produces an unquenchable thirst, and the generous bowls of cool, acidulous doke obtained in the tents are quaffed most eagerly by the entire party. The solicitude of Kiftai Sahib, as displayed on my behalf, is quite amusing, not to say affecting. While the others are attending to their horses, he squats down before me underneath the little goat hair tent and gazes at me with an attention so close that one might imagine him afraid lest I should mysteriously change into some impalpable spirit and float away. The nomads themselves appear to be amiably disposed, intent chiefly on supplying our wants and fulfilling the traditions of tented hospitality. They look wild enough, but, withal, pleasant and intelligent. Kiftan Sahib, however, watches every movement of the stalwart nomads with keen interest, and small power of penetration is required to see that apprehension, if not positive suspicion, enters very largely into his thoughts concerning them and myself. A howling wind and dust storm comes careering across the plain, creating a wild scene, and black cloud banks gather and pile up ominously in the west. The threatened rainstorm, however, passes off with a pyrotechnic display of great brilliance, and the evening air lowers to a refreshing temperature as we stretch ourselves out on nummuds, 50 yards away from the tents. Kiftan Sahib spreads his own couch on the right side of mine, and the red whiskered chief of the sowars occupies the left. Waking up during the night, I am somewhat taken by surprise at finding one of my escorts standing guard over me with fixed bayonet. This extraordinary precaution appears to me at the time as being altogether superfluous. While recognizing these nomads as lawless and fanatical, I should nevertheless have no hesitation in venturing alone among them. The morning star is just soaring above the eastern horizon, and the feeble rays of Luna's half averted face are imparting a ghostly glimmer of light, when I am awakened from a sound sleep. The horses have all been saddled and packed, and everybody is ready to start. Daylight comes on apace, and, finding the trail hard and reasonably smooth, I am happily able to sowari, and not only able to ride, but to forge right ahead of the party. The country is level and open, and uninhabited, so that Kiftan Sahib is far less apprehensive than he was yesterday. I am perhaps a couple of miles ahead when I come to a splendid, large, irrigating canal, evidently conveying water from the Harood down across the desert to the low, cultivable lands near the Furrah Rood. The water is 3 feet deep, and I revel in the luxury of a cooling and refreshing bath until overtaken by the escort. The plain, heretofore hard, now changes into loose sand and gravel, and the trail becomes quite obliterated. In addition to these undesirable changes, the wind commences blowing furiously from the north, making it absolutely impossible to ride. Rounding the base of an abutting mountain, we emerge upon the grassy lowlands of the Harood in the vicinity of Subzowar. Subzowar is a sort of way station between Furrah and Herat, the only inhabited place, except tents, on the whole journey. It is on the west side of the Harood, and the broad, swift stream is full to overflowing, a turgid torrent rushing along at a dangerous pace. After much shouting and firing of guns, a score of villagers appear on the opposite bank, and several of them come wading and swimming across. They seem veritable amphibians, capable of stemming the tide that well nigh sweeps strong horses off their feet. The river is fordable by following a zigzag course well known to the local watermen. One of them carries the bicycle safely across on his head, and others lead the sowars' horses by the bridle. When all the Afghans but Kiftan Sahib have been assisted over, the strongest horse of the party is brought back for my own passage. A dozen natives are made to form a close cordon about me to rescue me in case of misadventure, while one leads the horse by his bridle and another steadies him by holding on to his tail. Kiftan Sahib himself brings up the rear, and, as the rushing waters deepen around us, he adjures me to keep a steady seat, and, in a voice that almost degenerates into an apprehensive whine, he mutters, "The receipt, Sahib, the receipt." A ripple of excitement occurs in the middle of the river by one of the men being swept off his feet and carried down stream, and, although he swims like a duck, the treacherous undercurrent sucks him under several times. It looks as though he would be drowned. A number of his comrades race down the bank and plunge in to swim to his rescue, but he finally secures footing on a submerged sand bank, and, after resting a few minutes, swims ashore. The remainder of the day and the night are passed in tents near Subzowar, it being very evidently against Afghan social etiquette for strangers to take shelter within the confines of the village itself. Whether from their knowledge of the unsuitableness of the country ahead, or from a new spasm of apprehension concerning their responsibility, does not appear; but in the morning Kiftan Sahib and the chief of the sowars insist upon me mounting a horse and handing the bicycle over to the tender mercies of the person in charge of the Namud pack horse. They point in the direction of Herat, and deliver themselves of a marvellous quantity of deprecatory pantomime. My own impressions is that having recrossed the Harood, the only great obstacle in the path of a wheelman between Furrah and Herat, their abnormally suspicious minds imagine that there is now nothing to prevent me taking wings and outdistancing them to the latter place. Finding them determined, and moreover nothing loath to try a horse for a change on the back stretch, I take the wheel apart and distribute fork, backbone, and large wheel among the sowars. The only fit place for the latter is on the top of the namuds, and blankets on the spare pack horse, and, before starting, I see to fastening it securely on top of the load. This pack horse is a powerful black stallion, that puts in a good share of his time trying to attack the other horses. Owing to this uncontrollable pugnacity, he is habitually led along at some considerable distance from the party, generally to the rear. The person in charge of him is a young negro as black, and proportionately powerful, as himself. Wild and ferocious as is the stallion, he is a civilized and mild mannered animal compared with his manager. In the matter of facial expression and intellectual development this uncivilized descendant of Ham is first cousin to a wild gorilla, and it is not without certain misgivings that I leave the web like bicycle wheel in his charge. He has been a very interesting study of uncivilization all along, and his bump of destructiveness is as large as an orange. The military Afghans, one and all, impress me as being especially created to destroy the fruits of other people's industry and thrift, whether it be in wearing out clothes and shoes made in England, or devouring the substance of the peaceful villagers of their own territory. And this untamed darky fairly bristles with the evidence of his capacity as a destroyer. Everything about him is in a dilapidated condition. The leathern scabbard of his sword is split half way up, revealing a badly notched and rusted blade. An orangoutang, fresh from the jungles of Sumatra, could scarcely display less intelligence concerning human handicraft than he. He bubbles over with laughter at seeing anything upset or broken, growls sullenly at receiving uncongenial orders, calls on Allah, and roars threateningly at the stallion, all in the same breath. No wonder I ride ahead, feeling somewhat apprehensive. And yet the wheel looks snug and safe enough on top of the big pile of soft nummuds. The day's march is long and dreary, through a country of desert wastes and stony hills. The only human habitation seen is a small cluster of tents near some wells of water. The people seem overjoyed at the sight of travelers, and come running to the road with their kammerbunds full of little hard balls of sun-dried mast. We fill our pockets with these and nibble and chew them as we ride along. They are pleasantly sour, containing great thirst-quenching properties, as well as being very nourishing. The sun goes down and dusk settles over our trail, and still the chief of the sowars and Kiftan Sahib lead the way. Many of the horses are pretty badly fagged. They have had nothing to eat all day and next to nothing to drink, and the party are straggling along the trail for a couple of miles back. At length lights are observed twinkling in the darkness ahead. Half an hour later we dismount in a nomad camp, and one after another the remainder of the party come straggling in, some of them leading their horses. Both men and animals are well nigh overcome with fatigue. The shrill neighing of the ferocious and spirited black stallion is heard as he approaches and realizes that he is coming into camp. He is a glorious specimen of a horse; neither hunger nor thirst can curb his spirit. He is carrying far the heaviest load of the party, yet he comes into camp at 10 o'clock, after hustling along over stones and sand since before daylight, without food or water, neighing loudly and ready to fight all the horses within reach. The chief of the sowars goes out to superintend the unloading of the black stallion, and soon I hear him addressing the negro in angry tones, supplementing his reproachful words with several resounding blows of his riding whip. The wild darky's disapproval of these proceedings finds expression in a roar of pain and fear that would do justice to a yearling bull being dragged into the shambles. The cause of this turmoil shortly turns up in the shape of my wheel, with no less than 11 spokes broken and the rim considerably twisted out of shape. Kiftan Sahib surveys the damaged wheel a moment, draws his own rawhide from his kammerbund, and rises to his feet. With a hoarse cry of alarm, the negro vanishes into the surrounding gloom. The next moment is heard his eager chuckling laugh, the spontaneous result of his lucky escape from Kiftan Sahib's vengeful rawhide. Kiftan Sahib keeps a desultory lookout for him all the evening, but the wary negro is more eagerly watchful than he, and during supper time he hovers perpetually about the encircling wall of darkness, ready to vanish into its impenetrable depths at the first aggressive demonstration. The explanation of the negro is that the black horse laid down with his load. The wheel presents a well nigh ruined appearance, and I retire to my couch in a most unenviable frame of mind, lying awake for hours, pondering over the probability of being able to fix it up again at Herat. One of our party of stragglers has failed to come in, and a couple of nomads start out about 2 A.M. to try and find him, but neither absentee nor searchers turn up at daybreak, and so we pull out without him. The wind blows raw and chilly from the north as we depart at early dawn, and the men muffle themselves up in whatever wraps they happen to have. Unwilling to trust the wheel further in the charge of the negro, I carry it myself, resting it on one stirrup and securing it with a rope over my shoulder. It is a most awkward thing to carry on horseback, but unhandy though it be, I regret not having so carried it the whole way from Subzowar. Our route leads through a dreary country, much the same character as yesterday, but we pass a pool of very good water about midday, and meet three men driving laden pack horses from Herat. They are halted and questioned at great length concerning the contents of their packages, whither they are bound, and whence they come, and their firearms are examined and commented upon. The members of our party appear to address them with a very domineering spirit, as though wantonly reveling in the sense of their own numerical superiority. On the other hand, the three honest travelers comport themselves with what looks like an altogether unnecessary amount of humility during the interview, and they seem very thankful and relieved when permitted to take their departure. The significance of all this, I imagine, is that my escort were sorely tempted to overhaul the effects of the weaker party, and see if they had any toothsome eatables from the bazaars of Herat; and the latter, justly apprehensive of these designs on their late purchases, consider themselves fortunate in escaping without being ruthlessly looted. Toward evening we pass a comparatively new cemetery on a knoll. No signs of human habitation are about, and Kiftan Sahib, in response to my inquiries, explains that it is the graveyard of a battlefield. Several times during the afternoon we lose the trail; we seem to be going across an almost trailless country, and more than once have to call a halt while men are sent to the summit of some neighboring hill to survey the surrounding country for landmarks. At dark we pitch our camp in a grassy hollow, where the horses are made happy with heaps of pulled bottom grass. Neither trees nor houses are anywhere in sight, but the chief of the sowars and another man ride away over the hills, and late at night return with two men carrying bread and mast and fresh goat milk enough to feed the whole hungry party. We make a leisurely start next morning, the reason of the dalliance being that we are but a few farsakhs from Herat. The country develops into undulating grassy upland prairie, the greensward being thickly spangled with yellow flowers. A 2 hours' ride brings us to a camp of probably not less than 100 tents. Large herds of camels are peacefully browsing over the prairie, numbers of them being females rejoicing in the possession of woolly youngsters, whose uncouth but tender proportions are swathed in old quilts and nummuds to protect them from the fierce rays of the sun. Sheep are being sheared and goats milked by men and boys. Some of the women are baking bread, some are jerking skin churns, suspended on tripods, vigorously back and forth, and others are preparing balls of mast for drying in the sun. The whole camp presents a scene of picturesque animation. From the busy nomad camp the trail seems to make a gradual ascent until, on the morning of April 30th, we arrive at the bluff-like termination of a rolling upland country, and behold, spread out below is the famous valley of Herat. Like a panorama suddenly opened up before me is the charmed stretch of country that has time and again created such a stir in the political and military circles of England and Russia, the famous Gate to India, about which the two greatest empires of the world have sometimes almost come to blows. Several populous villages are scattered about the valley within easy range of human vision. The Heri Rood, now bursting its natural boundaries under the stimulus of the spring floods, glistens broadly at intervals like a chain of small lakes. The fortress of Herat is dimly discernible in the distance beyond the river, probably about 20 miles from our position. It is rendered distinguishable from other masses of mud brown habitations by a cluster of tall minarets, reminding one of a group of factory chimneys. The whole scene, as viewed from the commanding view of our ridge, embraces perhaps 400 square miles of territory; about 1/10 of this appears to be under cultivation, the remainder being of the same stony, desert like character as the average camel thorn dasht. Doubtless a good share of this latter might be reclaimed and rendered productive by an extensive system of irrigating canals, but at present no incentive exists for enterprise of this character. In its present state of cultivation, the valley provides an abundance of food for the consumption of its inhabitants, and as yet the demand for exportation is limited to the simple requirements of a few thousand tributary nomads. The orchards and green areas about the villages render the whole scene, as usual, beautiful in comparison with the surrounding barrenness. But that is all. Compared with our own green hills and smiling valleys, the valley of Herat would scarcely seem worth all the noise that has been made about it. There has been a great amount of sentiment wasted in eulogizing its alleged beauty. Of its wealth and commercial importance in the abstract, I should say much exaggeration has been indulged in. Still, there is no gainsaying that it is a most valuable strategical position, which if held by either England or Russia would exercise great influence on Central Asian and Indian affairs. Such are my first impressions of the Herat Valley, and a sojourn of some 10 days in one of its villages leaves me conjectures about the same. A few miles along a stony and gradually descending trail, and we are making our way across the usual checkered area of desert, patches, abandoned fields, and old irrigating ditches that so often tell the tale of decay and retrogression in the East. These outlying evidences of decay, however, soon merge into green fields of wheat and barley, poppy gardens and orchards, and flowing ditches, and 2 hours after obtaining the first view of Herat finds us camped in a walled apricot garden in the important village of Rosebaugh. Overtopping our camping ground are a pair of dilapidated brick minarets, attached to what Kiftan Sahib calls the Jami Mesjid, and which he furthermore volunteers was erected by Genghis Khan. The minarets are of circular form, and one is broken off 15 feet shorter than its neighbor. In the days of their glory they were mosaicked with blue, green, and yellow glazed tiles, but nothing now remains but a few mournful looking patches of blue surviving the ravages of time and decay. Pigeons have from time to time deposited grains of barley on the dome, and finding sustenance from the gathered dirt and the falling rains, they have sprouted and grown, and dotted the grand old mosque with patches of green vegetation. One corner of the orchard is occupied by a stable, to the flat roof of which I betake myself shortly after our arrival to try and ascertain my bearings, and see something of the village. High walls rise up between the roofs of the houses and divide one garden from another, so that precious little opportunity exists for observation immediately around, and from here not even the tall minarets of Herat are visible. The adjacent houses are mostly beehive roofed, and within the little gardens attached the soil is evidently rich and productive. Pomegranate, almond, and apricot trees abound, and produce a charming contrast to the prevailing crenellated mud walls. A very conspicuous feature of the village is a cluster of some half dozen venerable cedars. The stable roof provides sleeping accommodation for the chief of the sowars, Kiftan Sahib, and myself. The remainder of the party curl themselves up beneath the apricot trees below. During the night one of the sowars, an old fellow whose morose and sulky disposition has had the effect of rendering him socially objectionable to his comrades on the march from Furrah, comes scrambling on the roof, and in loud tones of complaint addresses himself to Kiftan Sahib's peacefully snoozing proportions. His midnight eruption consists of some grievance against his fellows, perhaps some such wanton act of injustice as appropriating his blanket or stealing his timbaku (tobacco). The only satisfaction he obtains from his superior takes the form of angry upbraidings for daring to disturb our slumbers, and, continuing his complaints, Kiftan Sahib springs up from beneath his red blanket and administers several resounding cuffs. Having meted out this summary interpretation of Afghan petty justice, Kiftan Sahib resumes his blanket, and the old sowar comes and squats alongside my own rude couch, and endeavors to heal his wounded spirit by muttering appeals to Allah. His savage groanings render it impossible for me to go to sleep, and several times I motion him away, but he affects not to take any notice. Determined to drive him away, I rise up hastily as though about to attack him, a piece of strategy that causes him to scramble off the roof far quicker than he climbed on. His fit of rage lasts through the night, finding vent in mutterings that are heard long after his hurried departure from my vicinity. And in the morning he is seen perched in a corner of the wall by himself, still angry and unappeased. End of Section 20. Recording by William Tomko. Section 21 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 11. Under Escort to Herat, Part 2. The rising sun ushers in May Day with unmistakable indications of his growing powers, and when he glares fiercely over the walls of our little orchard retreat, we find it profitable to crouch in the shade. It is already evident that I am not to be permitted to enter Herat proper, or see or learn any more of my surroundings than my keepers can help. Letters are forwarded to the city immediately upon our arrival, and on the following morning an officer and several soldiers make their appearance, to receive me from Kiftan Sahib and duly receipt for my transfer. The officer announces himself as having once been to Bombay, and proceeds to question me in a mixture of Persian and Hindustani. Finding me ignorant of the latter language, he openly accuses me of being a Russian, raising his finger and wagging his head in a deprecatory manner. He is a simple-minded individual, however, and open to easy conviction, and moreover inclined to be amiable and courteous. He tells me that Faramorz Khan is Wal of the soldiers, and Niab Alukima Khan the Dowleh civil governor, and after listening to my explanation of being English and not Russian, he takes upon himself to deliver salams from them both. Merg Sahib, the political agent of the Boundary Commission, he says is at Murgab, and Ridgway Sahib at Maimene. Learning that a courier is to be sent at once to them with letters in regard to myself, I quickly embrace the opportunity of sending a letter to each by the same messenger, explaining the situation and asking Colonel Ridgway to try and render me some assistance in getting through to India. By request of the officer I send the governor of Herat a sketch of the bicycle to enlighten him somewhat concerning its character and appearance. No doubt it would be a stretching of his Asiatic dignity as the governor of an important city to come to Rosebagh on purpose to see it for himself, and on no circumstances can I, an unauthorized Ferenghi invading the country against orders, be permitted to visit Herat. The transfer having been duly made, I am conducted a mile or so to the garden of a gentleman named Mohammed Azim Khan, my quarters there being an open bungalow just large enough to stretch out in. Here is provided everything necessary for the rude personal comfort of the country, and such additional luxuries as raisins and pomegranates are at once brought. Here, also, I very promptly make the acquaintance of Moore's famous bulbuls, the sweet nightingales of Lala Eookh. The garden is full of fruit trees and grape vines, and here several pairs of bulbuls make their home. They are great pets with the Afghans, and when Mohammed Azim Khan calls bulbul, bulbul, they come and alight on the bushes close by the bungalow and perk their heads knowingly, evidently expecting to be favored with tidbits. They are almost tame enough to take raisins out of the hand, and hesitate not to venture after them when placed close to our feet. It is the first time I have had the opportunity of a close examination of the bulbul. They are almost the counterpart of the English starling as regards size and shape, but their bodies are of a mousy hue. The head and throat are black, with little white patches on either cheek. The tail feathers are black, tipped with white, and on the lower part of the body is a patch of yellow. The feathers of the head form a crest that almost rises to the dignity of a tassel. While the bulbul is a companionable little fellow, and possessed of a cheery voice, his warble in no respects resembles the charming singing of the nightingale. and why he should be mentioned in connection with the sweet midnight songster of the English woodlands is something of a mystery. His song is a mere clickety click, repeated rapidly several times. His popularity comes chiefly from his boldness and his companionable associations with mankind. The bulbul is as much of a favorite in the Herat Valley as is robin redbreast in rural England, or the bobolink in America. The second day in the garden is remembered as the anniversary of my start from Liverpool, and I have plenty of time for retrospection. It is unnecessary to say that the year has been crowded with strange experiences. Not the least strange of all, perhaps, is my present predicament as a prisoner in the Herat Valley. In the afternoon there arrives from Herat a Peshawari gentleman named Mirza Gholam Ahmed, who is stationed here in the capacity of native agent for the Indian government. He is an individual possessed of considerable Asiatic astuteness, and his particular mission is very plainly to discover for the governor of Herat whether I am English or Russian. He is a somewhat fleshy, well favored person, and withal of prepossessing manners. He introduces himself by shaking hands and telling me his name, and forthwith indulges in a pinch of snuff preparatory to his task of interrogation. Accompanying him is the officer who received me from Kiftan Sahib in the apricot garden, and whose suspicions of my being a Russian spy are anything but allayed. During the interview he squats down on the threshold of the little bungalow, and concentrates his curiosity and suspicion into a protracted penetrating stare, focused steadily at my devoted countenance. Mohammed Ahzim Khan imitates him to perfection, except that his stare contains more curiosity and less suspicion. Mirza Gholam Ahmed proceeds upon his mission of fathoming the secret of my nationality with extreme wariness, as becomes an Oriental official engaged in a task of significant import, and at first confines himself to the use of Persian and Hindustani. It does not take me long, however, to satisfy the trustworthy old Peshawari that I am not a Moskov, and 15 minutes after his preliminary pinch of snuff he is unbosoming himself to me to the extent of letting me know that he served with General Pollock on the Seistan Boundary Commission, that he went with General Pollock to London, and moreover rejoices in the titular distinction of C.I.E. Companion Indian Empire, bestowed upon him for long and faithful civil and political services. The C.I.E. he designates, with a pardonable smile of self-approval, as backsheesh given him, without solicitation, by the Government of India, a circumstance that probably appeals to his Oriental conception as a most extraordinary feature in his favor. Bribery, favoritism, and personal influence enter so largely into the preferments and rewards of Oriental governments that anything obtained on purely meritorious grounds may well be valued highly. He understands English sufficiently well to comprehend the meaning of my remarks and queries, and even knows a few words himself. From him I learn that I will not be permitted to visit Herat, and that I am to be kept under guard until Faramorz Khan's courier returns from the Boundary Commission camp with Colonel Ridgeway's answer. He tells me that the fame of the bicycle has long ago been brought to Herat by pilgrims returning from Meshed, and the marvelous stories of my accomplishments are current in the bazaars. 14 farsakhs (56 miles) an hour, and nothing said about the condition of the roads, is the average Herati's understanding of it, and many a grave, turbaned merchant in the bazaar and wild warrior on the ramparts indulges in day dreams of an iron horse little less miraculous in its deeds than the winged steed of the air we read of in the Arabian Nights. The direct results of Mirza Gholam Ahmed's visit and favorable report to the governor of Herat are made manifest on the following day by the appearance of his companion of yesterday in charge of 2 attendants, bringing me boxes of sweetmeats, almonds, raisins, and salted nuts, together with a package of tea and a 15-pound cone of loaf sugar, all backsheesh from the governor of Herat. Mirza Gholam Ahmed himself contributes a cake of toilet soap, a few envelopes and sheets of paper, and Huntley and Palmer's beading biscuits. Upon stumbling upon these latter acceptable articles, one naturally falls to wonder whether this world-famed firm of biscuit makers suspect that their wares sometimes penetrate even inside the battlemented walls of Herat. With them come also three gunsmiths, charged with the duty of assisting in the reparation of the bicycle, badly damaged by the horse, it is remembered, on the way from Furrah. Their implements consist of a pair of peculiar goatskin bellows, provided with wooden nozzles tipped with iron, a catgut bowstring, drills for boring holes, and screw drills for cutting threads, hammers, and an anvil. A rude but ingenious forge is constructed out of a few handfuls of stiff mud, and, building a charcoal fire, they spend the evening in sharpening and tempering drills for tomorrow's operations. Everybody seems more attentive and anxious to contribute to my pleasure, the result, evidently, of orders from Herat. The officer, who but 2 days ago openly accused me of being a Russian, is to-day obsequious beyond measure, and his efforts to atone for ma openly assured his suspicions are really quite painful and embarrassing, even going the length of begging me to take him with me to London. The supper provided to-day consists of more courses and is better cooked and better served. Mohammed Ahzim Khan himself squats before me, diligently engaged in picking hairs out of the butter, pointing out what he considers the choicest morsels, and otherwise betrays great anxiety to do the agreeable. The whole of the 5th and 6th days are consumed in the task of repairing the damages to the bicycle, the result being highly satisfactory, considering everything. 6 new spokes that I have with me have been inserted, and sundry others stretched and the ends newly threaded. The gunsmiths are quite expert workmen, considering the tools they have to work with, and when they happen to drill a hole a trifle crooked, they are full of apologies, and remind me that this is Afghanistan and not Frangistan. They know and appreciate good material when they see it, and during the process of heating and stretching the spokes, loud and profuse are the praises bestowed upon the quality of the iron. "Koob Awhan," they say, "Khyli koob Awhan, Ferenghi Awhan koob." As artisans, interested in mechanical affairs, the ball bearings of the pedals, one of which I take apart to show them, excites their profound admiration as evidence of the marvellous skill of the Ferenghis. Much careful work is required to spring the rim of the wheel back into a true circle, every spoke having to be loosened and the whole wheel newly adjusted. Except for the handy little spoke vise, which I very fortunately brought with me, this work of adjustment would have been impossible. As there is probably nothing obtainable in Herat that would have answered the purpose, no alternative would have been left but to have carried the bicycle out of the country on horseback. After the coterie of gunsmiths have exhausted their ingenuity and my own resources have been expended, 3 spokes are missing entirely. 2 others are stretched and weakened, and of the 6 new ones, some are forced into holes partially spoiled in the unskilled boring out of broken ends. Yet, with all these defects, so thoroughly has it stood the severest tests of the roads that I apprehend little or no trouble about breakages. Day after day passes wearily along, wearily notwithstanding the kindly efforts of my guardians to make things pleasant and comfortable. From an Asiatic's standpoint, nothing could be more desirable than my present circumstances. With nothing to do but lay around and be waited on, generous meals 3 times daily, sweetmeats to nibble, and tea to drink the whole livelong day, conscious of requiring rest and generous diet, all this, however, is anything but satisfactory in view of the reflection that the fine spring weather is rapidly passing away, and that every day ought to see me 40 or 50 miles nearer the Pacific coast. Time hangs heavily in the absence of occupation, and I endeavor to relieve the tedium of slowly creeping time by cultivating the friendship of our new found acquaintances, the Bulbuls. My bountiful supply of raisins provides the elements of a genuine bond of sympathy between us, and places us on the most friendly terms imaginable from the beginning. During the day my bungalow is infested with swarms of huge robber ants that make a most determined onslaught on the raisins and sweetmeats, invading the boxes and lugging them off to their haunts among the grapevines. A favorite occupation of the bulbuls is sitting on a twig just outside the bungalow and watching for the appearance of these ants dragging away raisins. The bulbul hops to the ground, seizes the raisin, shakes the ant loose, flies back up in his tree and swallows the captured raisin, and immediately perks his head in search of another prize. Among other ideas intended to contribute to my enjoyment, a loud-voiced peewit imprisoned in a crape cage is brought and hung up outside the bungalow. At intervals that seem almost as regular as the striking of a clock, this interesting pet stretches itself up at full length and gives utterance to a succession of rasping cries, strangely loud for so small a creature. A horse is likewise brought into the garden, for the pleasure it will presumably afford me to watch it munch bunches of pulled grass, and switch horseflies away with his tail. The horse is tied up about 20 yards from my quarters, but in his laudable zeal to cater to my amusement, Mohammed Ahzim Khan volunteers to station it close by if more agreeable. All these trifling occurrences serve to illustrate the Asiatic's idea of personal enjoyment. Every day a subordinate called Abdur Rahman Khan rides into Herat to report to the governor, and Mohammed Ahzim Khan himself keeps watch and ward over my person with faithful vigil. Sometimes I wander about the little garden for exercise, and either he or one of his assistants follows close behind, faithful in their attendance as a shadow. Occasionally I grow careless and indifferent about possible danger, and leave my revolver hanging up in the bungalow. Noticing its absence, he bids me buckle it around me, saying warningly, "Afghanistan! Afghanistan!" He also watches me retire at night to make sure that I put it under my pillow. One day a visitor appears upon the scene, carrying a walking cane. Mohammed Ahzim Khan pounces upon him instantly, and I, grabbing the stick, examines it closely, evidently suspicious lest it should be a sword stick. He is the most persistent gazer I have yet met in Asia. Hour after hour he squats on his hams at my feet and stares intently into my face as though trying hard to read my inmost thoughts. Oriental like, he is fascinated by the mystery of my appearance here, and there is no such thing as shaking off his silent, wondering gaze for a minute. He is on hand promptly in the morning to watch my rude matinal toilet, and he always watches me retire for the night. Even when I betake myself to a retired part of the garden in the dusk of evening to take a sluice bath with a bucket of water, his white-robed figure is always loitering near. 4 men are stationed about my bungalow at night. Their respective armaments vary from a Martini Henry rifle attached to a picturesque Asiatic stock, owned by Abdur Rahman Khan, to an immense knobbed cudgel wielded by a titleless youth named Osman. Osman's sole wardrobe consists of a coarse nightshirt style of garment, that in the early part of its career was probably white, but which is now neither white nor equal to the task of protecting him from the penetrating rays of the summer sun. His occupation appears to be that of all-around utility man for whomsoever cares to order him about. Osman has to bring water and pour it on my hands whenever I want to wash, hie him away to the bazaar to search for dates or anything my epicurean taste demands in addition to what is provided, feed the horse, change the position of the peewit to keep it in the shade, sweep out my bungalow, and perform all sorts of menial offices. Every noble loafer about my person seems anxious to have Osman continually employed in contributing to my comfort. Mohammed Ahzim Khan even deprecates the independence displayed in lacing up my own shoes. "Osman," he says, "let Osman do it." Osman's chief characteristic is a reckless disregard for the conventionalities of social life and religion. He never seems to bother himself about either washing his person or saying his prayers. Somewhere, not far away, every evening the faithful are summoned to prayer by a muezzin with the most musical and pathetic voice I have heard in all Islam. The voice of this muezzin, calling Allah, Allah, as it comes floating over the houses and gardens in the calm silence of the summer evenings, is wonderfully impressive. From the pulpits of all Christendom I have yet to hear an utterance so full of pathos and supplication, or that carries with it the impressions of such deep sincerity as the Allah il Allah of this Afghan muezzin in the Herat Valley. It is a supplication to the throne of grace that rings in my ears even as I write, months after, and it touches the hearts of every Afghan within hearing and taps the fountain of their piety like magic. It calls forth responsive prayers and pious sighings from everybody around my bungalow, everybody except Osman. Osman can scarcely be called imperturbable, for he has his daily and hourly moods, and is of varying temper, but he carries himself always as though conscious of being an outcast, whom nothing can either elevate or defile. When his fellow Mussulmans are piously prostrating themselves and uttering religious sighs sincere as fanaticism can make them, Osman is either curled up beneath a pomegranate bush asleep, feeding the horse, or attending to the peewit. Observing this, I often wonder whether he is considered, or considers himself, too small a potato in this world to hope for any attention from the Prophet in the next. The paradise of the Mohammedans, its shady groves, marble fountains, walled gardens, and cool retreats, its kara ghuz kiz and wealth of material pleasures, no doubt seem to poor Osman, with his one tattered garment and unhappy servility, far beyond the aspirations of such as he. Like the gutter snipe of London or New York, who gazes into the brilliant shop windows, he feels privileged to feast his imagination, perchance, but that is all. Big bouquets of roses are gathered for me every morning, and when the store in our own little garden is exhausted, they are procured from somewhere else. The efforts of those about me to render my forced detention as pleasant as possible is very gratifying, and all the time I am buoyed up by the hope that the Boundary Commissioners will be able to do something to help me get through to India. The Boundary Commission camp is stationed over 200 miles from Herat. 8 days roll wearily by, and my movements are still carefully confined to the little garden, and my person attended by guards day and night. Every day I amuse myself with giving raisins to the robber ants, for the sake of seeing the ever watchful bulbuls pounce upon them and rob them. Morning and evening the imprisoned peewit awakens the echoes with his ratchety call, and every sunset is commemorated by the sincerely plaintive utterances of the muezzin mentioned above. Thus the days of my detention pass away, until the 9th day after my arrival here. On the evening of May 8th, the officer who first interviewed me in the apricot orchard comes to my bungalow, and brings salams from Faramorz Khan. He and Mohammed Ahzim Khan, after a brief discussion between themselves, commence telling me, in the same roundabout manner as the blue-gowned Khan at Furrah, that the Ameer at Kabul has no control over the fanatical nomads of Zemindavar. Mohammed Ahzim Khan draws his finger across his throat, and the officer repeats, "Afghan badmash, badmash, badmash," desperado. This parrot-like repetition is uttered in accents so pleaful, and is, withal, accompanied by such a searching stare into my face, that its comicality for the minute overcomes any sense of disappointment at the fall of my hopes. For my experience at Furrah teaches me that this is really the object of their visit. Another ingenious argument of these polite and, after a certain childish fashion, astute Asiatics is a direct appeal to my magnanimity. We know you are brave, and to accomplish your object would even allow the Ghilzais to cut your throat, but the Wali begs you to sacrifice yourself for the reputation of his country by keeping out of danger, they plead. If you get killed, Afghanistan will get a bad name. They are in dead earnest about converting me by argument and pleadings to their view of the case. I point out that, so far as the reputation of Afghanistan is concerned, there can be little difference between forbidding travelers to go through for fear of their getting murdered, and their actual killing. I remind them, too, that I am a Naqshi, and can let the people of Frangistan understand this if I am turned back. These arguments, of course, avail me nothing. The upshot of instructions received from the Boundary Commission camp is that I am to be conducted at once back into Persia. Horses have to be shod and all sorts of preparations made next morning, and it is near about noon before we are ready to start. Our destination is the Persian frontier village of Karize, about 100 miles to the west. Everything is finally ready, when it transpires that Mohammed Ahzim Khan's orders are to put me on a horse and carry the bicycle on another. This programme I utterly refuse to sanction, knowing only too well what the result is likely to be to the bicycle. In defense of the arrangement, Mohammed Ahzim Khan argues that as the bicycle goes 14 farsakhs an hour, the horses will not be able to keep up, and strict orders are issued from Herat that I am not to separate myself from my escort while on Afghan territory. Off posts Abdur Kaman Khan, hot haste to Herat to report the difficulty to the governor while we return to the garden. It being too late in the day when he returns, our departure is postponed till morning, and Osman, with his knob stick, performs the office of nocturnal guard yet once again. During the evening Mohammed Ahzim Khan unearths from somewhere a couple of photographs of English ladies. These, he tells me, came into his possession from one of Ayub Khan's fugitive warriors after their dispersion in the Herat Valley, on their flight before General Roberts' command at Kandahar. They were among the effects gathered up by Ayub Khan's plundering crew from the disastrous field of Maiwand. End of section 21. Recording by William Tomko. Section 22 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 12. Taken Back to Persia, Part 1. The governor of Herat sends Khyli salams and permission for me to ride the bicycle, stipulating that I keep near the escort. So, with many an injunction to me about dasht adam, ku, dag, etc., by way of warning me against venturing too far ahead, we bid farewell to the garden, with its strange associations, in the early morning. Beside Mohammed Ahzim Khan and myself are 3 sowars, mounted on splendid horses. The morning is bright and cheerful, and shortly after starting the animal spirits of the sowars find vent in song. I have been laboring under the impression that, for soul-harrowing vocal effort, the wild-eyed sowars of Khorasan, as exemplified in my escort from Beerjand, were entitled to the worst execrations of a discriminating Ferenghi, but the Afghans can go them one better. If it is possible to imagine anything in the whole world of sound more jarring and discordant than the united efforts of these Afghan sowars, I have never yet discovered it. Out of pure consideration and courtesy, I endure it for some little time. But they finally reach a high searching key that is positively unendurable, and I am compelled in sheer self-protection to beg the Khan to suppress their exuberance. These men are not bulbuls, then why do they sing? Is all that is necessary for me to say. They all laugh heartily at the remark, and the Khan orders them to sing no more. Over a country that consists chiefly of trailless hills and intervening strips of desert, we wend our weary way, the bicycle often proving more of a drag than a benefit. The weather gets insufferably hot. In places the rocks fairly shimmer with heat, and are so hot that one can scarce hold the hand to them. We camp for the first night at a village, and on the second at an umbar that suggests our approach to Persia, and in the morning we make an early start with the object of reaching Karize before evening. The day grows warm apace, and at 10 miles the Khan calls a halt for the discussion of what simple refreshments we have with us. Our larder embraces dry bread and cold goat meat and a few handfuls of raisins. It ought also to include water in the leathern bottle swinging from the stirrup of one of the sowars, but when we halt it is to discover that this worthy has forgotten to fill his bottle. The way has been heavy for a bicycle, trundling wearily through sand mainly, with no riding to speak of, and young as is the day, I am well nigh overcome with thirst and weariness. I am too thirsty to eat, and miserably tired and disgusted. One gets an instructive lesson in the control of the mind over the body. Much of my fatigue comes of low spirits, born of disappointment at being conducted back into Persia. One of the sowars is dispatched ahead to fill his bottle with water at a well known to be some 5 miles farther ahead, and to meet us with it on the way. On through the sand and heat we plod wearily, myself almost sick with thirst, fatigue, and disgust. Mohammed Ahzim Khan, observing my wretched condition, insists upon me letting one of the sowars try his hand at trundling the wheel, while I rest myself by riding his horse. Both the sowars bravely try their best to relieve me, but they cut ridiculous figures, toppling over every little while. At length one of them upsets the bicycle into a little gully, and falling on it, snaps asunder two spokes. The Khan gives him a good tongue lashing for his carelessness, but one can hardly blame the fellow, and I take it under my own protection again, before it goes farther and fares worse. About 2 p.m. the sowar sent forward meets us with water, but it is almost undrinkable. Far better luck awaits us, however, farther along. Sighting an Eimuck camel rider in the distance, one of the sowars gives chase and halts him until we can come up. Slung across his camel he has a skin of doki, the most welcome thing one can wish for under the circumstances. Everybody helps himself liberally of the refreshing beverage, shrinking the Eimuck's supply very perceptibly. The Eimuck joins heartily with our party in laughing at the altered contour of the pliant skin, as pointed out jocularly by Mohammed Ahzim Khan, bids us salaam aleykum, and pursues his way across the country. During the afternoon we cross several well-worn trails. Though evidently but little used of late, they have seen much travel. My escort explains that they are daman trails, in other words, the trails worn by Turcoman raiders passing back and forth on their man-stealing expeditions before their subjugation by the Russians. By and by we emerge from a belt of low hills and descend into a broad, level plain. A few miles off to the right can be seen the Heri Rood, its sinuous course plainly outlined by a dark fringe of jungle. Some miles ahead the village fortress of Kafir Kaleh is visible. A horseman comes galloping across the plain to intercept us. Mohammed Ahzim Khan produces his written orders concerning my delivery at Karize, and reads it to the new arrival. Thereupon ensues a long explanation, which ends in our turning about and following the newcomer across the trailless plain toward the Heri Rood. What's up now, I wonder? But the only intelligible reply I get in reply to queries is that we are going to camp in the jungle. Misgivings as to possible foul play mingle with speculations regarding this person's mission as I follow in the wake of the Afghans. We camp on a plot of rising ground that elevates us above the overflow, and shortly after our arrival we are visited by a band of nomads, who are hunting through the jungle with greyhounds. Mohammed Ahzim Khan informs me that both bobs and palangs (panthers) are to be found along the Heri Rood. Luxuriant beds of the green stuff known in the United States as lamb's quarter abound, and I put one of the sowars to gathering some with the idea of cooking it for supper. None of our party know anything about its being good to eat, and Mohammed Ahzim Khan shakes his head vigorously in token of disapproval. A nomad visitor, however, corroborates my statement about its edibleness, and fills our chief with wonderment that I should know something in common with an Afghan nomad that he, a resident of the country, knows nothing about. By way of stimulating his wonderment still further, I proceed to call off the names of the various nomad tribes inhabiting Afghanistan, together with their locations. "Where did you learn all this?" he queries, evidently suspicious that I have been picking up altogether too much information. "London," I reply. "London?" he says. "Mashallah, they know everything at London." The horseman who intercepted us rode away when we camped for the night. Nothing more was seen of him, and at a late hour I turn in for the night, if one can be said to turn in when the process takes the form of stretching oneself out on the open ground. No explanation of our detention here has been given me during the evening, and as I lay down to sleep all sorts of speculations are indulged in, varying from having my throat cut before morning to a reconsideration by the authorities of the orders sending me back to Persia. Sometime in the night I am awakened. A strange horseman has arrived in camp with a letter for me. He wears the uniform of a military courier. The sowars make a blaze of brushwood fire for me to read by. It is a letter from Mr. Merk, the political agent of the Boundary Commission. It is a long letter, full of considerate language, but no instructions affecting the orders of my escort. Mr. Merk explains why Mahmoud Yusuf Khan could not take the responsibility of allowing me to proceed to Kandahar. The population of Zemindavar, he points out, are particularly fanatical and turbulent, and I should very probably have been murdered, etc. The march toward Karize is resumed in good season in the morning. What was that? A cuckoo? At first I can scarcely believe my own senses. The idea of cuckoos calling in the jungle of Afghanistan being about the last thing I should have expected to hear, never having read of travelers hearing them anywhere in Central Asia, nor yet having heard them myself before. But there is no mistake, for ere we pass Kafir Kaleh I hear the familiar notes again and again. The road is a decided improvement over anything we have struck since leaving Herat, and by noon we arrive at Karize. For some inexplicable reason the Sultan of Karize receives our party with very ill grace. He looks sick, and is probably suffering from fever, which may account for the evident sourness of his disposition. Mohammed Ahzim Khan is anything but pleased at our reception, and as soon as he receives the receipt for my delivery makes his preparations to return. I don't think the Sultan even tendered my escort a feed of grain for their horses, a piece of inhospitality wholly out of place in this wild country. As for myself, he simply orders a villager to supply me with food and quarters, and charge me for it. Mohammed Ahzim Khan comes to my quarters to bid me good bye, and he takes the opportunity to explain this is Iran, not Afghanistan. Iran pool, Afghanistan pool nice. There is no need of explanation, however. The people rubbing their fingers eagerly together and crying "Pool, pool," when I ask for something to eat, tells me plainer than any explanations that I am back again among our pool-loving friends, the subjects of the Shah. As I bid Mohammed Ahzim Khan farewell, I feel almost like parting from a friend. He is a good fellow, and with 9/10 of his inquisitiveness suppressed, would make a very agreeable companion. And so here I am within 160 miles of Meshed again. More than a month has flown past since I last looked back upon its golden dome. It has been an eventful month. My experiences have been exceptional and instructive, but I ought now to be enjoying the comforts of the English camp at Quetta, instead of halting overnight in the mud huts of the surly Sultan of Karize. The female portion of Karize society makes no pretence of covering up their faces, which impresses me the more as I have seen precious little of female faces since entering Afghanistan. All the women of Karize are ugly, a fact that I attribute to the handsomest specimens being carried off to Bokhara for decades past by the Turkomans. The people that assemble to gaze upon me are the same sore-eyed crowd that characterizes most Persian villages, and among them is one man totally blind. The loss of sight has not dimmed his inquisitiveness any, however; nothing could do that, and he gets some one to lead him into my room, where he makes an exhaustive examination of the bicycle with his hands. A village luti entertains me during the evening with a dancing deer, a comical affair of wood made to dance on a table by jerking a string. The hooty plays a sort of whangadoodle tune on a guitar and manipulates the string so as to make the deer keep time to the tune. He tells me he obtained it from Hindustan. Among the wiseacres gathered around me plying questions is one who asks, "Chand menzils Inja to London?" He wants to know how many marches, or stopping places, there are between Karize and London. This is a fair illustration of what these people think the world is like. His idea of a journey from here to London is that of stages across a desert country like Persia from one caravanserai to another. Beyond that conception these people know nothing. London, they think, would be some such place as Herat or Meshed. At the hour of my departure from Karize, on the following morning, a little old man presents himself and wants me to employ him as an escort. The old fellow is a shriveled up little bit of a man, whom I could well nigh hold out at arm's length and lift up with one hand. Not feeling the need of either guide or guard particularly, I decline the old fellow's services with thanks and push on, happy in fact to find myself once more untrammelled by native company. Small towers of refuge dotting the plain quickly about Karize tell of past depredations by the Turkomans. An outlying village like Karize must, indeed, have had a hard struggle for existence, right in the heart of the daman country, too. For miles the plain is found to be grassy as the western prairies, an innovation from the dreary gray of the camel thorn dasht that is quite refreshing. A stream or two has to be forded, and many Afghans are met returning from pilgrimage to Meshed. The village of Torbet i Sheikh Jahm is reached at noon, a pleasant town containing many shade trees. Here, I find, resides Abdurranzak Khan, a sub-agent of Mirza Abbas Khan and, consequently, a servant of the Indian government. He is one of the frontier agents whose duty it is to keep track of events in a certain section of country and report periodically to headquarters. He, of course, receives me hospitably, does the agreeable with tea and kalians, and provides substantial refreshments. The soothing Shirazi tobacco provided with his kalians and the excellent quality of his tea provoke me to make comparison between them and the wretched productions of Afghanistan. The Abdurrazak laughs good humoredly at my remark, and replies, "Mashallah, there is nothing good in Afghanistan." He isn't far from right, and the English officer who named the products of Afghanistan as stones and fighting men came equally near the truth. Fair roads prevail for some distance after leaving Torbet i Sheikh Jahm. A halt is made at an Eliaute camp to refresh myself with a bowl of doke. A picturesque dervish emerges from one of the tents and presents his alms receiver with "Huk ya huk." Both man and voice seem familiar, and after a moment I recognize him as a familiar figure upon the streets of Teheran last winter. He says he is going to Cabul and Kandahar. A unique feature of his make-up is a staff with a bayonet fixed on the end in place of the usual club or battle axe. The night is spent in an Eliaute camp. Nummuds seem scarce articles with them, and I spend a cold and uncomfortable night, scarcely sleeping a wink. The camp is not far from the village of Mahmoudabad, and a rowdy gang of ryots come over to camp in the middle of the night, having heard of my arrival. From Mahmoudabad the road follows up a narrow valley with a range of hills running parallel on either hand. The southern range are quite respectable mountains, with lingering patches of snow, and, can it be possible, even a few scattering pines. Pines, and for that matter, trees of any kind, are so scarce in this country that one can hardly believe the evidence of his own eyes when he sees them. On past the village of Karizino, my road leads, passing through a hard, gravelly country, the surface of generally affording fair riding except for a narrow belt of sand hills. At Karizino a glimpse is obtained of our old acquaintances the Elburz Mountains, near Shah Riffabad. They are observed to be somewhat snow covered still, though to a measurably less extent than they were when we last viewed them on the road to Torbeti. The approach of evening brings my day's ride to a close at Furriman, a village of considerable size, partially protected by a wall and moat. Stared at by the assembled population, and enduring their eager gabble all the evening, and then a nummud on the roof of a villager's house till morning. The night is cold, and sleeplessness, with shivering body, again rewards me for a long, hard day's journey. But now it is about 6 farsakhs to Meshed, where, Inshallah, a good bed and all kindred comforts await me beneath Mr. Gray's hospitable roof. Ere the forenoon is past, the familiar gold dome once again appears as a glowing yellow beacon, beckoning me across the Meshed plain. A camel runs away and unseats his rider in deference to his timidity at my strange appearance as I bowl briskly across the Meshed plain at noon. By 1 o'clock I am circling around the moat of the city, and by 2 am snugly ensconced in my old quarters, relating the adventures of the last 5 weeks to Gray, and receiving from him in exchange the latest scraps of European news. I have made the 160 miles from Karize in 2 days and a half, not a bad showing with a bicycle that has been tinkered up by Herati gunsmiths. Among other interesting items of news, it is learned that a hopeful Meshedi blacksmith has been inspired to try his "prentice hand" at making a bicycle. One would like to have seen that bicycle, but somehow I didn't get an opportunity. Friendly telegrams reach me from Teheran, and also another order from the British Legation instructing me not to attempt Afghanistan again. Since my departure from Meshed, southward bound, another wandering correspondent has invaded the Holy City. Mr. E , special of a great London daily paper, whom I had the pleasure of meeting once or twice in Teheran, has come eastward in an effort to enter Afghanistan. He has been halted by peremptory orders at Meshed. Disgusted with his ill luck at not being permitted to carry out his plans, he is on the eve of returning to Constantinople. As I am heading for the same point myself, we arrange to travel there in company. Being somewhat under the weather from a recent attack of fever, he has contracted for a Russian fourgon to carry him as far as Shahrood, the farthest point on our route to which vehicular conveyance is practicable. Our purpose is to reach the Caspian port of Bunder Guz, thence embark on a Russian steamer to Baku, over the Caucasus Railway to Batoum, thence by Black Sea steamer to Constantinople. On the afternoon of May 18th, R makes a start with the fourgon. It is a custom, unalterable as the laws of, etc., with all Persians starting on a journey of any length to go a short distance only for the first stage. The object of this is probably to find out by actual experience on the road whether anything has been forgotten or overlooked, before they get too far away to return and rectify the mistake. Semi-civilized peoples are wedded very strongly to the customs in vogue among them, and the European traveler finds himself compelled, more or less, to submit to them. My intention is to overtake the fourgon the following day at Sharifabad. Accordingly, soon after sunrise on the morrow, the road around the outer moat of Meshed is circled once again. A middle-aged descendant of the Prophet, riding a graceful dapple gray mare, spurs his steed into a swinging gallop for about 5 miles across the level plain in an effort to bear me company. 3 miles farther, and for miles over the steep and unridable gradients of the Shah Rifabad hills, I may anticipate the delights of having his horse's nose at my shoulder, and my heels in constant jeopardy. To avoid this, I spurt ahead, and ere long have the satisfaction of seeing him give it up. In the foothills I encounter, for the first time, one of those characteristics of Mohammedan countries, and more especially of Persia, a caravan of the dead. Thousands of bodies are carried every year on horseback or on camels from various parts of Persia to be buried in holy ground at Meshed, Kerbela, or Mecca. The corpses are bound about with canvas and slung, like bales of merchandise, one on either side of the horse. The stench from one of these corpse caravans is something fearful. nothing more nor less than the horrible stench of putrid human bodies. And yet the drivers seem to mind it very little indeed. One stout horse in the party I meet this morning carries two corpses, and in the saddle between them rides a woman. Mashallah, perchance those very bodies, between which she sits perched so indifferently, are the remains of smallpox victims. But what cares the woman? Is she not a Mohammedan, and a female one at that? And does she not believe in Kismet? What cares she for Ferenghi sanitary fads? If it is her Kismet to take the smallpox, she will take it. If it is her Kismet not to, she won't. One would think, however, that common sense and common prudence would instruct these people to imitate the excellent example of the Chinese, in taking measures to dispose of the flesh before transporting the bones to distant burial places. Many of the epidemics of disease that decimate the populations of Eastern countries, and sometimes travel into the West, originate from these abominable caravans of the dead and kindred irrationalities of the illogical and childlike Oriental. As the golden dome of Imam Riza's sanctuary glimmers upon my retreating figure yet a fourth time as I reach the summit of the hill whence we first beheld it, I breathe a silent hope that I may never set eyes on it again. The fourgon is overtaken, as agreed upon, at Sherifabad, and after an hour's halt we conclude to continue on to the caravanserai, where, it will be remembered, my friend the Hadji and Mazanderan dervish and myself found shelter from the blizzard. B.'s Turkish servant Abdul, a handy fellow, speaking 3 or 4 languages, and numbering, among other accomplishments, the knack of always having on hand plenty of cold chicken and mutton, is a vast improvement upon obtaining food direct from the villagers. Resting here till 2 A.M., we make a moonlight march to Gadamgah, arriving there for breakfast. The trail is a revelation of smoothness in comparison to my expectations, based upon its condition a few weeks ago. The moon is about full, and gives a light as it only does in Persia, and one can see to ride the parallel camel paths very successfully. Persians are very much given to night traveling, and as I ride well ahead of the fourgon, the strange, weird object, gliding noiselessly along through the moonlight, fills many a superstitious pilgrim with misgivings that he has caught a glimpse of Shaitan. I can hear them rapidly muttering Allah as they edge off the road and hurry along on their way. Many Arabs from the lower Euphrates valley are now mingled with the pilgrim throngs en route to Meshed. They are evil-looking customers, black as negroes almost; they look capable of any atrocity under the sun. These Arab pilgrims are Hadjis almost to a man, coming, as they do, from much nearer Mecca than the Persians; but their holiness does not prevent them bearing the unenviable reputation of being the most persistent thieves. Abdul knows them well, and when any of them are about, keeps a sharp lookout to see that none of them approach our things. On the following evening, at a caravanserai near Nishapoor, we meet and spend the night with a French scientific party of 3 sent out by the Paris Geographical Society to make geographical and geological researches at Turkestan. The 3 Frenchmen are excellent company; they entertain us with European news, their views on the political aspect, and of incidents on their fourgon journey from Tiflis. Among their charvadars is a man who saw me last autumn at Ovahjik. Much good riding surface prevails, and we pass the night of the 21st at Lafaram. The crowds that everywhere gather about us are very annoying to K, whose fever and consequent weakness is hardly calculated to sweeten his temper under trying circumstances. A whole swarm of women gather to stare at us at Lafaram. "I'll soon scatter them anyway," says R, and he reaches for a pair of binoculars hanging up in the fourgon. Adjusting them to his eyes, he levels them at the bunch of females, expecting to see them scatter like a flock of partridges. Scattering is evidently about the last thing the women are thinking of doing, however. They merely turn their attention to the binoculars and concentrate their comments upon them, instead of on other of our effects, for the moment, but that is all. In the vicinity of Subzowar we find the people engaged in harvesting the crop of opium. The way they do it is to go through the fields of poppy every morning and scarify the green heads with a knife blade notched for the purpose, like a saw. During the day the milky juice oozes out and solidifies. In the evening the harvesters pass through the fields again, scrape off the exuded opium, and collect it in vessels. This, after the watery substance has been worked out with frequent kneadings and drying, is the opium of commerce. The chief opium emporium of Persia is Shiraz, where buyers ship it by camel caravan to Bushire for export. Persian opium commands the topmost prices in foreign markets. Here every idler about the villages seems to be amusing himself by working a ball of opium about in his hands, much as a boy delights in handling a chunk of putty. Lumps as large as the fist are freely offered me by friendly people, as they would hand one a piece of bread or a pomegranate. I might collect pounds of the stuff by simply taking what is offered me without the asking. In the caravanserai at Miandashat, Abdul's failure to appreciate our whilom and egotistical friend, the la-di-da telegraph jee, at his own valuation, comes near resulting in a serious fracas. One of Abdul's most valued services is keeping at a respectful distance the crowds of villagers that invariably swarm about us when we halt. In doing this he sometimes flogs about him pretty lively with the whip. As a general thing the natives take this sort of thing in the greatest good humor, in fact rather enjoy it than otherwise. At Miandasht, however, Abdul's whip happens to fall rather heavily upon the shoulders of the telegraph jee's farrash, who is in the crowd. This individual, reflecting something of his master's self-esteem, takes exceptions to this, and complains, with the customary Persian elaboration, no doubt, to the consequential head of the place. The consequence is that a gang of villagers, headed by the telegraph jee himself, gather around and suddenly attack poor Abdul with clubs. Except for the prompt assistance of R and myself, he would have been mauled pretty severely. As it is, he gets bruised up rather badly, though he inflicts almost as much damage as he receives, with a hatchet hastily grabbed from the fourgon. The fact of his being a Turk, whom the Persians consider far less holy than themselves, Abdul explains, accounts for the attack on him as much as anything else. A new surprise awaits us at Mijamid, something that we are totally unprepared for. As we reach the chapar khana there, a voice from the roof greets us with "Sprechen Sie Deutsch?" Looking up in astonishment, we behold Colonel G., a German officer in the Shah's army, whom both of us are familiarly acquainted with by sight, from seeing him so often at the morning reviews in the Military Maiden at Teheran. But this is not all, for with him are his wife and daughter. This is the first time European ladies have traversed the Meshed Teheran road, Teheran being the farthest point eastward in Persia that lady travelers have heretofore penetrated to. Colonel G. has been appointed to the staff of the new Governor General of Khorasan, and is on his way to Meshed. The appearance of Ferenghi ladies in the Holy City will be an innovation that will fairly eclipse the introduction of the bicycle. All Meshed will be wild with curiosity, and the poor ladies will never be able to venture into the streets without disguise. There is furor enough over them in Mijamid. The whole population is assembled en masse before the chapar khana. The combination of the bicycle, 3 Ferenghis, and above all, 2 Ferenghi ladies, is an event that will form a red letter mark in the history of Mijamid for generations of unborn Persian ryots to talk about and wonder over. The Colonel produces a bottle of excellent Shiraz wine and a box of Russian cigarettes. The ladies have become sufficiently orientalized to number among their accomplishments the smoking of cigarettes. They are delighted at meeting us, and are already acquainted with the main circumstances of my misadventure in Afghanistan. Camp stools are brought out, and we spend a most pleasant hour together before continuing on our opposite courses. The wondering natives are almost speechless with astonishment at the spectacle of the 2 ladies sitting out there, faces all uncovered, smoking cigarettes, sipping claret, and chatting freely with the men. It is a regular circus day for these poor unenlightened mortals. The ladies are charming, and the charm of female society loses nothing, but the reader may be sure, from one's having been deprived of it for a matter of months. The Colonel's lingual preference is German, Mrs. G.'s French, and the daughters English, so that we are quite cosmopolitan in the matter of speech. All of us know enough Persian to express ourselves in that language too. In commenting upon my detention by the Afghans, the Colonel characterizes them as Pedar Shaitans, Madame as Le Diable Afghans, and Miss G. as well, Le Diable, in plain yet charmingly broken English. End of Section 22. Recording by William Tomko. Section 23 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 12. Taken Back to Persia, Part 2. The next day, soon after noon, we roll into Shahrood, where B discharges his fourgon, and we engage mules to transport us over the Tash Pass, a breakneck bridle trail over the Elburz range to the Asterabad plain and the Caspian. A half-day search by Abdul results in the employment of an outfit comprising 3 charvadars with 3 mules, a couple of donkeys, and riding horses for ourselves. A liberal use of the whip by R on the charvadar's shoulders, awful threats, and sundry other persuasive arguments assist very materially in getting started at a decent hour on the morning following our arrival. The bicycle is taken apart and placed on top of the mule packs, where, in remembrance of its former fate under somewhat similar conditions, I keep it pretty strictly under surveillance. The Asterabad trail is a steady ascent from the beginning, and before many miles are covered, scattering dwarf pines on the mountains indicate a change from the utter barrenness that characterizes their southern aspect. One lone tree of quite respectable dimensions, standing a mile or so off to our left, suggests a special point of demarcation between utter barrenness and where a new order of things begins. Our way leads up fearful rocky paths, where the horses have to be led, and at times assisted. Up, up, until our elevation is nearly 10,000 feet, and we are among a chaotic wilderness of precipitous rocks and scrub pines. A false step in some places, and our horses would roll down among the craggy rocks for hundreds of feet. It is a toilsome march, but we cross the Tash Pass, camp for the night in a little intermountain valley, beside a stream at the foot of a pine-covered mountain. The change from the interior plains is already novel and refreshing. Grass abounds abundance, and the prospect is the greenest I have seen for 9 months. We camp out in the open, and are put to some discomfort by passing showers in the night. A march of a dozen miles from this valley over a tortuous mountain trail brings us into a country the existence of which one could never, by any stretch of the imagination, dream of in connection with Persia, as one sees it in its desert-like character south of the mountains. The transformation is from one extreme of vegetable nature to the other. We camp for lunch on velvety greensward beneath a grove of oak and cherry trees. Cuckoos are heard calling round about. Singing birds make melody, and among them we both recognize the cheery clickety-click of my raisin-loving Herati friends, the bulbuls. Flowers, too, are here at our feet in abundance, forget-me-nots and other familiar varieties. The view from our position is remarkably fine, reminding me forcibly of the Balkans south of Nisch, and of the Californian slopes of the Sierra Nevadas where they overlook the Sacramento Valley. The Asterabad plain is spread out below us like a vast map. We can trace the windings and twistings of the various streams, the tracts of unreclaimed forest, and the cultivated fields. Asterabad and numerous villages dot the plain, and by taking R's binoculars we can make out, through the vaporous atmosphere, the shimmering surface of the Caspian Sea. It is one of the most remarkable views I ever saw, and the novelty and grandeur of it appeals the more forcibly to one's imagination, no doubt, because of its striking contrast to what the eyes have from long usage become accustomed to. From dreary, barren, dashed, and stony wastes to densely wooded mountains, jungle-covered plains, tall, luxurious tiger grass, and beyond all this the shimmering background of the sea is a big change to find but little more than a day's march apart. We are both captivated by the change and agree that the Caspian slope is the only part of Persia fit to look at. The descent of the northern slope is even steeper than the other side, but instead of rocks it is the rich soil of virgin forests. Open parks are occasionally crossed, and on one of these we find a large camp of Turkomans, numbering not less than 100 tents. Mountaineers are always picturesquely dressed, and so too are nomads. When, therefore, one finds mountaineer nomads, it seems superfluous almost to describe them as being arrayed chiefly in gewgaws and bright colored clothes. Camped here amid the dark, luxurious vegetation, they and their tents make a charming picture, a scene of life and of contrast in colors, which if faithfully transferred to canvas would be worth a king's ransom. Down paths of breakneck steepness and slipperiness our way descends into a dark region where vegetation runs riot in the shape of fine tall timber, of a semi tropical variety. Many of the trees present a fantastic appearance by reason of great quantities of hanging moss, that in some instances fairly load down the weaker branches. Banks of beautiful ferns and mossy rocks join with the splendid trees in making our march through these northern foothills of the Elburz Mountains an experience long to be remembered. A curious and interesting comparison that comes under our observation is that, on the gray plains and rocky mountains of the interior, the lizards are invariably of a dull and uninteresting color, quite in keeping with their surroundings. No sooner, however, do we find ourselves in a district where nature's deft hand has painted the whole canvas of the country in a bright green, than the lizards which we see scuttling through the ferns and moss beds are also the greenest of all the green things. These scaly little reptiles shine and glisten like supple shapes of emerald, as one sees them gliding across the path. This is but another link in the chain of evidence that seems to prove that animals derive much of their distinctive character and appearance from the nature of their surroundings. In northern China are a species of small monkey with a quite heavy coat of fur. They are understood to be the descendants of a comparatively hairless variety which found its way there from the warm jungles of the south, the change from a warm climate to a cold one being responsible for the coat of fur. In the same way, after noting the complete change that has come over the lizards, we conclude that, if a colony of the gray species from the other side of the mountains were brought and turned loose among the green foothills here, their descendants, a few generations hence, would be found with coats as green as those of the natives. This conviction gathers force from the fact that no gray lizards whatever are encountered here. All the lizards we see are green. Emerging from the foothills, we find ourselves in a country the general appearance of which reminds me of a section of Missouri more than anything I have seen in Asia. Fields and pastures are fenced in with the same rude corduroy fences one sees in the Missouri Valley, some well kept and others neglected. The pastures are blue grass and white clover. Bees are humming and buzzing from flower to flower, and, to make the similitude complete, one hears the homely tinkle of cow bells here and there. It is difficult to realize that all this is in Persia, and that one has not been transported in some miraculous manner back to the United States. A little farther out from the base of the mountains, however, and we come upon wild figs, pomegranates, and other indigenous evidences of Eastern soil, and by our path almost becomes a tunnel, burrowing through a wealth of tiger grass 20 feet high. The fields and little clearings which, a few miles back, were devoted to the cultivation of wheat and rye, now become rice fields overflowed from irrigating ditches, and in which bare-legged men and women are paddling about, over their knees in mud and water. Early in the evening we reach the city of Asterabad, which we find totally different from the somber, mud-built cities of the interior. The wall surrounding it is topped with red tiles, and the outer moat is choked with rank vegetation. The houses are gabled and roofed with tiles or heavy thatch, presenting an appearance very suggestive of the picturesque towns and villages about Strasbourg. The streets are narrow and ill paved, and neglect and decay everywhere abound. The cemeteries are a chaotic mass of tumble down tombstones and vagrant vegetation. Pools of water covered with green scum and heaps of filth everywhere fill the reeking atmosphere with malaria and breed big clouds of mosquitoes. The people have a yellowish, waxy complexion that tells its own story of the unhealthiness of the place, without instituting special inquiry. One can fairly sniff fever and ague in the streets. Much taste is displayed in architectural matters by the wealthier residents. The walls surrounding the little compounds are sometimes adorned with house leeks or cactus, tastefully set out along the top, and in other cases with ornamental tiles. The walls of the houses are decorated with paintings depicting, in bright colors, scenes of the chase, birds, animals, and mythological subjects. The charvadars lead the way to a big caravanserai in the heart of the city. The place is found to be filled with a miscellaneous crowd of caravan people, travelers, merchants, and dervishes. The serai also appears to be a custom house and emporium for wool, cotton, and other products of the tributary country. Horses, camels, and merchandise crowd the central court, and rising 50 feet above all this confusion and babel is a wooden tower known as a tular. This is a dilapidated framework of poles that sways visibly in the wind, the uses of which at first sight it is not easy to determine. Some of the natives motion for us to take possession of it, however, and we subsequently learn that the little eyrie-like platform is used as a sleeping place by travelers of distinction. The elevation and airiness are supposed to be a safeguard against the fever and a refuge from the terrible mosquitoes, of which Asterabad is overfull. An hour after our arrival, Abdul goes out and discovers a Persian gentleman named Mahmoud Turki Aghi, who presents himself in the capacity of British agent here. As we were in ignorance of the presence of any such official being in Asterabad, he comes as a pleasant surprise, and still more pleasant comes an invitation to accept his hospitality. From him we learn that the steamer we expect to take at Bunder Guz, the port of Asterabad, 8 farsakhs distant, will not sail until 6 days later. Mindful of the fever, from which he is still a sufferer to an uncomfortable extent, E looks a trifle glum at this announcement, and after our traps are unpacked at Mahmoud Turki Aghi's, he ferrets out a book of travels that I had often heard him refer to as an authority on sundry subjects. Turning over the leaves, he finds a reference to Bunder Guz, and reads out the story of a certain gimlet-tailed fly that makes life a burden to the unwary traveler who elects to linger there on the Caspian shore. Between this gimlet-tailed pest, however, and the mosquitoes of Asterabad, we decide that there can be very little to choose, and so make up our minds to accept our host's hospitality for a day and then push on. During the day we call on the Russian consul to get our passports vised. As between English and Russian prestige, the latter are decidedly to the fore in Asterabad. The bear has his big paw firmly planted on this fruitful province. It is more Russian than Persian now. Before long it will be Russian altogether. Nothing is plainer to us than this, as we reach the Russian consulate and are introduced by Mahmoud Turki Aghi to the consul. He is no native agent. On the contrary, he is one of the biggest personages I have seen anywhere. He is the sort of man that the Russian government invariably picks out for its representation at such important points in Asia and Asterabad. A 6-footer of magnificent physique, with a smooth and polished address, all smiles and politeness, the Russian consul wears a leonine moustache that could easily be tied in a knot at the back of his head. Although he is the only European resident of Asterabad, save a few Cossack attendants, he wears fashionable Persian clothes, a wealth of watch chain, rings, and flash jewelry, patent leather shoes, and all the accompaniments of an ostentatious show of wealth and personal magnificence. His rooms are equally gorgeous, and contain large colored portraits of the Tsar and Tsarina. The intent and purpose of all this display is to fill the minds of the natives, and particularly the native officials, with an overwhelming sense of Russian grandeur and power. No Persian can enter the presence of this Russian consul in his rooms without experiencing a certain measure of awe and admiration. They regard with covetous eyes the rich and comfortable appointments of the rooms, and the big gold watch chains and rings on the consul's person. They too would like to be in the Russian service if its rewards are on such a magnificent scale. Of patriotism to the Shah they know nothing. Self-interest is the only master they willingly serve. No one knows this better than the Russian consul, and in the case of influential officials and other useful persons he sees to it that gold watches and such like tokens of the Tsar's esteem are not lacking. The result is that Asterabad, both city and province, is even now more Russian than Persian, and when the proper time arrives will drop into the bear's capacious maw like a ripe plum. At daybreak on the morning of departure, the charvadars wake us up by pounding on the outer gate and shouting Hadji to Abdul. Abdul lets them in, and the next hour passes in violent and wordy disputation among them as they load up their horses. All three have purchased new Asterabad hats, big black busbies much prized by Persians from beyond the mountains. The acquisition of these imposing headdresses has had the effect of increasing their self-esteem wonderfully. They regard each other with considerable hauteur, and quarrel almost continually for the first few miles. E puts up with their angry shouting and quarreling for a while, and then chases them around a little with a long hunting whip he carries. This brings them to their senses again, and secures a degree of peace, but the inflating effect of the new hats crops out at intervals all day. Our road from Asterabad leads through jungle nearly the whole distance to Bunder Guz. In the woods are clearings consisting of rice fields, orchards, and villages. The villages are picturesque clusters of wattle houses with peaked thatch roofs that descend to within a few feet of the ground. Groves of English walnut trees abound, and plenty of these trees are also scattered through the jungle. During the day we encounter a gang of professional native hunters hunting wild boars, of which these woods contain plenty, as well as tigers and panthers. They are a wild looking crowd, with long hair and sleeves rolled up to their elbows. Big knives are bristling in their kammerbunds, besides which they are armed with spears and flint-lock muskets. They make a great deal of noise, shouting and hallooing one to another. One can tell when they are on a hot trail by the amount of noise they make, just as you can with a pack of hounds. We reach our destination by the middle of the afternoon, and find the place a wretched village, right on the shore of the Caspian. We repair to the caravanserai, but find the rooms so evil smelling that we decide upon camping out and risking the fever rather than court acquaintance with possible cholera, providing no better place can be found elsewhere. This serai is a curious place anyway. All sorts of people, some of them so peculiarly dressed that none of our party are able to make out their character or nationality. A dervish is exhorting a crowd of interested listeners at one end of the courtyard, and a strolling band of lutis are entertaining an audience at the other end. There are 6 of these lutis. While 2 are performing, 4 are circulating among the crowd collecting money. In any other country but Persia 5 would have been playing and 1 passing the hat. E and Abdul go ahead to try and secure better quarters, and shortly the latter returns and announces that they have been successful, so I and the charvadars, with the horses, follow him through a crooked street of thatched houses, at the end of which we find R seated beneath the veranda of a rude hotel kept by an Armenian Jew. As we approach I observe that my companion looks happier than I have seen him look for days. He is pretty thoroughly disgusted with Persia and everything in it, and this, together with his fever, has kept him in anything but an amiable frame of mind. But now his face is actually illumined with a smile. On the little table before him stand a half dozen black bottles, imperial pints, bearing labels inscribed with outlandish Russian words. "This is civilization, my boy, civilization reached at last," says E, as he sees me coming. "What, this wretched tumble-down hole?" I exclaim, waving my hand at the village. "No, not that," replies E. This is civilization," and he holds up to the light a glass of amber Russian beer. Apart from Russians, we are the first European travellers that have touched at Bunder Guz since McGregor was here in 1875. We keep a loose eye out for the gimlet-tailed flies, but are not harassed by them half so much as by fleas and the omnipresent mosquito. These two latter insects have dwindled somewhat from the majestic proportions described by McGregor. They are large enough and enterprising enough as it is, but McGregor found one species the size of cats and the other as large as camels. Bunder Guz is simply a landing and shipping point for Asterabad and adjacent territory. A good deal of Russian bar iron, petroleum, iron kettles, etc., are piled up under rude sheds, and wool from the interior is being baled by Persian Jews, naked to the waist, by means of hand presses. Cotton and wool are the chief exports. Of course, the whole of the trade is in the hands of the Russians, who have driven the Persians quite off the sea. The Caspian is now nothing more nor less than a Russian salt water lake. The harbor of Bunder Guz is so shallow that one may ride horseback into the sea for nearly a mile. The steamers have to load and unload at a floating dock a mile and a half from shore. Very pleasant, in spite of the wretched hole we are in, is to find one's self on the seashore, to see the smoke of a steamer, and the little smacks riding at anchor. The day after our arrival, a man comes round and tells Abdul that he has 3 fine young Mazanderan tigers he would like to sell the Sahibs. We send Abdul to investigate, and he returns with the report that a party of Asterabad tiger hunters have killed a female tiger and brought in 3 cubs. The man comes back with him and impresses upon us the assertion that they are Khylie Koob Babs, very splendid tigers, and would be dirt cheap at 300 kerans apiece, the price he pretends to want for them. From this we know that the tigers could be bought very cheap, and since Mazanderan tigers are very rare in European menageries, we determine to go and look at them anyway. They are found to be the merest kittens, not yet old enough to see. They are savage little brutes, and spend their whole time in dashing recklessly against the bars of the coop in which they are confined. They refuse to eat or drink, and although the Persians declare that they would soon learn to feed, we conclude that they would be altogether too much trouble, even if it were possible to keep them from dying of starvation. On the evening of June 3rd we put off, together with a number of native passengers, in a lighter, for the vessel, which is loaded up with bales of cotton at the floating dock. Most of the night is spent in sitting on deck and watching the Persian roustabouts carry the cargo aboard, for the shouting, the inevitable noisy squabbling, and the thud of bales dumped into the hold render sleep out of the question. The steamer starts at sunrise, and the captain comes round to pay his respects. He is more of a German than a Russian, and seems pleased to welcome aboard his ship the first English or American passengers he has had for years. He makes himself agreeable, and takes a good deal of interest in explaining anything about the burning of petroleum residue on the Caspian steamers instead of coal. He takes us down below and shows us the furnaces, and explains the modus operandi. We are delighted at the evident superiority of this fuel over coal and the economy and ease of supplying the furnaces. 7 kopecks the 40 pounds, the captain says, is the cost of the fuel, and 2½ roubles the expense of running the vessel at full speed an hour. There is not an ounce of coal aboard, the boiler house is as clean and neat as a parlor, and no cinders fall upon the deck or awnings. In place of huge coal bunkers, taking up half the vessel's carrying space, compact tanks above the furnaces hold all the liquid fuel. Pipes convey it automatically, much or little, as easily as regulating a water tap, to the fire boxes. Jets of steam scatter it broadcast throughout the box in the form of spray, and ensures its spontaneous combustion into flame. A peep in these furnaces displays a mass of flame filling an iron box in which no fuel is to be seen. A slight twist of a brass cock increases or diminishes this flame at once. A couple of men in clean linen uniforms manage the whole business. We both concluded that it was far superior to coal. Many windings and tackings are necessary to get outside Ashdurada Bay. Sometimes we are steaming bow on for Bunder Guz, apparently returning to port; at other times we are going due south, when our destination is nearly north. This, the captain explains, is due to the intricacy of the channel, which is little more than a deeper stream, so to speak, meandering crookedly through the shallows and sandbars of the bay. Buoys and sirens mark the steamer's course to the Russian naval station of Ashdurada. Here we cross a bar so shallow that no vessel of more than 12 feet draught can enter or leave the bay. Our own ship is a light draught steamer of 500 tons burden. A little steam launch puts out from Ashdurada, bringing the mails and several naval officers bound for Krasnovodsk and Baku. The scenery of the Mazanderan coast is magnificent. The bold mountains seem to slope quite down to the shore, and from summit to surf waves they present one dark green mass of forest. The menu of these Caspian steamers is very good, based on the French school of cookery rather than English. No early breakfast is provided, however. Breakfast at 11 and dinner at 6 are the only refreshments provided by the ship's regular service; anything else has to be paid for as extras. At 11 o'clock we descend to the dining saloon, where we find the table spread with caviare, cheese, little raw salt fishes, pickles, vodka, and the unapproachable bread of Russia. The captain and passengers are congregated about this table, some sitting, others standing, and all reaching here and there, everybody helping himself and eating with his fingers. Now and then each one tosses off a little tumbler of vodka. We proceed to the table and do our best to imitate the Russians in their apparent determination to clean off the table. The edibles before us comprise the elements of a first-class cold luncheon, and we sit down prepared to do it ample justice. By and by the Russians leave this table one by one, and betake themselves to another on the opposite side of the saloon. As they sit down, waiters come in bearing smoking hot roasts and vegetables, wine and dessert. A gleam of intelligence dawns upon my companion as he realizes that we are making a mistake, and pausing in the act of transferring bread and caviare to his mouth, he says to me, impressively, "This is only sukuski, you know, on this table." "Why, of course. Didn't you know that? Your ignorance surprises me. I thought you knew." And then we follow the example of everybody else and pass over to the other side. The sukuski is taken before the regular meal in Russia. The tidbits and the vodka are partaken of to prepare and stimulate the appetite for the regular meal. Not yet, however, are we fully initiated into the mysteries of the Caspian steamer's service. Wine is flowing freely, and as we seat ourselves the captain passes down his bottle. Presently I hold my glass to be refilled by a spectacled naval officer sitting opposite. With a polite bow he fills it to the brim. The next moment I happen to catch the captain's eye; it contains a meaning twinkle of amusement. Heavens! This is not a French steamer, even if the cookery is somewhat Frenchy; neither is it a table d'hôte with claret flowing ad libitum. The ridiculous mistake has been made of taking the captain's polite hospitality and the liberal display of bottles for the free wine of the French table d'hôte. The officer with the eyeglasses lands at Tchislikar in the afternoon, for which I am not sorry. At Tchislikar we are met by a lighter with several Turcoman passengers. The sea is pretty rough, and the united efforts of several boatmen are required to hoist aboard each long-gowned Turcoman, each woman and child. They are Turcoman traders going to Baku and Tiflis with bales of the famous kibitka hangings and carpets. Tchislikar is the port whence a few years ago the Russian expedition set out on their campaign against the Teck Turcomans. 300 miles inland is the famous fortress of Geoki Tep, where disaster overtook the Russians, and where, in a subsequent campaign, occurred that massacre of women and children which caused the Western world to wonder anew at the barbarism of the Russian soldiery. Still steaming north, our little craft plows her way toward Krasnovodsk, an important military station on the eastern coast. At night the surface of the sea becomes smooth and glassy. The sun sets, rotund and red, in a haze suggestive of Indian summer in the west. The cabins are small and stuffy, so I sleep up on the hurricane deck, wrapping a Persian sheepskin overcoat about me. An awning covers this deck completely, but this does not prevent everything beneath getting drenched with dew. Never did I see such a fall of dew. It streams off the big awning like a shower of rain, and soaks through it and drips onto my recumbent form and everything on the hurricane deck. Early in the morning we moor our ship to the dock at Krasnovodsk, and load and unload merchandise till noon. Here is where railway material for the Trans-Caspian Railway to Merv is landed, the terminus being at Michalovich, near by. We go ashore for a couple of hours and look about. The inmates of a military convalescent hospital are passing from the doctor's office to their barracks. They are wearing long dressing gowns of gray stuff, with hoods that make them look wonderfully like a lot of monks arrayed in cowls. A company of infantry are target practicing at the foot of rocky buttes just outside the town. Not a tree nor a green thing is visible in the place, nor on all the hills around. Nothing but the blue waters of the Caspian and the dull prospect of rude rock buildings and gray hills. Except for the sea and the raggedness and abject servility of the poor class of people, one might imagine Krasnovodsk some far western fort. Scarcely a female is seen on the streets. Soldiers are everywhere, and in the commercial quarter every other place is a vodka shop. We visit one of these and find men in red shirts and cowhide boots playing billiards and drinking, others drinking and playing cards. Rough and sturdy men they look, frontiersmen, but there is no spirit, no independence, in their expression. They look like curs that have been chastised and bullied until the spirit is completely broken. This peculiar humbled and resigned expression is observable on the faces of the common people from one end of Russia to the other. It is quite extraordinary for a common Russian to look one in the eye. Nor is this at all deceptive. A social superior might step up and strike one of these men brutally in the face without the slightest provocation, and though the victim of the outrage might be strong as an ox, no remonstrance whatever would be made. It is difficult for us to comprehend how human beings can possibly become so abjectly servile and spiritless as the lower class Russian. But the terrors of the knout and Siberia are ever present before them. Cheap chromolithographs of Gregorian saints hang on the walls of the saloon, and with them are mingled fancy pictures of Tiflis and Baku café chantant belles. Long rows of vodka bottles are the chief stock in trade of the place, but pivo (beer) can be obtained from the cellar. Quite a number of army officers, with their wives, come aboard at Krasnovodsk. They seem good fellows, nearly all, and inclined to cultivate our acquaintance. Individually, the better class Russian and the Englishman have many attributes in common that make them like each other. Except for imperial matters, Russian and English officers would be the best of friends, I think. The ladies all smoke cigarettes incessantly. There is not a handsome woman aboard, and they show the lingering traces of Russian barbarism by wearing beads and gewgaws. The most interesting of our passengers is a Persian dealer in precious stones. He is a well educated individual, quite a linguist, and a polished gentleman withal. He is taking diamonds and turquoises that he has collected in Persia to Vienna and Paris. Another night of drenching dew, and by 6 o'clock next morning we are drawing near to the great petroleum port of Baku. From Krasnovodsk we have crossed the Caspian from east to west right on the line of latitude 40 degrees. End of Section 23. Recording by William Tomko. Section 24 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens, Chapter 13, Roundabout to India, Part 1. Baku looks the inartistic, businesslike place it is, occupying the base of brown, verdureless hills. Scarcely a green thing is visible to relieve the dull, drab aspect roundabout, and only the scant vegetation of a few gardens relieves the city a trifle itself. To the left of the city the slopes of one hill are dotted with neatly kept Christian cemeteries, and the slopes of another display the disorderly multitude of tombstones characteristic of the graveyards of Islam. On the right are seen numbers of big iron petroleum tanks, similar to those in the oil regions of Pennsylvania. Numbers of petroleum schooners are riding at anchor in the harbor, and 2 or 3 small steamers are moored to the dock. Our steamer moves up alongside a stout wooden wharf, the gangplank is ran out, and the passengers permitted to file ashore. A cordon of police prevents them passing down the wharf, while custom house officers examine their baggage. We are, of course, merely in transit through the country. More than that, the Russian authorities seem anxious, for some reason, to make a very favorable impression upon us two Central Asian travelers. So a special officer comes aboard, takes our passports, and with an excessive show of politeness refuses to take more than a mere formal glance at our traps. A horde of ragamuffin porters struggle desperately for the privilege of carrying the passengers' baggage. Poor, half-starved wretches, they seem, reminding me, in their rags and struggles, of desperate curs quarreling savagely over a bone. American porters strive for passengers' baggage for the sake of making money. With these Russians it seems more like a fierce resolve to obtain the wherewithal to keep away starvation. Burly policemen, armed with swords, like the gendarmerie of France, and in blue uniforms, assail the wretched porters and strike them brutally in the face, or kick them in the stomach, showing no more consideration than if they were maltreating the merest curs. Such brutality on the one hand, and abject servility and human degradation on the other, is to be seen only in the land of the Tsar. Servility, it is true, exists everywhere in Asia, but only in Russia does one find the other extreme of coarse brutality constantly gloating over it and abusing it. Our stay in Baku is limited to a few hours. We are to take the train for Tiflis the same afternoon. As we land at 2 o'clock, so can spare no time to see much of the city or of the oil refineries. Summoning one of the swarm of drosky drivers that beset the exit from the wharf, we are soon tearing over the Belgian blocks to the Hotel de l'Europe. The Russian drosky driver, whether in Baku or in Moscow, seems incapable of driving at a moderate pace. Over rough streets or smooth he plies the cruel whip, shouts vile epithets at his half-wild steed, and rattles along at a furious pace. Baku is the first Europeanized city, either R or I have been in for many months. The rows of shops, the saloons, drug stores, barber shops, and above all, the hotels, how we appreciate it all after the bazaars and wretched serais of Persia. We patronize a barber shop, and find the tonsorial accommodations equal in every respect to those of America. One of the chairs is occupied by a Cossack officer. He is the biggest dandy in the way of a Cossack we have yet seen. Scarce had we thought it possible that one of these hardy warriors of the Caucasus could blossom forth in the make-up that bursts upon our astonished vision in this Baku barber chair. The top boots he wears are the shiniest of patent leather from knee to toe. Lemon-colored silk or satin is the material of the long, gown-like coat that distinguishes the Cossack from all others. His hair is parted in the middle to a hair, and smoothed carefully with perfumed pomade. His mustache is twirled and waxed, his face powdered and eyebrows penciled. A silver-jointed belt, richly chased, encircles his waist, and the regulation row of cartridge pockets across his breast are of the same material. He wears a short sword, the hilt and scabbard of which display the elaborate wealth of ornament affected by the Circassians. During the forenoon we take a stroll about the city afoot, but the wind is high and clouds of dust sweep down the streets. A Persian in gown and turban steps quietly up behind us in a quiet street and asks if we are mollahs. We know his little game, however, and gruffly order him off. The houses of Baku are mostly of rock, and severely simple in architecture. They look like prisons and warehouses mostly, massive and gloomy. Everywhere, everywhere hovers the shadow of the police. One seems to breathe dark suspicion and mistrust in the very air. The people in the civil walks of life all look like whipped curs. They wear the expression of people brooding over some deep sorrow. The crape of dead liberty seems to be hanging on every doorknob. Nobody seems capable of smiling. One would think the shadow of some great calamity is hanging gloomily over the city. Nihilism and discontent run riot in the cities of the Caucasus. Government spies and secret police are everywhere, and the people on the streets betray their knowledge of the fact by talking little and always in guarded tones. Our stay at the hotel is but a few hours, but 11 domestics range themselves in a row to wait upon our departure and to smirk and extend their palms for tips as we prepare to go. No country under the sun save the Caucasus could thus muster 11 expectant menials on the strength of one meal served and but 3 hours' actual occupation of our rooms. Another wild Jehu drives us to the station of the Tiflis and Baku railway, and he loses a wheel and upsets us into the street on the way. The station is a stone building, strong enough almost for a fort. Military uniforms adorn every employee, from the supercilious station master to the ill-paid wretch that handles our baggage. Mine is the first bicycle the Tiflis and Baku Railroad has ever carried. Having no precedent to govern themselves by, and, withal, ever eager to fleece and overcharge, the railway officials charge double rates for it, that is, twice as much as an ordinary package of the same weight. No baggage is carried free on the Tiflis and Baku Railroad, except what one takes with him in the passenger coach. The cars are a compromise between the American style and those of England. They are divided into several compartments, but the partitions have openings that enable one to pass from end to end of the car. The doors are in the end compartments, but lead out of the side, there being no platform outside nor communication between the cars. The seats are upholstered in gray plush and are provided with sliding extensions for sleeping at night. Overhead is a second tier of berths unfolds for sleeping. No curtains are employed, the arrangements are only intended for stretching oneself out without undressing. The engines employed on the Tiflis and Baku Railway are without coal tenders. They burn the residue of petroleum, which is fed to the flames in the form of spray by an atomizer. A small tank above the furnace holds the liquid, and a pipe feeds it automatically to the fire box. The result of this excellent arrangement is spontaneous conversion into flame, a uniformly hot fire, cleanliness aboard the engine, a total absence of cinders, and almost an absence of smoke. The absence of a tender gives the engine a peculiar bob-tailed appearance to the unaccustomed eye. The speed of our train is about 20 miles an hour, and it starts from Baku an hour behind the advertised time. For the first few miles unfenced fields of ripe wheat characterize the landscape, and a total absence of trees gives the country a dreary aspect. The day is Sunday, but peasants, ragged and more wretched looking than any seen in Persia, are harvesting grain. The carts they use are most peculiar vehicles, with wheels 8 or 10 feet in diameter. The tremendous size of the wheels is understood to materially lighten their draught. After a dozen miles the country develops into barren wastes, as dreary and verdureless as the deserts of Seistan. At intervals of a mile the train whirls past a solitary stone hut occupied by the family of the watchman or section hand. Sometimes a man stands out and waves a little flag, and sometimes a woman. Whether male or female, the flag signaller is invariably an uncouth bundle of rags. The telegraph poles consist of lengths of worn out rail, with an upper section of wood on which to fasten the insulators. These make substantial poles enough, but have a makeshift look, and convey the impression of financial weakness to the road. The stations are often quite handsome structures of mingled stone and brickwork. The names are conspicuously exposed in Russian and Persian and Circassian. Beer, wine, and eatables are exposed for sale at a lunch counter, and peddlers vend boiled lobsters, fish, and fruit about the platforms. On the platform of every station hangs a bell with a string attached to the tongue. When almost ready for the train to start, an individual, invested with the dignity of a military cap with a red stripe, jerks this string slowly and solemnly thrice. Half a minute later another man in a full military uniform blows a shrill whistle. Yet a third warning in the shape of a smart toot from the engine itself, and the train pulls out. Full half the crowd about the stations appear to be in military uniform. The remainder are a heterogeneous company, embracing the modern Russian dandy who affects the latest Parisian fashions, the Circassians and Georgians in picturesque attire, and the ever-present ragamuffin moujik. At one station we pass an institution peculiarly Russian, a railway prison car conveying convicts eastward. It resembles an ordinary box car, with iron grating toward the top. We can see the poor wretches peeking through the bars, and the handcuffs on their wrists. Outside at either end is a narrow platform, where stands, with loaded guns and fixed bayonets, a guard of 4 soldiers. Once or twice before dark the train stops to replenish the engine's supply of fuel. Elevated iron tanks containing a supply of the liquid fuel take the place of the coal sheds familiar to ourselves. The petroleum is supplied to the smaller tank on the engine through a pipe, as is water to the reservoir. Such villages as we pass are the most unlovely clusters of mud hovels imaginable. Only the people are interesting, and the life of the railway itself. The Circassian peasantry are picturesque in bright colors, and the thin veneering of Western civilization spread over the semi-barbarity of the Russian officials and first-class passengers is an interesting study in itself. We have been promising ourselves a day in Tiflis, the old Georgian capital, and now the headquarters of the Russian Army of the Caucasus, which our friends of the French Scientific Party said we would find interesting. We find it both pleasant and interesting, for here are all modern improvements of hotel and street, as well as English telegraph officers, one a former acquaintance at Teheran. Tiflis now claims about 160,000 inhabitants, and is situated quite picturesquely in the narrow valley of the Kur. The old Georgian quarters still retain their Oriental appearance: gabled houses, narrow, crooked streets, and filth. The modernized, or European, portion of the city contains broad streets, rows of shops in which is displayed everything that could be found in any city in Europe, and street railways. These latter were introduced in 1882, and at first met with fierce antagonism from the drosky drivers, who swarm here as in every city in Russia. These wild Jehus of the Caucasus expected the tram cars to turn out the same as any other vehicle. 4 people were killed by collisions the first day. Severe punishment had to be resorted to in order to stop the hostility of the drosky drivers against the strange innovation. The day is spent in seeing the city and visiting the hot sulphur baths, and in the evening we attend a big bal masque in a suburban garden. A regimental band of 50 pieces plays "Around the World" by order of Prince Nicholas F., who exerts himself to make things pleasant for us in the garden. The famed beauties of Georgia, Circassia, and Mingrelia, masked and costumed, promenade and waltz with Russian officers, and sometimes join Circassian officers in a charming native dance. We spend our promised clay in Tiflis, enjoy it thoroughly, and then proceed to Batoum. The Tiflis railway station is a splendid building, with fountains and broad nights of stone terrace leading up to it from the street behind. Our drosky driver rattles up to the foot of these terraced approaches at 8 a.m. and draws up a steed with an abruptness peculiar to the half wild Jehus of the Caucasus. The same employee of the Hôtel de Londres, who had mysteriously hailed us by name from the platform as our train glided in from Baku the morning before, accompanies us to the depot now. All English travellers in Russia are supposed to be millionaires, all Americans possessed of unlimited wealth. Bearing this in mind, our Russian Armenian henchman has from first to last been most assiduous in his attentions, paying out of his own pocket the few odd kopecks to porters carrying our luggage up from drosky to depot, in order to save us bother. The station is crowded with people going away themselves or seeing friends off. As usual, the military overshadows and predominates everything. Between civilians and the wearers of military uniforms one plainly observes in a Russian Caucasus crowd that no love is lost. The strained relationship between the native population and the military aliens from the north is generally made the more conspicuous by the comparative sociability of the Georgians among themselves and kindred people of the Caucasus. Circassian officers in their picturesque uniforms and beautifully chased swords and pistols mingle sociably with the civilians, and are evidently great favorites. But that the blue-coated, white-capped Russians are hated with a bitter, sullen hatred requires no penetrating eye to see. The military brutality that crushed the brave and warlike people of Georgia, Circassia, and Mingrelia, and well nigh depopulated the country, has left sore wounds that will take the wine and oil of time many a generation to heal completely up. With an inner consciousness of duty well done and services faithfully rendered, our friend from the hotel flicks off our seats in the car with the tail of his long linen duster. Not that they need dusting, but as a gentle reminder of the extraordinary care he has bestowed upon us, in little things as well as in bigger, during our brief acquaintance with him. He dusts them off. That last attentive flick of his coat tail is the finishing touch of an elaborate retrospective panorama we are expected to conjure up of the valuable services he has rendered us, and for which he is now justly entitled to his reward. The customary 3 bells are struck, the inevitable military-looking official blows shrilly on his little whistle, and still the train lingers. Lastly, the engine toots, however, and we pull slowly out of Tiflis. The town lies below us to the left. The river Kur follows us around a bend. The train speeds through deep gravel cuttings, and when we emerge from them the Georgian capital is no longer visible. Between Baku and Tiflis the Caucasus Railway runs for the most part through a flat, uninteresting country. Wastes as dreary and desolate as the steppes of central Russia or the deserts of Turkestan sometimes stretched away to the horizon on either side of the track. At other points were gray, verdureless slopes and rocky buttes, or saline mud flats that looked like the old bed of some ancient sea. Occasional oases of life appeared here and there, a few wheat fields and a wretched mud-built village, or a picturesque scene of smoke-browned tents, gaily dressed nomads, and grazing flocks and herds. At night we had passed through a grassy steppe, a facsimile of the rolling prairies of the West. Though but the 6th of June, the country was parched and the grass dried, as it stood, into hay by the heat and drought. We saw at one point a wide sweep of flame that set the darkening sky aglow and caused the railway rails ahead to gleam. It was a steppe on fire, another reproduction of a far western prairie scene. All this had changed as we woke up an hour before reaching Tiflis. The country became green, lovely, and populous in comparison. The people seemed less ragged, poverty-stricken, and wretched. The native women wore garments of brightest red and blue. The men put on more style, with their long Circassian coats and ornamental daggers, than I had yet observed. East of Tiflis, the Caucasus halfway may, roughly speaking, be said to traverse the dreary wastes of an Asiatic country, west of it to wind around among the green hills and forest-clad heights of Europe's southeastern extremity. Lovelier and more beautifully green grows the country, and more interesting, too, grow the people and the towns, as our train speeds westward toward Batoum and the Black Sea coast. Everything about the railway, also, seems to be more prosperous and better equipped. The improvised telegraph poles of worn-out lengths of rail, seen east of Tiflis, give place to something more becoming. Sometimes we speed for miles past ordinary cedar poles, procured no doubt from the mountain forests near at hand. Occasionally are stretches of iron poles imported from England, and then poles composed of two iron railway rails clamped together. For much of the way we see the splendidly equipped Indo-European Telegraph Company's line, the finest telegraph line in the world, equipped with substantial iron poles throughout, and with every insulator covered with an iron cap in countries where the half-civilized natives are wont to do them damage. This line runs through the various countries of Europe and Asia to Teheran, Persia, where it joins hands with the British Government line to India. Following along the valley of the river Kur, our train is sometimes rattling along up a wild gorge between rugged heights whose sides are bristling with dark coniferous growth, or more precipitous with huge jagged rocks and the variegated vegetation of the Caucasus strewn in wild confusion. Again we emerge upon a peaceful grassy valley, lovely enough to have been the happy valley of Rasselas, and walled in almost completely with forest-clad mountains. Through it, perhaps, there winds a mountain stream, fed by welling springs and hidden rivulets, and on the stream is sure to be a town or village. An old Georgian town it would be, picturesque but dirty, built, too, with an eye to security from attack. One town is particularly noteworthy, not a very large town, but more important, doubtless, in times past than now. Out of the valley there rises a rocky butte, abrupt almost as though it were some monstrous vegetable growth. On the summit of this natural fortress some old Georgian chief had, in the good old days of independence, built a massive castle, and nestling beneath its protecting shadow around the base of the butte is the town, a picturesque town of adobe and wattle walls and quaint red tiles. So intensely verdant is the valley, so thickly wooded the dark surrounding mountains, so brown the walls, so red the tiles, and so picturesque the elevated castle, that even K goes into raptures, and calls the picture beautiful. The improvement in the Russian telegraph line, perhaps, owes something to its brief association with the invading stranger from England, and now among the sublime loveliness of this Caucasian Switzerland one finds the station houses built with far more pretence to the picturesque than on the barren steppes toward Baku and the Caspian. Here is the Caucasia of our youthful dreams, and the mystic hills and vales whence Mingrelian princes issued forth to deeds of valor in old romantic tales. Urchins, small mountaineers, more picturesquely clad than anything seen in Alpine Italy, even now offer us little baskets of wild strawberries at 10 kopecks a basket, strawberries they and their little brothers and sisters have gathered this very morning at the foot of the hills. The cuisine at the lunch counters embraces fresh trout from neighboring mountain streams, caught by vagrant Mingrelian Isaac Waltons, who bring them in on strings of plaited grass to sell. Humorous scenes sometimes enliven our stops at the stations. The Russian warnings for travelers to seek the train before it is everlastingly too late cover fully a minute of time. First come 3 raps of a bell suspended on the platform. Afterward a station employee blows a little whistle, and lastly comes a toot from the engine itself by way of an ultimatum. Once this afternoon a woman leaves the train to enter the waiting room for something. Just as she is entering, the station man rings the bell. The woman, evidently unaccustomed to railway travel, rushes hastily back to the train. Everybody greets her performance with good-natured merriment. Finding the train not pulling out, and encouraged by some of the passengers, the woman ventures to try it again. As she reaches the waiting room door, the station man blows a shrill blast on his whistle. The woman rushes back as before. Again the people laugh, and again words of encouragement tempt her to venture back again. This time it is the toot of the engine that brings that poor female scurrying back across the platform amid the unsympathetic laughter of her fellow passengers. And this time the train really starts. From this it would appear that too many signals are quite as objectionable at railway stations as not signals enough. Every stoppage at a lunch counter station, or where vendors of things edible come on the platform, gives us opportunity to turn our minds judiciously upon the civilization of our fellow first class passengers. They present a curious combination of French fashion and polite address, on the one hand, and want of taste and ignorance of civilization's usages on the other. Gentlemen and ladies, dressed in the latest Parisian fashions, stand out on the platform and devour German sausage or dig their teeth into big chunks of yellow cheese with the gusto of half-starved barbarians. We double our engines, our compact, tenderless petroleum-burning engines, at the foot of the Suran Pass. At its base a stream disappears in an arched cave at the foot of a towering rocky cliff, and I have bethought me since of whether, like Allan Quatermain's subterranean stream, it would, if followed, reveal things heretofore unseen. And so we climb the lovely Suran Pass, rattle down the western slope upon the Black Sea coast, and reach Batoum at 11 p.m. As the chief mercantile port of the Caucasus, Batoum is an important shipping point. By the famous Berlin Treaty it was made a free port, but nothing is likely to remain free any length of time upon which the Russian bear has managed to lay his greedy paw. Consequently, Batoum is now afflicted with all sorts of commercial taxes and restrictions, peculiar to a protective and autocratic semi-Oriental government. Notwithstanding this, however, ships from various European ports crowd its harbor, for not only is it the shipping point of Baku petroleum, but also the port of entry for much of the Persian and Central Asian importations from Europe. An oil pipe line is seriously contemplated from Baku to replace the iron tank cars now run on the railroad. Big fortifications are under headway to protect the harbor, its strategic importance as the terminus of the Caucasus Railway and the shipping point for troops and war material making Batoum a place of special solicitation on the part of the Russian military authorities. R and I walk around and take a look at the fortification works, as well as one can do this, but no strangers are allowed very near, and we are conscious of close surveillance the whole time we are walking out near the scene of operations. A pleasant day in Batoum, and we take passage aboard a Messageries maritime steamer for Constantinople. Late at night we depart, amid the glare and music of a violent thunderstorm, and in the morning wake up in the roadstead of Trebizond. To fully realize the difference between mock civilization and the genuine article, one cannot do better than to transfer from a Russian Caspian steamer to a Messageries Maritimes. The Russian affect French methods and manners in pretty much everything, but the thinness and transparency of the varnish becomes very striking in contrast aboard the steamers. The scenery along the Anatolian coast is striking and lovely in the extreme as we steam along in full view of it all next day. It is mountainous the whole distance, but the prospect is charmingly variable. Sometimes the mountains are heavily wooded down to the water's edge, and sometimes the slopes are prettily checkered with clearings and cultivation. More and more lovely it grows next day as we pass Samsoon, celebrated throughout the East for Chibouque tobacco; Sinope, memorable as the place where the first blow of the Crimean War was delivered; and on the morning of the third day, Ennobili, the town of wines. End of Section 24. Recording by William Tomko. Section 25 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 13. Roundabout to India, Part 2. On the evening of the third day we lay off the entrance to the Bosphorus till morning, when we steamed down that charming strait to Constantinople. It is almost a year since I took, in company with our friend Shelton Bey, a pleasure trip up the Bosphorus and gazed for the first time on its wondrous beauties. I have seen considerable since, but the Bosphorus looks as fresh and lovely as ever. While yielding as full a measure of praise to the Bosphorus as any of its most ardent admirers, I would, however, at the same time, recommend those in search of lovely coast scenery to take a coasting voyage along the southern shore of the Black Sea in June. I have no hesitation in saying that the traveler who goes into raptures over the beauties of the Bosphorus would, if he saw it, include the whole Anatolian coast to Batoum. Several very pleasant days are spent in Constantinople, talking over my Central Asian adventures with former acquaintances and seeing the city. But as these were pretty thoroughly described in Volume 1, there is no need of repetition here. With many regrets, I part company with R., who has proved a very pleasant companion indeed, and set sail for India. The steamers of the Khedivial Line, plying between Constantinople and Alexandria, have their mooring buoys near the Stamboul side of the Golden Horn, between Seraglio Point and the Galata Bridge. During the forenoon, Shelton Bey, R., and I had taken a caique and sought out from among the crowd of shipping in the harbor the steamship Behera, of the above-mentioned line, on which I have engaged my passage to Alexandria, so that we should have no difficulty in finding it in the afternoon. In the afternoon the Behera is found surrounded by a swarm of caiques, bringing passengers and friends who have come aboard to see them off. These slender built craft are paddling about the black hull of the steamer in busy confusion. A fussy and authoritative little police boat seems to take a wanton delight in increasing the confusion by making sallies in among them to see that newly arriving passengers have provided themselves with the necessary passports, and that their baggage has been duly examined at the custom house. All is bustle and confusion aboard the Behera, and in 2 hours after the advertised time, pretty prompt for an Egyptian-owned boat, a tugboat assists her from her moorings, paddles glibly to one side, and in 10 minutes Seraglio Point is rounded, and we are steaming down the Marmora with the domes and minarets of the Ottoman capital gradually vanishing to the rear. People whose experience of steamship travel is confined to voyages in Western waters, and the orderliness and neatness aboard an Atlantic steamer, can form little idea of the appearance aboard an Oriental passenger boat. The small foredeck is reserved for the use of first and second class passengers. The remainder of the deck room is pretty well crowded with the most motley and picturesque gathering imaginable. Arabs and Egyptians returning from a visit to Stamboul, pilgrims going to Mecca via Egypt, Greeks, Levantines, and Armenians, all more or less fantastically attired and occupying themselves in their own peculiar way. The nomadic instinct of the Arabs asserts itself even on the deck of the steamer. Ere she is an hour from Stamboul, they may be seen squatting in little circles around small pans of charcoal, cooking their evening meal in precisely the same manner in which they are wont to cook it in the desert, leaving out, of course, the difference between camel chips and charcoal. The soothing bubble bubble of the narghileh is heard issuing from all sorts of quiet corners, where dreamy looking Turks are perched cross legged, happy and contented in the enjoyment of their beloved water pipe and in the silent contemplation of the moving scenes about them. As we ply our way at a 10-knot speed through the blue waves of the Marmora, and the sun sinks with a golden glow below the horizon, the spirit moves one of the Mecca pilgrims to climb on top of a chicken coop and shout "Allah il" for several minutes. The dangling ends of his turban flutter in the fresh evening breeze, steaming out behind him as he faces the east, and flapping in his swarthy face as he turns round facing to the opposite point of the compass. His supplications seem to be addressed to the dancing, white capped waves, but the old Osmanlis mutter "Allah, Allah" in response between meditative whiffs of the narghileh, and the Arab and his fellow Mecca pilgrims swell the chorus with deep fetched sighs of "Allah, Ali Akbar." A narrow space is walled off with canvas for the exclusive use of the female deck passengers, and in this enclosure scores of women and children of the above named nationalities are huddled together indiscriminately for the night, packed, I should say, closer than sardines in a tin box. Male sleepers and family groups are sprawled about the deck in every conceivable position, and in walking from the foredeck to the after cabins by the ghostly glimmer of the ship's lanterns, one has to pick his way cautiously among them. Woe to the person who attempts this difficult feat without the aid of a good pair of sea legs. He is sure to be pitched head foremost by the motion of the vessel into the bosom of some family peacefully snoozing in a promiscuous heap, or to step on the slim, dusky figure of an Arab. The ubiquitous Eurasian, who can speak a leetle Inglis, soon betrays his presence aboard by singling me out and proceeding to make himself sociable. I am sitting on the foredeck perusing a late copy of a magazine which I had obtained in Constantinople, when that inevitable individual introduces himself by peeping at the corner of the magazine and, with a winning smile, deliberately spells out its name, and soon we are engaged in as animated a discussion of the magazine as his limited knowledge of English permits. After listening with much interest to the various subjects of which it treats, he parades his profuse knowledge of Anglo Saxon athletics by asking, "Does it also speak of ball foot?" The cuisine in both first and second class cabins aboard the Egyptian liners is excellent, being served after the French style, with several courses and wine ad libitum. At our table is one solitary female, a Greek lady with an interesting habit of talking and gesticulating during meal times, and of promenading the foredeck in a profoundly pensive mood between meals. I have good reason to remember her former peculiarity, as she accidentally knocks a bottle of wine over into my soup plate while gesticulating to a couple of Levantines across the table. She is a curious woman in more respects than one. She always commences to pick her teeth at the beginning of the meal, and between courses she sticks the little wooden toothpick, pen fashion, behind her ear. Being Greek, of course, she smokes cigarettes, and being Greek, of course, she is also arrayed in one of those queer looking garments that resemble an inverted cloth balloon, with the feet protruding from holes in the bottom. She sometimes absent mindedly keeps the toothpick behind her ear while promenading the deck, and I have humbly thought that a woman promenading pensively back and forth in the national Greek costume, smoking a cigarette and with a wooden toothpick behind her starboard ear, was deserving of passing mention. The chief engineer of the ship is an Englishman with a large experience in the East. He has served with the late lamented General Gordon in the suppression of the slave trade in the Red Sea, and was anchored in Alexandria harbor during the last bombardment of the forts by the English ships. The best thing about the whole bombardment, he says, was to see the enthusiasm aboard the Yankee ships. The rigging swarmed with men, waving hats and cheering the English gunners, and whenever a more telling shot than usual struck the forts, wild hurrahs of approval from the American sailors would make the welkin ring again. There was no holding the Yankee sailors back when the English were preparing to go ashore, the old engineer continues, a gleam of enthusiasm lighting up his face, and it was arranged that they should go ashore to protect the American consulate. Only to protect the American consulate, you know. And the engineer winks profoundly, and thinking I might not comprehend the meaning of a profound wink, he winks knowingly as he repeats, "Only to protect the American consulate, you know." The engineer winds up by remarking, "That little affair in Alexandria harbor taught me more about the true feeling between the English and Americans than all the newspaper gabble on the subject put together." We touch at Smyrna and the Piraeus, and at the latter place a number of recently disbanded Greek soldiers come aboard. Some are Albanian Greeks whose costume is sufficiently fantastic to merit description. Beginning at the feet, these extremities are encased in moccasins of red leather, with pointed toes that turn upward and inward and terminate in a black worsted ball. The legs look comfortable and active in tights of coarse gray cloth, but the pièce de résistance of the costume is the kilt. This extends from the hips to the middle of the thighs, and instead of being a simple plaited cloth like the kilt of the Scotch Highlanders, it consists of many folds of airy white material that protrude in the fanciful manner of the stage costume of a coryphée. A jacket of the same material as the tights covers the body, and is embellished with black braid. This jacket is provided with open sleeves that usually dangle behind the immature wings, but which can be buttoned around the wrists so as to cover the back of the arm. The head gear is a red fez, something like the national Turkish headdress, but with a huge black tassel that hangs halfway down the back, and which seems ever on the point of pulling the fez off the wearer's head with its weight. At noon of the fifth day out we arrive in Alexandria harbor, to find the shipping gaily decorated with flags and the cannon booming in honor of the anniversary of Her Majesty Queen Victoria's coronation. Alexandria is the most flourishing and Europeanized city I have thus far seen in the East. That portion of the city destroyed by the incendiary torches of Arabi Pasha is either built up again or in process of rebuilding. Like all large city fires, the burning would almost seem to have been more of a benefit than otherwise, in the long run, for imposing blocks of substantial stone buildings, many with magnificent marble fronts, have risen, phoenix like, from the ashes of the inferior structures destroyed by the fire. After seeing Constantinople, Teheran, or even Tiflis, one cannot but be surprised at Alexandria, surprised at finding its streets well paved with massive stone blocks, smoothly laid and elevated in the middle, after the most approved methods, surprised at the long row of really splendid shops, in which is displayed everything that can be found in a European city, surprised at the swell turnouts on the Khedivial Boulevard of an evening, surprised at the many evidences of wealth and European enterprise. In the yet unfinished quarters of the city, houses are going up everywhere. The large gangs of laborers, both men and women, engaged in their erection, create an impression of beehive like activity, and everybody looks happy and contented. After so many surprises comes a feeling of regret that this commercial and industrial rose, that looks so bright and flourishing under the stimulating influence of the English occupation, should ever again be exposed to the blighting influence of an Oriental administration. Red coated Tommy Atkins, stalking in conscious superiority down the streets, or standing guard in front of the barracks, is no doubt chiefly responsible for much of this flourishing state of affairs in Alexandria, and the withdrawal of his peace ensuring presence could not fail to operate adversely to the city's good. The many groves of date palms rising up tall and slender, vying in gracefulness with the tapering minarets of the mosques, and with their feathery foliage mingling with and overtopping the white stone buildings, lends a charm to Alexandria that is found wanting in Constantinople, albeit the Osmanli capital presents by far the more lovely appearance from the sea. Massive marble seats are ranged along the Khedivial Boulevard beneath the trees, and dusky statues, in the scant drapery of the Egyptian plebe, are either sitting on them or reclining at lazy length, an occasional movement of body alone betraying that they are not part and parcel of the tomb like marble slabs. The tall, slim figures of Soudanese and Arabs mingle with the cosmopolitan forms in the streets. Nubians, black as ebony, their skins seemingly polished, and their bare legs thin almost as bean poles, slouch lazily along, or perhaps they are bestriding a diminutive donkey, their long bony feet dangling idly to the ground. All the donkeys of Alexandria are not diminutive, however. Some of the finest donkeys in the world are here, large, sleek-coated, well-fed looking animals that appear quite as intelligent as their riders, or as the native donkey boys who follow behind and persuade them along. These donkeys are for hire on every street corner, and all sorts and conditions of people, from an English soldier to a lean Arab, may be seen coming jollity-jolt along the streets on the hurricane deck of a donkey, with a half-naked donkey boy racing behind, belaboring him along. The population of Alexandria is essentially cosmopolitan, but, considering the English occupation, one is scarcely prepared to land so few English. The great majority of Europeans are Germans, French, and Italian, nearly all the shopkeepers being of these nationalities. But English language and bullish money seem to be almost universally understood, and probably the Board of Trade returns would show that English commerce predominates, and that it is only the retail trade in which the foreign element looms so conspicuously to the fore. An English evening paper, the Egyptian Gazette, has taken root here, and the following rather humorous account of a series of camel races, copied from its pages, serves to show something of how the sporting proclivities of the English army of occupation enlist the services of even the awkward and ungainly ships of the desert. 5:15 p.m. Camel race for gentlemen riders. Once round and a distance. Sweepstakes, 10 shillings. Don Juan, a fine, long-maned, fast-looking dromedary, started first favorite, Commodore Goodrich, K.N., our popular naval transport officer, being as good a judge of the ship of the desert as he is of a man of war. There was some difficulty at the post to get the riders together, owing to the fractiousness of Don Juan, who, with Colbert the Devil, ridden by Surgeon Pork, did not seem quite agreed about the professional Beauty, ridden by Surgeon Moir. At the start, Shaitan, ridden by Mr. Airy, E.N., shoved to the front, closely followed by Surgeon Robertson's mother-in-law, who, with Lieutenant Shuckburg's Purely Patience, Mr. Dumreicher's First Love, and Surgeon Hale's Microbe, rather shut out Don Juan. They kept this order until rounding Tattenham Corner, when Mr. Dumreicher brought his camel to the front, proving to his backers that he meant business with his First Love, and won a splendid race by her neck, Don Juan making a good second, with Professional Beauty about a length behind. 6:15 p.m. Camel race for sailors and soldiers. Once round and a distance. First prize, 10 shillings. Second, 5 shillings. Third, 2 shillings 6 pence. 11 competitors turned up for this race, which was very well contested, although one of the camels appeared to think it too much trouble to run, and quietly squatted down immediately after the start, and could not be induced to join his fellows. Abdel Hal Hassin of the Coast Guard came in first, with Wickers of the Royal Artillery second, and Simpson of the Commissariat and Transport Corps third. Second camel race for gentlemen riders. This was got up on the course by a sporting naval officer. 5 camels started, G.O.M., Hardington, Gochin, Chamberlain, and Unionist. This looked a certainty for G.O.M., as all but Unionist were in the same stable. However, the jockey seemed to have been got at, for although G.O.M. got away with a good start, yet rounding the second corner he was shut out by a combined effort of Hardington, Goshen, Chamberlain, and Unionist, the latter winning, amid thunders of applause, by 30 lengths. Egypt is preeminently the land of backsheesh, and Alexandria, as the chief port of arrival and departure, naturally comes in for its share of this annoying attention. From ship to hotel, and from hotel to railway station, the traveller has to run the gauntlet of people deeply versed in the subtle arts and wiles of backsheesh diplomacy. At any time, as you stroll down the street, some native will suddenly bop up like a sable ghost beside you, point out something you don't want to see, and brazenly demand backsheesh for showing it. Cook's tourists' office is but a few hundred yards from my hotel. I have passed it before and know exactly where it is, but one of these dusky shadows glides silently behind me until the office is nearly reached, when he slips ahead, points it out, and with consummate assurance demands backsheesh for guiding me to it. The worst of it is there is no such thing as getting rid of these pests. They are the most persevering and unscrupulous blackmailers in their own small way that could be imagined. People whom you could swear you never set eyes on before will boldly declare they have acted as guide or something, and dog your footsteps all over the city. Most of them are as humble as Uriah Heep himself in their annoying importunities, but some will not even hesitate to create a scene to gain their object, and as the easiest way to get rid of them, the harassed traveler generally gives them a coin. In leaving by the train, after one has backsheeshed the hungry swarm of hotel servitors, backsheeshed the porter who has doggedly persisted in coming with you to the station regardless of repeatedly telling him he wasn't wanted, backsheeshed the baggage man, and bolted almost like a hunted thing into the railway carriage from a small host of people who want backsheesh, one because he happened to detect your wandering gaze in search of the station clock and eagerly pointing out its whereabouts, another because he has told you, without being asked, that the train starts in 10 minutes, another because he pointed out your carriage, which for a brief transitory instant you failed to recognize, and others for equally trivial things, for which they all seem keenly on the alert. You shut yourself in with a feeling of relief that must be something akin to escaping from a gang of brigands. King Backsheesh evidently rules supreme in Egypt yet. My route to India takes me along the Egyptian railway to Suez, thence by steamer down the Red Sea to Aden and Karachi. A passenger train on this railway consists of carriages divided into classes as they are in England, the first and second class cars being modelled on the same lines as the English. The third class cars, however, are mere boxes provided with seats, and with iron bars instead of windows. Nice airy vehicles these, where the conditions of climate render airiness desirable, but it must be extremely interesting to ride in one of them through an Egyptian sandstorm. At the Alexandria station, an old wrinkle-faced native, bronzed and leathery, almost as an Egyptian mummy, pulls a bell rope 3 times. The conductor comes to the car window for the second time and examines your ticket. The engine gives a cracked shriek and pulls out. As the train glides through the suburbs, one's attention is arrested by well-kept carriage drives, lined and overarched with feathery palm tree groves and other evidences of municipal thrift. From the suburbs we plunge at once into a rich and populous agricultural country, the famed Nile Delta, of which a passing descriptive glimpse will not here be considered out of place. Cotton seems to be the most important crop as seen from the windows of my car, and for many a mile after leaving Alexandria we glide through luxuriant fields of that important Egyptian staple. Interspersed among the darker green of the growing cotton are fields of young rice, sometimes showing bright and green in contrast to the darker shade of the cotton, and sometimes being represented by square areas of glistening water, beneath which the young rice is submerged. The Nile Delta is a network of irrigating ditches from end to end. Large canals, big enough to float barges, and on which considerable commerce is carried, tap the Nile above the delta, and traversing it in all directions, furnish water to systems of smaller ditches and canals, and these again to still smaller channels of distribution. The water in these channels is all below the surface, and a goodly proportion of the whole teeming population of the delta is engaged between seed time and harvest in pumping the life-giving water from these ditches into the small surface trenches that conduct it over their fields and gardens. The water-pumping fellahs, ranged along the network of canals, often at intervals of not more than 100 yards, create an impression of marvelous industry pervading the whole scene, as the train speeds its way alongside the larger canals. The pumping in most cases is done by men or buffaloes, and the clumsy looking but effective Egyptian water wheel, a rough wooden contrivance that as it revolves raises the water from below and pours it from holes in the side into a wooden trough from whence it flows over the field. Small rude shelters are erected close by, beneath which the attendant fellah can squat in the shade and keep the meek and gentle but lazy buffaloes up to their task by constant threats and bellicose demonstrations. Most of these animals are blindfolded, a contrivance that, no doubt, inspires them to pace round and round their weary circle with becoming perseverance, inasmuch as it tends to keep them in perpetual fear of the dusky driver beneath the shade. People too poor, or with holdings too small, to justify the employment of oxen in pumping water, raise it from the ditches themselves, with buckets at the end of long well sweeps. In some localities one can cast his eye over the landscape and see scores of these rude sweeps continually rising and falling, rising and falling. A few windmills are also used for pumping, but the wind is a fickle thing to depend on, and his utter dependence on the water supply makes the Egyptian agriculturist unwilling to run such risks. Steam engines, both stationary and portable, are observed at frequent intervals. Both the engines and the coal for fuel have to be imported from England, but they evidently pump enough water to repay the outlay, otherwise there would not be so many of them in use. It must be a rich, productive soil that can afford the expensive luxury of importing steam engines and coal from a distant market to supply it with water for irrigation. The sediment from the Nile, which settles in the canals and ditches, is cleaned out at frequent intervals, and spread over the fields, providing a new dressing of rich alluvial soil to annually stimulate the productive capacity of the soil. In the larger cotton fields the dusky sons and daughters of Egypt are seen strung out in long rows, wielding cumbersome hoes, reminding one of old plantation days in Dixie, or they are paddling about in the inundated rice fields like amphibious things. Swarms of happy youngsters are splashing about in the canals and ditches. All about is teeming with life and animation. End of Section 25. Recording by William Tomko. Section 26 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Tomko. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 13, Roundabout to India, Part 3. Villages are populous and close together. They are, for the most part, mere jumbles of low, mud houses with curious domed roofs, and they rise above the dead level of the delta like mounds. Many of these villages have probably occupied the same site since the days of the Pharaohs. The debris and rubbish of centuries have accumulated and been built upon again and again as the unsubstantial mud dwellings have crumbled away, until they have gradually developed into mounds that rise like huge molehills above the plain, and on which the present houses are built. Near each village is a graveyard, also forming a mound-like excrescence on the dead level of the surrounding surface. At intervals the train passes some stately white mansion, looking lovely and picturesque enough for anything, peeping from a grove of date palms or other indigenous vegetation. The tall, slender palms, with their beautiful, feathery foliage, lend a charm to the sunny Egyptian landscape, with its golden dawns and sunsets, that is simply indescribable. There seems no reason why every village on the whole delta should not be hiding its ugliness beneath a grove of this charming vegetation. Further east, near Fanta, nearly every village is found thus embowered, and date palm groves form a very conspicuous feature of the landscape. One need hardly add that here the fellaheen look more intelligent, more prosperous, and happy. At all the larger stations women come to the train with roast quails stuffed with rice, which they sell at sixpence apiece, and at every station along the line children bring water in the porous clay bottles of the country. This latter is badly needed, for the train rattles along most of the time in a stifling cloud of dust that penetrates the car and settles over one in incredible quantities. During the afternoon we passed the battlefield of Tel el Kebre, the train whisking right through the center of Arabi Pasha's earthworks. Near the battlefield is a little cemetery where the English soldiers killed in the battle were buried. The cemetery is kept green and tidy, and surrounded by a neat iron fence. Amid the gray desert that begins at Tel el Kebri, this little cemetery is the only bright spot immediately about. From Tel el Kebri to Suez the country is a sandy desert, where sand fences, like the snow fences of the Rocky Mountains, have been found necessary to protect the railway from the shifting sand. On this dreary waste are seen herds of camels, happy, no doubt, as clams at high tide, as they roam about and search for tough camel thorn shrubs that here and there protrude above the wavy ridges of white sand. Put a camel in a pasture of rich, succulent grass, and he will roam about with a far-away, disconsolate look and an expression of disgust. But here, on the glaring white sands of the desert, with nothing to browse upon but prickly dry shrubs, he is in the seventh heaven of a camel's delight. Very curious it looks as we approach Suez to see the spars and masts of big steamers moving along the ship canal, close at hand, without seeing anything of the water. The high dumps, representing the excavations from the canal, conceal everything but the masts and the top of the funnels even when one is close by. Several days are spent at Suez, waiting for the steamer which we will call the Mandarin, on which I am to take passage to Karachi. Suez is a wretched hole, although there is a passably good English hotel facing the waterfront. It is the month of Bairam, however, and there is consequently a good deal of picturesque life in the native quarters. Suez seems swarming with guides, and as I am, for the greater part of a week, the only guest at the hotel, they show me far more attention than a dozen people would know what to do with. Some want to take me to see the place where Moses struck the rock. Others urge me to visit the spot where the Israelites crossed the Red Sea, both these places being suspiciously handy to Suez. Donkey boys dog one's footsteps with their long-eared chargers, whenever one ventures outside the hotel. I'm the Peninsular and Oriental donkey boy, sir, Jimmy Johnson. I have a good donkey, sir. When you want to ride, ask for Jimmy Johnson. To all this, sundry seductive offers are added, such as a short trial trip along the Bund. The Mandarin comes along on July 7th, and a decidedly stably smell is wafted over the waters towards us as we follow behind her with the little launch that is to put me aboard when the steamer condescends to ease up and allows us to approach. The Mandarin, owing to the quarantine, has kept me waiting several days at Suez, and when at last she steams out of the canal and we give chase with the little launch, and finally range alongside, the whole length of the deck is observed to be bristling with ears. Some particularly hopeful agent of the Indian Government has been sanguine enough to ship 140 mules from Italy to Karachi during the monsoon season. On the deck of a notoriously rolling ship, and with nothing but temporary plank fittings to confine the mules. The mules are ranged along either side of the deck, 70 mules on each side, heads facing inward, and with posts and a 2-inch plank separating them from the remainder of the deck, and into stalls of 6 mules each. Cocoanut matting is provided for them to stand on, and a plank nailed along the deck for them to brace their feet against when the vessel rolls. Nothing could be more happily arranged than this, providing the mules were unanimously agreed about remaining inside the railed-off space, and providing the monsoons had agreed not to roll the Mandarin violently about. With unpardonable short-sightedness, however, it seems that neither of these important factors in the case has been seriously considered or consulted, and, as an additional insult to the mules, the plank in front of them is elevated but 4 feet 6 above the deck. They are a choice lot of 4-year-old mules, unbroken and wild, harum-scarum and skittish. Well-fed 4-year-old mules are skin-full of deviltry under any circumstances, and ranged like so many red herrings in their boxes, with no exercise and every motion of the ship jostling them against one another, they very quickly develop a capacity for simon pure cussedness that caused the officers of the ship no little anxiety from day to day, and a good deal more anxiety when they reflected on the weather that would be encountered on the Indian Ocean. The officers of the Mandarin are excellent seamen. They are perfectly at home and at their ease when it comes to managing a vessel, but their knowledge of mules is not so profound and exhaustive as of vessels. In short, their experience of mules has hitherto been confined to casually noticing meek and sober-sided specimens attached to the street cars of certain cities they have visited. 3 Italian muleteers have been hired to assist and instruct the coolies in feeding and watering the mules, and to supervise their general welfare. The 3 muleteers is an excellent arrangement, providing there were but 3 mules, but unfortunately there are 140, and before they had been aboard the Mandarin 2 days it became apparent that they ought to have engaged an equal number of Italians to keep the mules out of devilment. Uneasy in their minds at the wild restlessness and seemingly daredevil and inconsiderate pranks of their long-eared and unspeakable charges, the officers are naturally anxious to avail themselves of any stray grains of enlightenment concerning their management they might perchance drop on to by appealing to persons they come in contact with. Accordingly, one of them approaches me, the only passenger aboard, except some Hindoos returning home from a visit to the Colinderies, and asks me if I understand anything about mules. I modestly own up to having reared, broken, driven, and generally handled mules in the West, whereat the officer is much pleased, and proceeds to unburden his mind concerning the animals aboard the ship. Fine young mules, he says they are, and in reply to a question of what the government of India is importing mules from Europe for, instead of raising them in India, he says he thinks they must be intended for breeding purposes. Understanding well enough that all this is quite natural and excusable in a seafaring man, I succeed in checking a rising smile, and gently but firmly convince the officer of the erroneousness of this conclusion. The officer is delighted to find a person possessing so complete a knowledge of mules, and I am henceforth regarded as the oracle on this particular subject, and the person to be consulted in regard to sundry things they don't quite understand. Between the 2-inch plank and the awning overhead is a space of about 3 feet. The mate says he is trifling misty as to how a 16-hand mule can leap through this small space without touching either the plank or the awning. And yet, he says, there is hardly a mule on board that has not performed this seemingly miraculous feat over and over again, and a good many of them make a practice of doing it every night. This jumping mania makes him feel uneasy every night, the mate goes on to explain, for fear some of the reckless and light-heeled cusses should make a mistake and jump over the bulwarks into the sea. The bulwarks are no higher than the plank, yet, while half the mules were found outside the plank every morning, none of them had happened to jump outside the bulwarks so far. Many of the mules, he says, were putting in most of their time bulldozing their fellows, and doing their best to make their life unbearable, and the downtrodden specimens seem so desperately scared of the bulldozers that he expects to see some of them jump overboard from sheer fright and desperation. At this juncture we are joined by another officer, and the mate joyfully informs him that I am a man who knows more about mules than anybody he had ever talked mule with. His brother officer is delighted to hear this, as he has been uneasy about the mules' appetites. They would devour all the hay and coarse feed they could get hold of, but didn't seem to have their constant hankering after grain that he had always understood to be part and parcel of a horse's, and consequently a mule's, nature. He knows something about horses, he says, for his wife keeps a pony in Scotland, and the pony would leave hay at any time to eat oats and bran. Consequently, he thinks there must be something radically wrong with the mules, and yet they seem lively enough. In fact, they seem lively. The two salts are also troubled somewhat in their minds at the marvelous kicking powers and propensities of the mules. One says he could understand an animal kicking to defend himself when attacked in the rear, or when anything tickled its heels, but the mules aboard the Mandarin had their heels in the air most of the time, and they battered away at one another, and pounded the iron bulwarks without the slightest provocation. "Yes," chimes in the other officer, "and more than that, I've seen 'em throw their heels clear over the bulwarks, kicking at a white-capped wave, if you'll believe me, sir, actually kicking at a white-capped wave. That happened to favor them with a trifle of spray. I say, I have no doubt what the officer says is true, and not necessarily exaggerated." And the officer says, "No, there is no exaggeration about it. You'll see the same thing yourself before you've been aboard 12 hours. There'll be hell to pay aboard this ship when we strike the monsoons." After explaining to the officers that there are not men enough, nor bulldozing and tyrannical mules enough aboard the Mandarin to scare the timidest mule of the consignment into jumping over the bulwarks into the sea, that it is quite natural for mules to prefer hay to bran and oats, and that it is as natural and necessary for a 4-year-old mule to kick as it is to breathe, they thank me and say they shall sleep sounder to night than they have for a week. The heat, as we steam slowly down the Red Sea, is almost overpowering at this time of the year, July. A universal calm prevails; day after day we glide through waters smooth as a mirror, resort to various expedients to keep cool, and witness fiery red sunsets every evening. Every day the deck presents a scene of animation, from the pranks and vagaries of our long-eared cargo. All goes well with them, however, as we glide along the placid bosom of the Red Sea. The oppressive heat has a wilting effect even on the riotous spirits of the young mules. They still exhibit their mulish contempt for the barriers reared so confidingly around them, and develop new and startling traits of devilment every day. But it is not until we leave Aden and the long swells come rolling up from the monsoon region that the real fun begins. The Mandarin lurches and rolls awfully, making it extremely difficult at times for any of the mules to keep their feet; each mule seems to think his next neighbor responsible for the jostling and crowding, and the kicking and squealing is continuous along both lines. While battering away at each other, each mule seems to be at the same time keeping a loose eye behind him for the oncoming waves, and swells that occasionally curl over the bulwarks and irritate them in the rear. Most of the mules seem capable of kicking at their neighbors and at a wave at the same time, but it is when their undivided attention is centered upon the crested billow of a swell that sweeps alongside the ship and flings a white, foamy cataract at the business end of each mule as it advances, that their marvelous heel-flinging capacity becomes apparent. Each mule batters frantically away as a wave strikes him, and the rattle of nimble and indignant hoofs on the iron bulwarks follows the wave along from one end of the ship to the other. One of the most arrogant and overbearing of the animals aboard is a ginger-colored mule stationed almost amidships on the starboard side. This mule soon develops the extraordinary capacity of casting its eye over the heaving waste of waters and distinguishing the particular wave that intends coming over the bulwarks long before it reaches the vessel. The historical arrogance of Canute's followers in thinking the waves would recede at his command is nothing in comparison to the cheeky assumption of this ginger mule. This mule will fold back its ears, look wild, and raise its heels menacingly at a white-crested wave when the wave is yet 100 yards away. And on the second day out from Aden its arrogance develops in such an alarming degree that it bristles up and lifts its heels at waves that its experience and never flagging observation must have taught it wouldn't come half-way up the bulwarks. Now and then a mule will be caught off his guard and be flung violently to the deck, but the look of astonishment dies away as it nimbly regains its feet and gives place to angry attack on its neighbor and a half reproachful, half apprehensive look at the sea. So far, however, the mules seem to more than hold their own, and all oblivious of what is before them, they are comparatively happy and mischievous. But on the night of the third day out from Aden, the full force of the monsoon swells strikes the Mandarin, and true to her character, she responds by rolling and pitching about in the trough of the sea in a manner that fills the mules with consternation, and ends in their utter collapse and demoralization. Planks break and give way as the whole body of mules are flung violently and simultaneously forward, and before midnight the mules are piled up in promiscuous and struggling heaps, while tons of water come on deck and wash and tumble them about in all imaginable shapes and forms. All hands are piped up and kept busy tying the mules' legs, to prevent them regaining their feet only to be flung violently down again in the midst of a struggling heap of their fellows. There is only one mule actually dead in the morning, but the others are the worst used up, discouraged lot of mules I ever saw. Mules that but the day before would nearly jump out of their skins if one attempted to pat their noses, now seem anxious to court human attention and to atone for past sins. Many of them are pretty badly skinned up and bruised, and a few of them are well nigh flayed alive from being seesawed back and forth about the deck. It is not a pleasant picture to dwell upon, and it would be much pleasanter to have to record that the mules proved too much for the monsoon. But truth will prevail, and before we reach Karachi the monsoon has scored 14 mules dead and pretty much all the others more or less wounded. But this is no discredit to the mules. In fact, I have greater respect for the staying qualities of a mule than ever before, since the monsoon only secures 10% of them for the sharks after all. A week from Aden and 14 days from Suez we reach Karachi. The tide happens to be out at the time, and so we have to lay to till the following morning, when the Mandarin crosses the bar and drops anchor preparatory to unloading the now badly demoralized mules into lighters. Karachi bids fair to develop into a very prominent seaport in the near future. The extension of the frontier into Beloochistan gives Karachi a strategic importance as the port of arrival of troops and war material from England. Not less is its importance from a purely commercial view, for down the Indus Valley Railway to Karachi for shipment come the enormous and yearly increasing wheat exportations from the Punjab. Thus far my precise plans have been held in abeyance until my arrival on Indian soil. Whether I would find it practicable to start on the wheel again from Karachi, or whether it would be necessary to proceed to the northeast, I had not yet been able to find out. At any rate, it is always best to leave these matters until one gets on the spot. The result of my investigations at once proves the impossibility, even were it desirable, of starting from Karachi. The Indus River is at flood, inundating the country, which is all so jungly and wild and without roads. The heat throughout Scinde in July is something terrific, and to endeavor to force a way through flooded jungle with a bicycle at such a time would be little short of madness. Under these conditions I decide to proceed by rail to Lahore, the capital of the Punjab, whence I am told there will be a good road all the way to Calcutta. As the crow flies, Lahore is nearer to Furrah than Karachi is, so that my purpose of making a continuous trail will be better served from that point anyhow. It is an interesting jaunt by rail up the Indus Valley, but one's first impression of India is sure to be one of disappointment by taking this route. It is a desert country, taken all in all, this historic Scinde, through which, however, the Indus Valley makes a narrow streak of agricultural richness. The cars on the railroad are provided with couscous tatties to mollify the intense heat. They are fixed into the windows so that the passengers may turn them on round from time to time to raise the water from the lower half to the top, whence it trickles back again and cools the heated air that percolates through. The heat increases as we reach Rohri and Sukhar, where passengers are transferred by ferry across the Indus. The country seems a veritable furnace, cracking and blistering with heat. At Sukhar our train glides through some rich date palms, the origin of which, legend says, were the date stones thrown away by the soldiers of Alexander the Great. They seem to have taken root in congenial soil, anyway, for every tree is heavily laden with ripe and ripening dates. Reclining under the date trees or wandering about are many dusky sons and daughters of Scinde, the latter in bright raiment and with children in no raiment whatever. The heat, the fruitful date palms, and the lotus eating natives combine to make up a truly tropical scene. Much of the country population seems to be nomadic or semi-nomadic, dwelling in tents with which they remove to the higher ground when the Indus becomes inundated, and return again to the valley to cultivate and harvest their crops. They seem a picturesque people mostly, sometimes strangely incongruous in the matter of apparel, as, for instance, one I saw wearing a white breechcloth and hussar coat. This was the whole extent of his wardrobe, for he had neither shoes, shirt, nor hat. Water buffaloes are wading and swimming about in the overflowed jungle, browsing off bulrushes and rank grass. Youngsters are sometimes seen perched on the buffaloes' backs, taking care of the herd. About Multan the aspect of the country changes to level, barren plain, and this, as we gradually approach Lahore, gives place to a cultivated country of marvelous richness. Here one first sees the matchless kunkah roads traversing the country from town to town, the first glimpse of which is very reassuring to me. It is July 28th when I at length find myself in Lahore. The heat is not only well nigh unbearable, but dangerous. Prickly heat has seized hold upon me with a promptness that is anything but agreeable. The thermometer in my room at Clark's Hotel registers 108 degrees at midnight. A punkah wallah is indispensable night and day. A couple of days are spent in affixing a new set of tires to my wheel and seeing something of the lions of Lahore. The Shalamar Mango Gardens, a few miles east of the city, and Shah Jehan's fort, museum, etc., are the regular things to visit. In the museum is a rare collection of ancient Asiatic arms, some of which throw a new light on the origin of modern firearms. Here are revolving muskets that were no doubt used long before the revolving principle was ever applied to arms in the West. But our narrative must not linger amid the antiquities of Lahore, fascinating as they may, peradventure, be. End of section 26. Recording by William Tomko.
Section 27 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Craig. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 14, Part 1. Through India. The heat is intense, being at the end of the heated term at the commencement of the earliest monsoons. It is certainly not less than 130 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun, when at 3 p.m. I mount and shape my course towards Amritsar, some 35 miles down the Grand Trunk Road. In such a temperature and beneath such a sun, it behooves the discreet Caucasian to dress as carefully for protection against the heat as he would against the frost of an Arctic winter. The United States Army helmet, which I have constantly worn since obtaining it at Fort Sidney, Nebraska, has now to be discarded in favor of a huge pith solar topee, an inch thick and but a little smaller than an umbrella. This overshadowing headdress imparts a cheerful mushroom-like aspect to my person, and casts a shadow on the smooth whitish surface of the road as I ride along. It well nigh obliterates the shadow of the wheel and its rider. Thus sheltered from the rays of the Indian sun, I wheel through the beautifully shaded suburban streets of Lahore, past dense thickets of fruitful plantains, across the broad switchyard of the Sindhi, Delhi, and Punjab Railway, and out onto the smooth level surface of the Grand Trunk Road. This road is, beyond a doubt, the finest highway in the whole world. It extends for nearly 1,600 miles, an unbroken highway of marvelous perfection, from Peshawar on the Afghan frontier to Calcutta. It is metalled for much of its length with a substance peculiar to the country known as kunkah. Kunkah is obtained almost anywhere throughout the land of the 5 rivers, underlying the surface soil. It is a sort of loose nodular limestone, which when wetted and rolled cements together and forms a road surface smooth and compact as an asphaltum pavement, and of excellent wearing quality. It is a magnificent road to bicycle over. Not only is it broad, level, and smooth, but for much of the way it is converted into a veritable avenue by spreading shade trees on either side. Far and near, the rich Indian vegetation, stimulated to wear its loveliest garb by the early monsoon rains, is intensely green and luxuriant. And through the richly verdant landscape stretches the wide, straight belt of the road, far as eye can reach, a whitish streak, glaring and quivering with reflected heat. The natives of the Punjab, the most loyal perhaps of the Indian races, are beginning to regard the Christian Sabbath as a holiday, and happy crowds of people in holiday attire are gathered at the Shalimar Mango Gardens, a few miles out of Lahore. Beyond the gardens, I meet a native in a big red turban and white clothes en route to Lahore on a bone shaker. He is pedaling ambitiously along with his umbrella under his left arm. As we approach each other, his swarthy countenance lights up with a glad, fraternal smile, and his hand touches his turban in recognition of the mystic brotherhood of the wheel. There is a mysterious bond of sympathy recognizable even between the old native-made bone shaker and its Punjabi rider and the pale-faced Ferengi Sahib mounted on his graceful triumph of Western ingenuity and mechanical skill. The free display of ivories as we approach, the expectation of fraternal recognition so plainly evident in his face, and the friendly and respectful rather than obsequious manner of saluting, tell something of that leveling tendency of the wheel we sometimes hear spoken of. The park-like expanse of country on either hand continues as mile after mile is reeled off. The shady trees, the ruins, the villages, and the roadside kosminars, with the perfect highway leading through it all. What more could wheelman ask than this? A wayside police chowkee is now seen ahead, a snug little edifice of brick beneath the sacred branches of a spreading peepul. A 6-foot Sikh in the red and blue turban and neat blue uniform of the Punjab Soldier Police stands at the door and executes a stiff military salute as I wheel past. A row of conical white pillars and a grass-grown plot of ground, containing a few bungalows and camping space for a regiment, indicate a military reservation. These spaces are reserved at intervals of 10 or 12 miles all down the Grand Trunk Road. The distance from each represents a day's march for Indian troops in time of peace. A bend in the road, and the bicycle sweeps over a substantial brick bridge, spanning an irrigating canal large enough to float a 3-masted schooner. The bridge and the ditch convey early evidence of English enterprise no less conspicuous than the road itself. Neatly trimmed banks and a tropical luxuriance of overhanging vegetation give the long, straight reach of water the charming appearance of flowing through a leafy tunnel. Under the stimulus of the monsoon rains and the more than tropical heat, the soil seems bursting with fatness, and earth, air, and water are teeming with life. The roadway itself is swarming with pedestrians, trudging along in both directions. Some there are with the inevitable umbrellas held above their heads, but more are carrying them under their arms as though in lofty contempt of 130 degrees Fahrenheit. Vehicles jingle past by the hundred, filled with villagers who have been visiting or shopping at Lahore or Amritsar. Their light bamboo carts are provided with numbers of little brass cymbals that clash together musically in response to the motion of the vehicle. The occupants are fairly loaded down with silver jewelry, and for color and picturesqueness generally, it is safe to assume that not even Solomon in all his glory was arrayed like one of these. The women particularly seem to literally revel in the exuberance of bright clothing adorning their dusky proportions. The profusion of jewelry, the merry jingle-jangle of the cymbals, the more than generous heat, and the seeming bountifulness of everything. These Sikh and Jatni merrymakers early impressed me as being particularly happy and light-hearted people. Splendid wheeling though it be, it soon becomes distressingly apparent that propelling a bicycle has now to be considered in connection with the overpowering heat. Half the distance to Amritza is hardly covered, and the riding time scarcely 2 hours, yet it finds me reclining beneath the shade of a roadside tree more used up than 5 times the distance would warrant in a less enervating climate. The greensward around me as I recline in the shade is teeming with busy insects, and the trees are swarming with the beautiful winged life of the tropical air. Flocks of parakeets with most gorgeous plumage, blue, red, green, gold, and every conceivable hue, flit hither and thither or sweep past in whirring flight. Some of the native pedestrians pause for a moment and cast a wondering look at the unaccustomed spectacle of a sahib and a bicycle reclining alone beneath a wayside tree. All salaam deferentially as they pass by, but there is a refreshing absence of the spirit of obtrusion that sometimes made life a burden among the Turks and Persians. In his disgust at the aggressive curiosity of the Persians, Captain E., my companion from Meshed to Constantinople, had told me, "You'll find when you get to India that a sahib there is a sahib." And the strikingly deferential demeanor of the natives I have encountered on the road today forcibly reminds me of his remarks. The myriads of soldier ants crossing the road in solid phalanx or climbing the trees, the winged jewels of the air flitting silently here and there, the picturesque natives and their deferential salams, all these only serve to wean one's thoughts from the oppressive heat for a moment. At times one fairly gasps for breath and looks involuntarily about in forlorn search for some place of escape, if only for a moment, from the stifling atmosphere. A feeling of utter lassitude and loss of ambition comes over one. The importance of accomplishing one's object diminishes, and the necessity of yielding to the pressure of the fearful heat and taking things easy becomes the all-absorbing theme of the imagination. A supreme and heroic effort of the will is necessary to arouse one from the inclination to remain in the shade indefinitely, regardless of everything else. No sort of accommodation is to be obtained this side of Amrita, however, so waiting until the dreadful power of the sun is tempered somewhat by his retirement beneath the trees, I resume my journey, making several brief halts in deference to an overwhelming sense of lassitude ere completing the 35 miles. Owing to these frequent halts, it is after dark when I arrive at Amrita, a thoroughly wilted individual and suffering agonies from the prickly heat aggravated by the feverish temperature superinduced by the exertion of the afternoon ride. My khaki suit and underclothes hold almost as much moisture as though I had just been fished out of the river, and my dry-drained corporeal system is clamorous for the wherewithal to quench the fires of its feverish heat as I alight in the suburbs of Amrita and inquire for the dak bungalow. A willing native guides me to a hotel where a smooth-mannered Parsi boniface accommodates sahibs with supper, charpoy, and chota hazari for the small sum of 4 rupees. Punkawallas, paniwallas, sweepers, etc., extra. A cooling douche with water kept at a low temperature in the celebrated porous bottles, a change of underclothing, and a punkawalla vigorously engaged in creating our artificial breeze soon changed things for the better. All these refreshing and renovating appliances, however, barely suffice to stimulate one's energy up to the duty of jotting down in one's diary a brief summary of the day's happenings. The punkah of India is a long, narrow fan, suspended by cords from the ceiling. Attached to it is another cord which finds its way outside through a convenient hole in the wall or window frame. For the magnificent sum of 3 annas, 6 cents, the hopeful punkawalla sits outside and fills the room with soothing, sleep-inducing breezes for the space of a day or night, by a constant seesawing motion of the string. Few Europeans are able to sleep at night or exist during the day without the punkawalla's services, for at least 9 months in the year. The slightest negligence on his part at night is sufficient to summon the sleeper instantly from the land of dreams to the stern reality that the dusky imp outside has himself dropped off to sleep. A pardonable imprecation delivered in loud, threatening tones, or in the case of a person vengefully inclined, or once too often made a victim, a stealthy visit to the open door, a well-aimed boot, and the pendulous punkah again swings to and fro, banishing the newly awakened prickly heat, and fanning the recumbent figure on the charpoy with grateful breezes that quickly send him off to sleep again. A slight fall of rain during the night tempers somewhat the oppressive heat, and the zephyrs of the prevailing monsoons blow stiffly against me as I pedal southward in the early morning. The rain has improved rather than injured the kunkah road, and it is, moreover, something of a toss-up as to whether the adverse wind is advantageous or otherwise. On the one hand, it exacts increased muscular effort to ride against it, but on the other, its beneficent services as a cooler are measurably apparent. One needs only to traverse the Grand Trunk Road for a few days in order to obtain a comprehensive idea of India's teeming population. Vehicles and pedestrians throng the road again this morning, pouring into Amritsar as though to attend some great festival. The impression of some festive occasion obtains additional colors from parties of musicians who keep up a perpetual tom-tomming on their drums as they trudge along. The object of their noisiness is apparently to gratify their own love of the sounding rattle of the drums. At the police chowkee of Gundiala, 10 miles from Amritsar, a halt is made for rest and a drink of water. To avoid trampling on the caste prejudices or the sanctimonious religious feelings of the natives, everybody drinks from his hands, or from a cheap earthenware dish that may afterwards be smashed. The Sikhs and Mohammedans of the Punjab are far more reasonable in this matter than are the Brahmins and other ultra-holy idolaters of the country farther south. Among the Hindus, where caste prejudices exist throughout all the strata of society, to avoid the awful consequences of touching their lips to a vessel out of which some unworthy wretch a shade less holy has previously drunk, the fastidious worshipper of Krishna, Vishnu, or Kamadeva always drinks from his hands, unless possessed of a private drinking vessel of his own. The hands are held in position to form a trough leading to the mouth, while an assistant pours water in at one end. The recipient receives it at the other. No little skill and care is required to prevent the water running down one's sleeve. The average native seems to think the human throat a gutter down which the water will flow as fast as he can pour it into the hands. The flowing yellow flood of Beas River, now at flood and spreading itself over the width of a mile, makes an impassable break in my road soon after midday. A ferry boat usually plies across the stream, but by reason of the broad area of overflow and the consequent difficulty of working it, it is moored up for the time being. Fortunately, the Sindh, Punjab, and Delhi Railroad crosses the river on a fine bridge nearby, with a regular ferry train service in operation. Repairing thither, I find in charge of the ferry train an old Anglo-Indian engineer who prevails upon me to accept his hospitality for the night. Hundreds of natives pass the night round about the railway station, waiting to cross the bridge on the first morning train. Nowhere else in the world does a gathering of people present so picturesque and interesting a sight as in sunny Hindostan. These people gathered about the Beas River station looked more like a company rigged out for the spectacular stage than the ordinary everyday mortals attending to the prosaic business of life. The nose rings worn by many of the women are so massive and heavy that silken cords are attached and carried to some support on the head to relieve the nostril of the weight. The rims of the ears are likewise grievously overburdened with ornaments. These unoffending appendages are pierced with a number of holes all round the rim from lobe to top. Each hole contains a massive ring, almost large and heavy enough for a bracelet, the weight of which pulls the ear all out of shape. Simple yet gaudy costumes prevail, garments of red, yellow, blue, green, olive, and white, with gold tinsel, drape the graceful forms of these dusky Sikh or Jatni belles, and not a whit less picturesque and party-colored are the costumes of their husbands, brothers, and fathers, fine fellows mostly, tall, straight, military-looking men with handsome faces and fierce mustachios. Not a few thoroughbred Jats are mingled in the crowd, the stout-built, thick-limbed Jats, the warlike race with the steel or silver discus surmounting their queer pyramidal headdress. Under the independent government of their people by the gurus or ruler priests of the last century, and particularly under the regulations of the celebrated Guru Govind, every Sikh was considered a warrior from his birth, and was always required to wear steel eyrie some form or other about his person. The Jats, being the most enterprising and warlike tribe of the territory, acknowledging the rule of the Gurus and the religious teachings of the Adi Granth as their faith, takes a special pride in commemorating the bravery and warlike qualities of their ancestors by still wearing the distinguishing steel quoits on their heads. Sesame or banyan trees, shading 20 yards width of luxuriant greensward on either side of the road, and each and every tree sheltering groups of natives resting, idling, washing their clothes in some silent pool, or tending a few grazing buffaloes, form a truly Arcadian scene for mile after mile next day. These buffaloes are huge, unwieldy animals with black, hairless hides, strong and heavy almost as rhinoceroses. In striking contrast to them are the aristocratic little cream-colored Brahmani cows, with the curious big camel hump on their withers. These latter animals are pampered and revered and made much of among the Brahmins. Mythology has it that Brahma created cows and Brahmins at the same time, and the cow is therefore an object of worship and veneration. Taken all in all, the worship of the Hindus has something eminently rational about it. Their worship is frequently bestowed upon some of the tangible object that contributes directly to their material enjoyment. It is very much like going back to the first principles of gratitude for direct blessings received to worship Mother Ganga, the noble stream that brings down the moisture from the Himalayas to water their plains and quicken into life their needy crops, or to worship the gentle bovine that provides them daily with milk and cheese and ghee. Wonderful legends are told of the cow in Hindu mythology. The Ramayana tells of a certain marvelous cow owned by a renowned hermit. The hermit, being honored by a visit from the king, who had with him a numerous retinue, was sorely puzzled how to provide refreshments for his princely guests. The cow, however, proved herself equal to the emergency, and obedient to her saintly lord, viands to suit each taste outpoured. Honey she gave, and roasted grain, mead, sweet with flowers and sugar cane, each beverage of flavor rare. And food of every sort were there. Hills of hot rice and sweetened cakes, and curdled milk and soup in lakes. Vast beakers flowing to the brim, with sugared drink prepared for him, and dainty sweetmeats deftly made before the hermit's guests were laid. In all Brahmin communities are sacred bulls, allowed to roam at their own sweet will among the crops and help themselves. Chow and doodh, rice and milk, is obtained at noon from a village eating stall. The rice is dished up to all customers in basins improvised from a broad banyan leaf, so that nobody's caste may be jeopardized by handling spoons or dishes that others have touched. Most of the natives manage to eat with their fingers, but they bring for the sahib a stiff green leaf which is bent into the form of a scoop and made to answer the purpose of a spoon. The milk is served in valueless earthenware basins that are tossed into the street and broken after being once used. There is a regular caste of artisans in India whose hereditary profession is the manufacture of this cheap pottery. Almost every village has its family of pottery makers who manufacture them for the use of the community. The people are curious about the bicycle and the sahib's peculiar manner of traveling without the usual native servant, and eating rice at an ordinary village stall. They are, however, far from being in the least obtrusive or annoying. On the contrary, their respectfulness and conservatism is something to admire. Although they gather about the bicycle in a compact ring, Not a hand in all the company is meddlesome enough to touch it. Through the smooth kunkah-laid bazaars of Julandar, so different from the unridable bazaars we have heretofore been made familiar with, and I wheel past the Queen's Garden and into the cantonment along lovely avenues and perfect roads. The detachment of Royal Artillery, whose quarters my road leads directly past, is composed largely of the gallant sons of Erin, and as I wheel into the cantonment, an artilleryman seated on a eave-harpy beneath a spreading neem tree sings out to his comrades, "Be jabbers, boys! Here's the Yankee what's travelling round the world with a bicycle." I have with me a letter of introduction to an officer stationed at Julandar. Upon inquiry, however, I find that he is absent at Simla on leave. Desirous of seeing something of Tommy Atkins in his Indian quarters, I therefore accept an invitation to remain at the barracks of the Royal Artillery until ready to resume my journey in the morning. At this season of the year, an Indian cantonment presents the appearance of a magnificent park. The barracks are large, commodious structures, built with a view to securing the best results for the health and comfort of the troops. No soldiers in the world are so well fed, housed, and clothed as the British soldiers in India, and none receive as much pay, except the soldiers of the United States Army. That they are justly entitled to everything that can contribute to their happiness and welfare goes without saying. For actual service rendered, and the importance of the responsibilities resting on their shoulders, it is little enough to say that the British soldiers in India are entitled to a greater measure of consideration than the soldiers of any other army in existence. This little army of 50 or 60,000 men is practically responsible for the good behavior of 1/6 of the world's population, saying nothing of affairs without. And in addition to this is the wearisome round of existence in an Indian barrack, the enervating climate, and the ennui so poisonous to the active Anglo-Saxon temperament. After all that is said for or against the Anglo-Indian army, the unprejudiced critic cannot fail to admit that they are the finest body of fighting men in existence, a force against which it would be impossible for an equal number of the soldiers of any other country to contend. That the old dominant spirit of the British soldier is yet rampant as ever may be seen perhaps plainer in the cantonments of India than anywhere else. The manifest superiority of Tommy Atkins as a fighter stands out in bold relief against the gentle populations of India, who regard him as the very incarnation of war and warlike attributes. His own confidence in his ability to whip all the multitudinous enemies of England put together is as great today as it ever was, and nothing would suit him better than a campaign against the military colossus of the North in defense of the British interests in India he now so faithfully guards. The interest in my appearance is deepened by my recent adventures in Afghanistan, and letters partly descriptive of the same that have appeared in late issues of the Indian press. A mile or so from the artillery barracks are the quarters of a detachment of the Connaught Rangers. A couple of non-commissioned officers in the Rangers, I am happy to discover, are wheelmen, and when the tidings of the around-the-world rider's arrival reaches them, they wheel over and endeavor to have me become their guest. The Royal Artillery boys refuse to give their protege up, however, and the rivalry is compromised by my paying the Rangers a visit and then coming back to my first entertainer's quarters for the night. The evening is spent pleasantly in telling stories of camp life in India and Afghanistan. Some of the soldiers present have been recently stationed at Peshawar and other points near the northern frontier, and tell of the extraordinary precautions that had to be adopted to prevent their rifles being stolen at night from the very racks within the barracks rooms where they were sleeping. An officer at the cantonment claims to have cured himself of enlarged spleen, the bane of so many Anglo-Indian officers, by daily riding on a tricycle. He then disposed of it to advantage to a native gentleman who had noticed the marvelous improvement it had wrought in his health, and who was also affected with the same disease. The native also cured himself, and now firmly believes the tricycle possessed of some magic properties. Release of punkah wallahs are provided for the barracks, a number of punkahs being connected so that one coolie fans the occupants of a dozen or more charpoys. In talking about these useful and very necessary servants, some of the comments indulged in by the gentleman who first invited me into the barracks are well worth repeating. Be jabbers, and yous have to kape awake all night to swear at the lazy devils in order to get a wink of sleep. And the moment yous drop asleep, yous are awake, are choice specimens heard, in reference to the punkah wallah's confirmed habit of dozing off in the silent watches of the night. The two wheelmen of the Connaught Rangers accompany me 5 miles to the Bain River ferry in the cool of early morning. They would have escorted me as far as Umballa, they say, had they known of my coming in time to arrange leave of absence. 25 miles of continuously smooth and level kunkah bring me to Philor, a Mohammedan town of several thousand inhabitants. The fort of Philor is a conspicuous object on the left of the road. It was formerly an important depot of military supplies, and in the time of Sikh independence was regarded by them as the key to the Punjab. Since the mutiny, it has dwindled in importance as a military stronghold, but is held by a detachment of native infantry. A mile or so from Philor is a splendid girder railway bridge crossing the river Sutlej. The outflow of the river extends for miles, converting the depressions into lakes and the dry ditches into sloughs and creeks. Resting under the shade of a peepul tree, I while away a passing hour watching native fishermen endeavoring to beguile the finny denizens of the overflow into their custody. Their tactics are to stir up the water and make it muddy for a space around, so that the fish cannot see them. They then toss a flat disk of wood, so that it falls with an audible splash a few yards away. This maneuver is intended to deceive the fish into thinking something edible has fallen into the water. Woe betide the guileless fish, however, whose innocent, confiding nature is thus imposed upon, for swish goes a circular drop net over the spot, from the meshes of which the luckless captive tries in vain to struggle. The river Sutlej has its source in the holy lake of Manas Sarovara, in Tibet's most mountainous regions, and for several hundred miles its course leads through mighty canyons, grand and rugged as the canyons of the Colorado and the Gunnison. It is upon the upper reaches of the Sutlej that the celebrated swing bridges called karorus are in operation. A karorus consists of a bagar grass or yak hair rope stretched from bank to bank, across which passengers are pulled, suspended in a swinging chair or basket. The karorus is also largely patronized by the swarms of monkeys inhabiting the foothill jungles of the Himalayas. Nothing could be more congenial to these festive animals than the Blondin-like performance of crossing over some deep roaring gorge along the swaying rope of a karorus. Like other rivers of the level Punjab plains, the Sutlej has at various times meandered from its legitimate channel. 8 miles south of its present bed, the large and flourishing city of Ludhiana once stood on its bank. Ludhiana and its dak bungalow provides refreshments and a 3-hour siesta beneath the cooling and seductive punkah, besides an interesting and instructive tete-a-tete with a Eurasian civil officer spending the day here. Among other startling confidences, this olive-tinted gentleman declares that to him the punkah is unbearable, its pendulous swinging motion invariably making him seasick. Through a country of alternate sandy downs and grazing areas, my road leads at length through the territory of the Rajah of Sirhind. Picturesque and impressive fortresses and high, crenellated stone walls around the villages give the Rajah's little dominion here a most decided medieval appearance, and dark, dense patches of sugar cane attest the marvelous richness of the sandy soil, wherever water can be applied. Moreover, as if to complete the interesting picture of a native prince's rule, on the road is encountered a gaily dressed party in charge of some youthful bigwig on a monster elephant. A thick striped mattress makes a soft platform on the elephant's broad back, and here the young voluptuary squats as naturally as on the floor of his room. Some of the attendants are dancing along before him, noisily knuckling tambourines and drums, while others trudge alongside or behind. The elephant regards the bicycle with symptoms of mild apprehension and swerves slightly to one side. The police officer of the Kermandala Chowki, just off the Rajah of Sirhind's territory, voluntarily tenders me the shelter of his quarters, just as the sun is finishing his race for the day by painting the sky with fanciful tints and streaks. The long straight avenue which I have wheeled down for miles hereabout runs east and west. The sun, rotund and fiery, sets immediately in the perspective of the avenue, and at his disappearance there shoot from the same point iridescent javelins that spread fan-like over the whole heavens. A sight never to be forgotten is the long white road and the ribs of the glorious celestial fan meeting together in the vista-like distance. And oh, for the brush and palette and genius of a turner! One of the rainbow-tinted javelins splits the crescent moon and holds it to toast before the glowing sunset fires, like a piece of green cheese. End of section 27. Section 28 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Craig. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2, by Thomas Stevens. Chapter 14, Part 2, Through India. The heat of the night is ominously suggestive of Shed's popularly conceived temperature, and in the absence of the customary punkah and nodding, seesawing walla, a villager is employed to sit beside my charpoy and agitate the air immediately about my head with a big palm leaf fan. But sleep is next to impossible. The morning finds me feeling but little refreshed, and with a decided yearning to remain all day long in the shade instead of taking to the road. Not a moment's respite is possible from the oppressive heat. An hour in the saddle develops a sensation of grogginess and an amphibian inclination for wallowing in some roadside tank. South of Sirhind, the country develops into low, flat jungle, with much of it partly overflowed. The road through these semi-submerged lowlands is an embankment rising many feet above the general level, and provided with numerous culverts and bridges to prevent the damming of the waters and the danger of washing away the road. The jungle is full of busy life. The air is thick with the low murmuring hum of busy insect life. Birds shriek, whistle, call, hoot, peep, chirp, and sing among the intertwining branches, and frogs croak hoarsely in the watery shallows beneath. Noises, too, are heard that would puzzle, I would venture to say, many a scholarly book-wise and specimen-wise naturalist to define as coming from the articulatory organs of bird, beast, or fish. The slow, measured sweep of giant wings beating the air is heard above, and the next moment a huge bustard floats down through the trees and alights in a moist footing of jungle grass and water. The little Brahmin village at the railway station of Rajpaura is reached in the middle of the afternoon, but it provides little or nothing in the way of accommodation for a European. The chowkidar of the dak bungalow blandly declares his inability to provide anything eatable for a sahib, and the Eurasian employees at the railway station are unaccommodating and indifferent, owing to the travel-stained and ordinary appearance of my apparel. The Eurasians, by the by, impress me far less favorably as a race than do the better-class full-blood natives. It seems to be the unfortunate fate of most mixed races to inherit the more undesirable qualities of both progenitors, and the better characteristics of neither. No less than the mongrel populations of certain West Indian islands, the Spanish-speaking republics, and the mulattoes of the southern states, do the Eurasians of India present in their character eloquent argumentation against the error of miscegenation. A little Brahmin village is anything but an encouraging place for a traveler to penetrate in search of eatables. A thin yellow-skinned Brahmin with a calico fig leaf suspended from a coconut fiber waist string and the white and red tattooing of his holy caste on his forehead, presides over a big lump of guduku, a preparation of tobacco, rose leaves, jaggery, bananas, opium, and cardamom seed, used for hookah smoking, and his double performs the same office for sickly warm goat's milk and doughy unleavened chapatis. Uninviting as is the prospect, one is compelled, by the total absence of any alternative, to patronize the proprietor of the latter articles. As I step inside his little shed-like establishment to see what he has, he holds up his hands in holy trepidation at the unhallowed intrusion, and begs me to be seated outside. My entrance causes as much consternation as the traditional bull in the china shop, the explanation of which is to be found in the fact that anything I might happen to touch becomes at once defiled beyond redemption for the consumption of native customers. With the weather wiltingly hot, doughy chapatis and lukewarm, unstrained, strong-tasting goat's milk can scarcely be called an appetizing meal, and the latter is served in the usual cheap earthenware platter, which is at once tossed out and broken. The natives of India are probably less concerned about their stomachs than the people of any other country in the world. They seem to delight in fasting and growing thin and emaciated. Their ordinary meal is a handful of parched grain and a few swallows of milk or water. Among the ascetic Brahmins are many specimens reduced by habitual fasting and general meagreness of diet to the condition of living skeletons, yet they seem to enjoy splendid health and live to a shriveled old age. The Brahmin shopkeeper squats contentedly among his wares, passing the hours in dreaming meditation and consoling pipes of guduku. Nothing seems to disturb his calm serenity, any more than the reposeful expression on the countenance of a marble Buddha could be effective. Nothing but the approach of a sahib towards his shop. It is interesting to observe the mingled play of politeness, apprehension, and alarm in the actions of a Brahmin shopkeeper at the appearance of a blundering but withal well-meaning sahib among his wares. Knowing from long experience that the Englishman would on no account wilfully injure his property or trample wantonly on his caste prejudices, he is at his wit's end to comport himself deferentially and at the same time prevent anything from being handled. Money has to be placed where the Brahmin can pick it up without incurring the awful danger of personal contact with an unhallowed Kafir. The 50 miles that from the splendid condition of the roads I have thought little enough for the average day's run is duly reeled off as I ride into the splendid civil lines and cantonment of Umballa at dusk. But my few days' experience on the roads of India have sufficed to convince me that 50 miles is entirely beyond the bounds of discretion. It is, in fact, beyond the bounds of discretion to be riding any distance in the present season here. 50 miles is overcome today only by the exercise of almost superhuman willpower. The average native, when asked for the dak bungalow, is quite as likely to direct one to the post office, the kuchari, or any other government building, from a seeming inability to discriminate between them. At the entrance to Umballa, one of these hopeful participants in the blessings of enlightened government informs me, with sundry obsequious salams, that the dak bungalow is 4 miles farther. So thoroughly has my 50-mile ride used up my energy that even this 4 miles, on a most perfect road, seems utterly impossible of accomplishment. Besides which, experience has taught that following the directions given would very likely bring me to the post office, and farther away from the dak bungalow than ever. Above the trees, not far away, is observed the weathercock of a chapel spire, plainly indicating the location of a European quarter. Taking a branch road leading in that direction, I discover a party of English and native gentlemen playing a game of lawn tennis. Arriving on the scene just as the game is breaking up, I am cordially invited to come in and take a peg. To the uninitiated, a peg is a rather ambiguous term, but to the Anglo-Indian its interpretation takes the seductive form of a big tumbler of brandy and soda, a long drink, than which nothing could be more acceptable in my present fagged-out condition. No hesitation is therefore made in accepting, and under the stimulating influence of the generous brandy and soda, exhausted nature is quickly recuperated. While not an advocate of indiscriminate indulgence in alcoholic stimulants, after an enervating ride through the wilting heat of an Indian day, I am convinced that nothing is more beneficial than what Anglo Indians laconically describe as a peg. This very opportune meeting results, naturally enough, in a pressing invitation to stay over and recruit up for a day, a program to which I offer no objections, feeling rather overdone and in need of rest and recuperation. Mine hosts are police commissioners, having supervision over the police district of Unabala. One of their number is on the eve of departure for his summer vacation in the Himalayas, and in honor of the event, several guests call round to partake of a champagne dinner, the sparkling Pommery Sec being quaffed ad libitum from pint tumblers. At the present time, no surer does water seek its level than the after-dinner conversation of Anglo-Indian officials turns into the discussion of the great depreciation of the silver rupee and its relation to the exchange at home. As the rate of exchange goes lower and lower, and no corresponding increase of salary takes place, the natural result is a great deal of hardship and dissatisfaction among those who, from various causes, have to send money to England. From the Anglo-Indians' daily association with Orientals and the peculiarly subtle understandings, it is perhaps not so surprising to find an occasional flight of fancy brought to bear upon the subject that would do credit to a professional romancer. One ingenious young civil officer present evolves a deep scheme to get even with the government for present injustice that for far-reaching and persistent revenge speaks volumes for the young gentleman's determination to carry his point. His brilliant scheme is to retire on a pension at the proper time, live to the age of 80 years, and then marry a healthy girl of 16. As the pension of an Anglo-Indian government officer descends to his surviving widow, the ingenuity and depth of this person's reasoning powers becomes at once apparent. He proposes to take revenge for the present shortcomings of the government by saddling it with a pension for 100 years or more after his retirement from active service. Tusked and antlered trophies of the chase adorning the walls, and panther and tiger skins scattered about the floor, attest the police commissioner's prowess with the rifle in the surrounding jungle. The height of every young Englishman's ambition when he comes to India is to kill a tiger. Not until with his own rifle he has laid low a genuine Tigris indicus and handed its striped pelt over to the taxidermist does he feel entitled to hold his chin at a becoming elevation and to indulge in the luxury of talking about the big game of the jungle on an equality with his fellows. Among the pets of the establishment are a youthful black bear that spends much of its time in climbing up and down a post on the lawn, a recently captured monkey that utters cries of alarm and looks badly frightened when approached by a white person, and a pair of spotted deer. These, together with several hunting dogs that delight in taking wanton liberties with the bear and deer, form quite a happy though not altogether trustful family party in the grounds. The day's rest does me a world of good, and upon resuming my journey the voice of my own experience is augmented by the advice of my entertainers, in warning me against overexertion and fatigue in so trying a climate as India. It has rained during the night, and the early morning is signaled by cooler weather than has yet been experienced from Lahore. Companies of tall Sikhs, magnificent-looking fellows in their trim khaki uniforms and monster turbans, are drilling within the native infantry lines as I wheel through the broad avenues of one of the finest cantonments in all India, and English officers and their wives are taking the morning air on horseback. This splendid cantonment contains no less than 7,220 acres, and might well be termed a magnificent park throughout. It is in the hilly tracts of the Ambala district that the curious custom prevails of placing infants beneath little cascades of water, so that the stream of water shall steadily descend on the head. The cool water of some mountain rivulet is converted into a number of streams appropriate for the purpose by means of bamboo ducts or spouts. The infants are brought thither in the morning by their mothers, and placed in proper position on beds of grass. The trickling water pouring on their heads keeps the brain cool, and is popularly supposed to be efficacious in the prevention of many infantile diseases peculiar to the country. Children not subjected to this curious hydropathic treatment are said to generally die young, or grow up weaklings in comparison with the others. A sudden freshet in the ordinarily shallow and partially dry bed of the Dongli River tells of the heaviness of last night's rainstorm among the hills, and compels a halt of a couple of hours until the rapidly subsiding water gets low enough to admit of fording it with a native bullock gharry. A branch of the same stream is crossed in a similar manner, and yet a third river, a few miles farther, has to be crossed on a curious raft made of a number of buoyant earthenware jars fixed in a bamboo frame. A splendid bridge spans the swollen torrent of the more formidable Markunda, and the well-metalled highway now cuts a wide, straight swath through inundated jungle. A big wild monkey, the first of his species thus far encountered on the road, utters a shrill squeak of apprehension at seeing the bicycle come bowling down the road, and in his fright he leaps from the branches of a roadside tree into the shallow water and escapes into the jungle with frantic leaps and bounds. Traveling leisurely and resting often for 30 miles, the afternoon brings me to the small town of Peepli, where a dak bungalow provides food and shelter of a certain kind. The sleeping accommodation of the dak bungalow may hardly be described as luxurious. Ants and other insects swarm in myriads, and lizards drag their slimy length about the timber of the walls and ceiling. The wild jungle encroaches on the village, and the dak bungalow occupies an isolated position at one end. The jungle resounds with the strange noises of animals and birds, and a friendly native who speaks a little English confides the joyful information that the deadly cobra everywhere abounds. For the first time it is cool enough to sleep without the services of the punkawalla, and not a soul remains about the dak bungalow after nightfall. The night is dark and cloudy, but not by any means silent, for the noises of the night are multitudinous and varied, ranging from the tuneful croaking of innumerable frogs to the yelping chorus of the jackals, the weird nocturnal concert of the Indian jungle, a musical melange far easier to imagine than describe. About 10 o'clock, out from the gloomy depths of the jungle near by is suddenly heard the unmistakable caterwauling of a panther, followed by that cunning arch dissembler's inimitable imitation of a child in distress. As though awed and paralyzed by this revelation of the panther's dread presence, the chirping and juggling and preening and yelping of inferior creatures cease as if by mutual impulse moved, and the pitter-patter of little feet are heard on the clay floor of my bungalow. The cry of the forest prowler is repeated, nearer than before to my quarters, and presently something hops up on the foot of the charpoy on which my recumbent form is stretched, and still continues the pattering of feet on the floor. It is pitchy dark within the bungalow, and uncertain of the nature of my strange visitant, I kick and queak at him and scare him off, but evidently terrorized by the appearance of the panther, the next minute he again invades my couch. To have one's room turned nolens volens into the place of refuge for timid animals, hiding from a prowling panther which is not unlikely to follow them inside, is anything but a desirable experience in the dark. Should his panthership come nosing inside the bungalow in his eagerness to secure something for supper, he might not pause to discriminate between brute and human, and as his awe-inspiring voice is heard again, apparently quite near by, I deem it expedient to warn him off. So reaching my Smith & Wesson from under the pillow, I fire a shot up into the thatched roof. The little intruders, whatever they may be, scamper out of the bungalow, nor wait upon the order of their going, and a loud scream some distance away a moment later tells of the panther's rapid retreat into the depths of the jungle. Soon a courageous bullfrog gives utterance to a subdued, hesitant croak. His excellent example is quickly followed by others. Answering noises spring up in every direction, and ere long the midnight concert of the jungle is again in full melody. A comparatively cooling breeze blows across flooded jungle and rice field in the morning. The country around resembles a shallow lake, from out of which the rank vegetation of the jungle rears its multiform foliage. Much of the water is merely the temporary overflow of the Markunda, silently moving through the shady forest, but over the more permanently submerged areas is gathered a thick green scum. Not unlike a broad expanse of level meadowland do some of these open spaces seem, and the yellow fallen blossoms of the gum arabic trees scattered thickly about are the buttercups spangling and beautifying the meadows. 48 miles from Umballa, the Grand Trunk Road leads through the civil lines and past the towering walls of ancient Kurnaul. Formerly on the banks of the river Jumna, Kurnaul is now removed several miles from that stream, owing to the wayward trick of Indian rivers carving out for themselves new channels during seasons of extraordinary flood. The city is old beyond the records of history, its name and fame glimmering faintly in the dim and distant perspective of ancient Hindustani legend and mythical tales. Within the last few hundred years, Kunal has been taken and retaken, plundered and destroyed by Sikh, Rajput, Mughal, and Maratha freebooters, and was occupied in 1795 by the celebrated adventurer George Thomas, who figured so largely in the military history of India during the latter part of the last century. Here also was fought the great battle between Nadir Shah and Mohammed Shah, the Emperor of Delhi, that resulted in the defeat of the latter, the subsequent looting of Delhi, and the carrying off to Persia of the famous peacock throne. Splendid water tanks, spreading bunions, feathery date palms, and toddy palms render the suburbs of Kurnaul particularly attractive these days, but the place is unhealthy, being very low and the surrounding country subject to the overflow that induces fever. A letter of introduction from Umballa to Mr. D, Deputy Commissioner at Kurnaul, ensures me hospitable recognition and creature comforts upon reaching the latter place at 9 a.m. Spending the heat of midday in Mr. D.'s congenial society, recounting the incidents of my journey, and learning in return much valuable information in regard to India, I continue on my journey again when the fiercest heat of the sun has subsided in favor of the slightly more tolerable evening. The country grows more and more interesting from various standpoints as my progression carries me southward. Not only does it become intensely interesting by reason of its historical associations in connection with the old Mughal Empire, but in its peculiar aspect of Indian life today. Monkeys are hopping about all over the place, moving leisurely about the roofs and walls of the villages, or complacently examining one another's phrenological peculiarities beneath the trees. About the streets, shops, and houses, these mischievous anthropoids are seen in droves, moving hither and thither at their own sweet will, as much at home as the human occupants and owners of the houses themselves. Monkeys, being held sacred by the Hindus, are allowed to remain in the towns and villages unmolested, doing pretty much as they please. Sometimes they swarm in such numbers that eternal vigilance alone keeps them from devouring the fruit, grain, and other eatables displayed for sale in front of the shops. When they get to be an insufferable nuisance, although the pious Hindus would suffer from their depredations even to ruin rather than do them injury, they offer no objection to being relieved of their charges by the government officials, so long as the measures taken are not of a sanguinary nature. Sometimes the monkeys are caught and shipped off in carloads to some point miles away and turned loose in the jungle. The appearance of a carload of these exiles, however, always excites the sympathies of the pious Hindu, and instances have been known when they have been stealthily liberated while the train was waiting at some other town. An effectual remedy has been recently discovered in cleaning out colonies of the smaller varieties of monkeys and inducing them to remove somewhere else, by introducing into their midst a certain warlike and aggressive variety from somewhere in the Himalaya foothills. This particular race of monkey, being a veritable anthropoidal Don Juan among his fellows, when turned loose in a village, commences making violent love to the wives and sweethearts of the resident monkeys. The faithless fair, ever ready for coquetry and flirtation, flattered beyond measure by the attentions of the gallant stranger, forsake their first loves by the wholesale and bask shamelessly in the sunshine of his favor. The result is that the outraged males, afraid to attack the warlike libertines so rudely introduced into their peaceful community, gather up their erring spouses, giddy daughters, and small children, and betake themselves off forever. Not far from Kurnaul, I overtake an interesting party of gypsies, moving with their bag and baggage piled on the backs of diminutive cows led by strings. Numbers of the smaller children also bestride the gentle little bovines, but the rest of the party are afoot. The ruling passion of the Romany, the wide world over, asserts itself at my approach. Brown-bodied youngsters with sparkling coal-black eyes race after the bicycle, holding out their hands and begging, "Pais, Sahib, pais, pais." Facsimile in cry and gesture almost, and in appearance, are these Hindustani gypsies of their relatives in distant Hungary, who 15 months before raced alongside the bicycle and begged for "cruiser, cruiser." Many ethnologists believe India to have been the original abiding place of the now widely scattered Romanes. Certain it is that no country and no clime would be so well adapted to their shiftless habits and wandering tent life as India. Their language, subjected to analysis, has been traced in a measure to Sanskrit roots, and although spread pretty much all over the surface of the globe, this strange romantic people are said to recognize one another by a common language, even should the one hail from India and the other from the frozen north. Certain professors claim to have discovered a connecting link between the gypsies of the Occident and the Jats of the Punjab. A boy tending a sacred cow undertakes to drive that worshipful animal out of my way as he sees me come bowling briskly down the road. The bovine, pampered and treated with the greatest deference and consideration from her earliest calfhood, resents this treatment by making a short but determined spurt after me as I sweep past. Whether the sacred cows of India are spoiled by generations of overindulgence, or whether the variety is constitutionally ill-tempered, does not appear, but they one and all take pugnacious exception to the bicycle. Spurting away from a chasing Brahmini cow is an everyday experience. Mr. D has kindly telegraphed from Kurnaul to Nawab Ali Ahmed Khan, a hospitable Mohammedan gentleman at Paniput, apprising him of my coming. More ancient even than Kurnaul, Paniput's vast antiquity is reputed to extend back to the period of the great Pandava War, described in the Mahabharata, and supposed to have been fought nearly 4,000 years ago. The city occupies a commanding position to the left of the road, and is rendered conspicuous by several white marble domes and minarets. The Nawab and another native gentleman, physician to the Paniput hospital, are seated in a dog cart watching for my appearance, at a fork in the road near one of the city gates. The Nawab's place is a mile and a half off the main road, but the smooth, level kunkah leads right up to the fine, commodious bungalow in which I am duly installed. A tepid bath, prepared in deference to the Nawab's anticipation of my preference, is awaiting my pleasure, and from the moment of arrival I am the recipient of unstinted attention. A large reclining chair is placed immediately beneath the punkah, and a punkahwala, ambitious to please, causes the frilled hangings of this desirable and necessary piece of furniture to wave vigorously to or fro but a foot or 18 inches above my head. A smiling servant kneels at my feet and proceeds to knead and groom the muscles of the legs. Judging from the attentions lavished upon my pedal extremities, one might well imagine me to be a racehorse that had just endeared himself to his groom and owner by winning the Derby. An ample supper is followed by a most refreshing sleep, and in the morning, when ready to depart, my watchful attendants present themselves with broad smiles and sheets of paper. Each one wants a certificate showing that he has contributed to my comfort and entertainment. And lastly comes the Nawab himself and his bosom friend, the hospital doctor, to bid me farewell and request the same favor. This certificate foible is one of the greatest bores in India. Almost every native who performs any service for a sahib Whether in the capacity of a mere waiter at a native hotel or as a retainer of some wealthy nabob, and not infrequently the nabob himself, if a government official, wants a testimonial expressing one's approval of his services. An old servitor who has mingled much among Europeans must have whole reams of these useless articles stowed away. What in the world they want with them is something of a puzzler, though the idea is probably that they might come in useful to obtain a situation some time or other. South of Paniput, the trees alongside the roads are literally swarming with monkeys. They file in long strings across the road, looking anxiously behind, evidently frightened at the strange appearance of the bicycle. Shinnying up the toddy palms, they ensconce themselves among the foliage and peer curiously down at me as I wheel past, giving vent to their perturbation in excited cries. 25 miles down the road, an hour is spent beneath the grove of shady peepals, watching the amusing antics of a troop of monkeys in the branches. Their marvelous activity among the trees is here displayed to perfection, as they quarrel and chase one another from tree to tree. The old ones seem passively irritable and decidedly averse to being bothered by the antics and mischievous activity of the youngsters. Taking possession of some particular branch, they warn away all would-be intruders with threatening grimaces and feints. The youthful members of the party are skillful of pranks and didos, carried on to the great annoyance of their more aged and sedate relatives, who in revenge put in no small portion of their time punishing or pursuing them with angry cries for their deeds of wanton annoyance. One monkey that has very evidently been there many and many a time before on the same thievish errand, with an air of amusing secrecy and roguishness, slips quickly along a horizontal bough and thrusts its arm into a hole. Its eyes wander guiltily around, as though expectant of detection and attack, an apprehension that quickly justifies itself in the shape of a blue-plumaged bird that flutters angrily about the robber's head, causing it to beat a hasty retreat. Birds' eggs are the booty it expected to find, and methinks, as I note the number and activity of the freebooters to whom birds' eggs would be most toothsome morsels, watchful indeed must be the parent bird whose maternal ambition bears its legitimate fruit in this monkey-infested grove. In me the monkeys seem to recognize a possible enemy, and at my first appearance hasten to hide themselves among the thickest foliage. Peering cautiously down, they yield themselves up to excited chattering and broad grimaces. Peacocks, too, are strutting majestically about the green sward beneath the trees. Their gorgeous tails expanded, or perched on some horizontal branch, they awake the screaming echoes in reply to others of their kindred calling in the jungle. In the same way that monkeys are regarded and worshipped as the representatives of the great mythological monkey king Hanuman, who assisted Kama in his war with Havana for the possession of Sita, so is the peacock revered and held sacred as the bird upon which rode Kartikeya, the god of war, and commander-in-chief of the armies of the Puranic gods. Thus do both these denizens of the jungle obtain immunity from harm at the hands of the natives, by reason of mythological association. English sportsmen shoot them, however, except in certain specified districts where the government has made their killing prohibitory, in deference to the religious prejudices of the Hindus. The Rajput warriors of Uwar used to march to battle with a peacock's feather in their turbans. They believe that the reason why this fine plumaged bird screams so loudly when it thunders is because it mistakes the noise for the roll of war drums. Large two-storied passenger vans, drawn sometimes by one camel and sometimes two, are now frequently encountered. They are regular two-storied cages, with iron bars, like the animal vans in a menagerie. The passengers squat on the floors, and when traveling at night or through wild districts, are locked in between stages to guard against surprise and robbery. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens, Section 29, Chapter 15, Delhi and Agra, Part 1. From the police Thana of Rai, where the night is spent, to Delhi, the character of the road changes to a mixture of clay and rock, altogether inferior to kunkah. The 21 miles are covered, however, by 8:30 a.m., that hour finding me wheeling down the broad suburban road to the Lahore Gate amid throngs of country people carrying baskets of mangoes, plantains, pomegranates, and other indigenous products into the markets of the old Mughal capital. Massive archways, ruined forts and sarais, placid water tanks, lovely gardens, feathery toddy palms, plantain hedges, and throngs of picturesque people make the approach to historic Delhi a scene long to be remembered. Entering the Lahore Gate, suitable accommodation is found at Northbrook Hotel, a comfortable hostelry under native management near the Moree Gate, and overlooking from its roof the scenes of the most memorable events connected with the siege of Delhi in 1857. Letters are found at the post office apprising me of a bicycle camera and paper negatives awaiting my orders at the American consulate at Calcutta, and it behooves me to linger here for a few days until its arrival in reply to a telegram. No more charming spot could possibly be found to linger in than the old Mughal capital, with its wondrous wealth of historical associations, both remotely antique and comparatively modern, its glorious monuments of imperial oriental splendor, and its reminiscences of heroic deeds in battle. A letter of introduction to an English gentleman brought from Kurnaul secures me friends and attention at once. In the cool of the evening we drive out together in his pony phaeton along the historic granite ridge that formed the site of the British camp during the siege. The operations against the city were conducted mostly from this ridge and the intervening ground. On the ridge itself is erected a beautiful red granite monument memorial, bearing the names of prominent officers and the numbers of men killed, the names of the regiments, etc., engaged in the siege and assault. Here also is Hindu Rao's house and ancient obelisks. East of the Moree Gate is the world-famed Kashmir Gate, world-famed in connection with the brilliant exploit of the little forlorn hope that on the morning of September the 14th, 1857, succeeded, in the face of a deadly fusillade from the walls and the wicket gates, in carrying bags of gunpowder and blowing it up. Through the opening thus effected poured the eager troops that rescued the city from 10 times their own number of mutineers, and turned the beams of the scale in which the fate of the whole British Empire was at the moment balanced. Perhaps in all the world's battles no more heroic achievement was ever attempted or carried out than the blowing up of the Kashmir Gate. Saul Keld laid his bags of powder in the face of a deadly fire from the open wicket not 10 feet distant. He was instantly shot through the arm and leg and fell back on the bridge, handing the port fire to Sergeant Burgess, bidding him light the fuse. Burgess was instantly shot dead in the attempt. Sergeant Carmichael then advanced, took up the port fire, and succeeded in firing the fuse, but immediately fell mortally wounded. Sergeant Smith, seeing him fall, advanced at a run, but finding that the fuse was already burning, flung himself into the ditch. Difficult indeed would it be to crowd more heroism into the same number of words that I have here quoted from Colonel Medley, an eyewitness of the affair. Between the double archways of the gate is a red sandstone memorial tablet, placed there by Lord Napier of Magdala, upon which is inscribed the names, rank, and regiment of those who took part in the forlorn hope. All is now peaceful and lovely enough, but the stone bastions and parapets still remain pretty much as when the British batteries seized their plunging rain of shot and shell 30 years ago. Not far from the Moree Gate is the tomb of General Nicholson, one of the most conspicuous and heroic characters of that trying period, and generally regarded as the saviour of Delhi. Enshrined in the hearts of the brave Sikhs, no less than in the hearts of his own countrymen, his tomb has become a regular place of pilgrimage for the old Sikh warriors who fought side by side with the English against the mutineers. It has been my good fortune, I find, to arrive at the old Mogul capital the day before the commencement of an annual merrymaking, picnicking, and general holiday at the celebrated Qutub Minar. The Qutub Minar is about 11 miles out of Delhi, situated amid the ruins of ancient Delhi, the old Hindu city from which the more modern city takes its name. It is conceded to be the most beautiful Minar monument in the world, and ranks with the Taj Mahal at Agra as one of the beautiful architectural triumphs peculiar to the splendid era of Mohammedan rule in India, and which are not to be matched elsewhere. The day following my arrival I conclude to take a spin out on my bicycle as far as the Qutub, and see something of it, the ruins amid which it stands, and the Hindus in holiday attire. I choose the comparative coolness of early morning for the ride out, but early though it be, the road thither is already swarming with gaily dressed people bent on holiday making. The road is a worthy offshoot of the Grand Trunk, not a whit less smooth of surface, nor less lovely in its wealth of sacred shade trees. Moreover, it passes through a veritable wilderness of ruined cities, mosques, tombs, and forts the whole distance, and leads right through the magnificent remains of the ancient Hindu city itself. The Qutub Minar is found to be a beautifully fluted column, 240 feet high, and it soars grandly above the mournful ruins of old Delhi, its hoary wealth of crumbled idol temples, tombs, and forts. The Minar is supposed to have been erected in the latter part of the 12th century to celebrate the victory of the Mohammedans over the Hindus of Delhi. The general effect of the tall, stately Mohammedan monument among the Hindu ruins is that of a proud gladiator standing erect and triumphant amid fallen foes. At least, that is how it looks to me as I view it in connection with the ruins at its base and ponder upon its history. A spiral stairway of 375 steps leads to the summit. A group of natives are already up there, enjoying the cool breezes and the prospect below. In the comprehensive view from the summit, one can read an instructive sermon of centuries of stirring Indian history in the grey stonework of ruined mosques and tombs and fortresses and pagan temples that dot the valley of the Jumna hereabout almost as thickly as the trees. Strange crowds have congregated on this rare old historic camping ground in ages past. It was a strange crowd gathered here for a strange purpose on that traditional occasion when Raja Pithara, in the 4th century of the Christian era, had the celebrated iron shaft dug up to satisfy his curiosity as to whether it had transfixed the subterranean snake god Vishay. There is a strange crowd gathered here today, too. I can hear their shouting and their tom-tomming come floating up from among the ruins and the dark green foliage as I look down from my beautiful eyrie on top of the Qutub upon their pygmy forms, thronging the walks and roads, brown and busy as a swarm of ants. It is a vast concourse of people, characteristic of teeming India, but they are not on this occasion congregated to witness pagan rites and ceremonies, nor to encourage iconoclastic mullahs in smashing Hindu gods and chipping offensive Hindu carvings off their temples. They are a mixed crowd of Hindus, Sikhs, and Mohammedans, who, having to some extent buried the hatchet of race and religious animosities under the just and tolerant rule of a Christian government, have gathered here amid the ruins and relics of their respective past histories to enjoy themselves in innocent recreation. Descending from the Qutub Minar, I am resting beneath the shade of the dak bungalow hard by, when a grey-bearded Hindu approaches, salams, and hands me a paper. The paper is a certificate certifying that the bearer, Chuni Lai, had performed before Captain Somebody of the Fusiliers, and had afforded that officer excellent amusement. Before I have quite grasped the situation, or comprehended the purport of the tendered missive, several men and boys deposit a miscellaneous assortment of boxes and baskets before me, and range themselves in a semicircle behind them. The old fellow with the certificate picks out a small box and raises the lid. A huge cobra thrusts out its hideous head and puffs its hooded neck to the size of a man's hand. It then dawns on me that the grey-bearded Hindu is a conjurer, and being curious to see something of Indian prestidigitation, I allow him to proceed. Many of the tricks are quite commonplace and transparent even to a novice. For example, he mixes red, yellow, and white powders together in a tumbler of water and swallows the mixture, making, of course, a wry face, as though taking a dose of bitter medicine. He then calls a boy from among the bystanders and blows first red powder, then yellow, then white into the youngster's face. I judge he had small bags of dry powder stowed away in his cheek. He performs his tricks on the bare ground, without any such invaluable adjunct as the table of his European rival, and some of them, viewed in the light of this disadvantage, are indeed puzzling. For instance, he fills an ordinary tin pot nearly full of water, puts in a handful of yellow sand and a handful of red powder, and thoroughly stirs them up. He then thrusts his naked hand into the water and brings forth a handful of each kind, dry as when he put them in. A simple enough trick, no doubt, to the initiated, but the old conjurer's arm is bared, and the tin is, as far as I can discover, but an ordinary vessel, and the trick is performed without any cover, table, or cloth. After this he expectorates a number of glass marbles, and ends with a couple of solid iron jingle bells that he can scarce get out of his mouth. There is no mistake about their being of solid iron, and the old conjurer opens his mouth and lets me see them emerging from his throat. From what I see him do as the final act, and which there is no deception about, I am inclined to think the old fellow has actually acquired the power of swallowing these jingle bells and reproducing them at pleasure. After a number of tricks too familiar to justify mentioning here, he covers his head with a cloth for a minute, and then reappears with brass eyeballs, with a small hole bored in the centre of each to represent the pupils, and his mouth is rendered hideous with a set of teeth belonging to some animal. In this horrible make-up, the old Hindu tom-toms on a small oblong drum, while one of his assistants sings in broken English Buffalo Gals. He then openly removes the false teeth, and taking out the brass eyeballs, he casts them jingling on the gravel at my feet. They are simply hemispheres of sheet brass, and fitted closely over the eyeballs beneath the lids. The conjurer's eyes water visibly after the brass covers are removed, and well enough they might. There is no sleight of hand about this. It is purely an act of self-torture. In most of the conjuring tricks, the conjurer would purposely make a partial failure in the first attempt. An assistant would then impart the necessary power by muttering cabalistic words over a monkey's skull. A mongoose had been tethered to a stake at the beginning of the performance, and the little ferret-like enemy of the snake family kept tugging at his tether and sniffing suspiciously about whenever snakes appeared in the conjurer's manipulations. He had promised me a fight between the mongoose and a snake, and before presenting his little brass bowl for baksheesh, he holds out a 4-foot snake toward the eager little animal at the stake. The snake writhes and struggles to get away, evidently badly scared at the prospect of an encounter with the mongoose, but the man succeeds in depositing him within his adversary's reach. The mongoose nabs him by the neck in an instant, and would no doubt soon have finished him, but the assistants part them with wire crooks, putting the snake in a basket with several others, and the mongoose in another. While watching the interesting performances of the Hindu conjurers, I have left the bicycle at a little dak bungalow near the old entrance gate. From the commanding height of the Qutub, one could see that the Delhi road is a solid mass of vehicles and pedestrians. How the people in teeming India do swarm on these festive occasions! It looks impossible to make one's way with a bicycle against that winding stream of human beings, and so, after wandering about a while among the striking and peculiar colonnades of the ancient pagan temples, paying the regulation tribute of curiosity to the enigmatic iron column, and doing the place in general, I returned to the bungalow, thinking of starting back to Delhi, when I find that my cycle of strange experiences has attracted to itself a no less interesting gathering than a troop of Nautch girls and their chaperone. The troop numbers about a dozen girls, and they have come to the merrymaking at the Qutub to gather honest shekels by giving exhibitions of their Terpsichorean talents in the Nautch dance. I had been wondering whether an opportunity to see this famous dance would occur during my trip through India, and so, when 4 or 5 of the prettiest of these dusky damsels gather about me, smile at me, winsomely ogle me with their big black eyes, smile again, smile separately, smile unanimously, smile all over their semi-mahogany but nevertheless not unhandsome faces, and every time displaying sets of pearly teeth, what could I do, what could anyone have done, but smile in return? There is no language more eloquent or more easily understood than the language of facial expression. No verbal question or answer is necessary. I interpret the winsome smiles of the Nautchnese aright, and they interpret very quickly the permission to go ahead that reveals itself in the smile they force from me. 8 of the 12 are commonplace girls of from 14 to 18, and the other 4 are dark but comely, quite handsome as handsomeness goes among the Hindus. Their arms are bare of everything save an abundance of bracelets, and the upper portion of the body is rather scantily draped, after the manner and custom of all Hindu females, but an ample skirt of red calico reaches to the ankle. Rings are worn on every toe, and massive silver anklets with tiny bells attached make music when they walk or dance. They wear a profusion of bracelets, necklets of rupees, head ornaments, earrings, and pendant charms, and a massive gold or brass ring in the left nostril. The nostril is relieved of its burden by a string that descends from a head ornament and takes up the weight. The Nautch girls arrange themselves into a half circle, their scarlet costumes forming a bright crescent, terminating in a mass of spectators, whose half-naked bodies, varying in colour from pale olive to mahogany, are arrayed in costumes scarcely less showy than the dancers. The chaperone and 8 outside girls tom-tom an appropriate Nautch accompaniment on drums with their fingers. The 4 prettiest girls advance, and favouring me with sundry smiles and coquettish glances from their bright black eyes, they commence to dance. An idea seems to prevail in many Occidental minds that the Nautch dance is a very naughty thing, but nothing is further from the truth. Of course, it can be made naughty, and no doubt often is, but then so can many another form of innocent amusement. The Nautch dance is a decorous and artistic performance when properly danced. The graceful motions and elegant proportions of the human form, as revealed by lithe and graceful dancers, are to be viewed with an eye as purely artistic and critical as that with which one regards a Venus or other production of the sculptor's studio. The 4 dancers take the lower hem of their red garment daintily between the thumb and finger of the right hand, spreading its ample folds into the figure of an opened fan by bringing the outstretched arm almost on a level with the shoulder. A mantle of transparent muslin, fringed with silver spangles, is worn about the head and shoulders in the same indescribably graceful manner as the mantilla of the Spanish señorita. Raising a portion of this aloft in the left hand and keeping the fan intact with the right, the dancers twirl around and change positions with one another, their supple figures meanwhile assuming a variety of graceful motions and postures from time to time. Now they imitate the spiral movement of a serpent climbing around and upward on an imaginary pole. Again they assume an attitude of gracefulness, their dusky countenances half hidden in seeming coquetry behind the muslin mantle, the large red fan waving gently to and fro, the feet unmoving, but the undulating motions of the body and the tremor of the limbs sufficing to jingle the tiny ankle bells. On the whole, the Nautch dance would be disappointing to most people witnessing it. Its fame leads one to expect more than it really amounts to. Before starting back to Delhi, I take a stroll through the adjacent village of Qutub, a place named after the Minar, I suppose. The crooked main street of the village of Qutub itself presents today a scene of gaiety and confusion that beggars description. Bunting floats gaily from every window and balcony in honour of the festival, and is strung across the street from house to house. Thousands of globular, coloured lanterns are hanging about, ready to be lighted up at night. The streets are thronged with people in the gayest of costumes, and with vehicles the gilt and paint and glitter of which equal the glittering wagons and chariots of a circus parade at home. The balconies above the shops are curtained with blue gauze, behind which are seen numbers of ladies chatting, eating fruits and sweetmeats, and peeping down through the semi-transparent screens upon the animated scene in the streets. On the stalls, choice edibles are piled up by the bushel, and busy vendors are hawking fruits, sweets, toddy, and all imaginable refreshments about among the crowds. Vacant lots are occupied by the tents of visiting peasants, and in out-of-the-way corners acrobatics, jugglery, and Nautch dancing attract curious crowds. The incoming tide of human life is at its flood as I start back to Delhi by the same road I came. Here one gets a glimpse of the real gorgeousness of India without seeking for it at the pageants of princes and rajas. Small zemindars from outlying villages are bringing their wives and daughters to the festivities at the Kutub in circusy-looking bullock chariots covered with gilt and carvings, and draped and twined with party-coloured ribbons. Some of these gaudy turnouts are drawn by richly caparisoned milk-white oxen with gilded horns. Cymbals and sleigh bells galore keep up a merry jingle, and tom-tomming parties make their noisy presence known all along the line. Still more gorgeous and interesting than the gilded ox-garis of the ordinary zemindars are miniature chariots drawn by pairs of well-matched, undersized oxen covered with richly spangled trappings, and with horns curiously gilded and tipped with tiny bells. These are the vehicles of petted young nabobs in charge of attendants, tiny oxen with gorgeous trappings, tiny chariots richly gilded and carved and painted, tiny occupants richly dressed and jewelled. Troops of Nautchnees add their picturesque appearance to the brilliant throngs, and here and there is encountered a holy fakir, unkempt and unwashed, having perchance registered a vow years ago never more to apply water to his skin, his only clothing a dirty waistcloth and the yellow clay plastered on his body. Long strings of less pretentious bullock garis almost block the roadway, and people constantly dodging out from behind them in front of my wheel make it extremely difficult to ride. Several days are passed at Delhi, waiting the arrival of a small bicycle camera from Calcutta, which has been forwarded from America. Most of this time is spent in the pleasant occupation of reclining in an armchair beneath the punkah, the only comfortable situation in Delhi at this season of the year. Nevertheless, I manage to spin around the city mornings and evenings and visit the famous fort and palace of Shah Jahan. In the magnificent even in the decline of its grandeur, fort palace of the Mughal emperor named, British soldiers now find comfortable quarters. This fort, together with modern Delhi, the real Indian name of Delhi is Shah Jahanabad, after the Emperor Shah Jahan, who had it built, is but about 250 years old, the entire affair having been built to gratify the Mughal ambition for founding new capitals. Although so modern compared with other cities nearby, both city and palace have gone through strangely stirring and tragic experiences, and events have happened in the latter that, though sometimes trivial in themselves, have led to momentous results. In this palace, in 1716, was given permission by the Emperor Farrukh Zaire to the Scotch physician Gabriel Hamilton the privilege that have gradually led up to the British conquest of the whole peninsula. As a reward for professional services rendered, permission to establish factories on the Hooghly was given. The presidency of Fort William sprung therefrom, and at length the British Indian Empire. 20 years after this, the terrible Nadir Shah from Persia occupied the palace and held high jinks within, while his army slaughtered over 100,000 of the inhabitants in the streets. When this red-headed marauder took his departure, he carried away with him booty to the value of 80 millions sterling in the value of that time. Among the plunder was the famous Peacock Throne, alone reported to be worth £6 million. This remarkable piece of kingly furniture is said to be in the possession of the Shah of Persia at the present time. It is very probable, however, that only some unique portion of the throne is preserved, as it could hardly have been carried back to Persia by Nadir intact. This throne is thus described by a writer: "The throne was 6 feet long and 4 broad, composed of solid gold inlaid with precious stones. It was surmounted by a canopy of gold supported on 12 pillars of the same material. Around the canopy hung a fringe of pearls. On each side of the throne stood 2 chatars, or umbrellas, symbols of royalty, formed of crimson velvet richly embroidered with gold thread and pearls, and with handles of solid gold 8 feet long, studded with diamonds. The back of the throne was a representation of the expanded tail of a peacock, the natural colours of which were imitated by sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and other gems. This peacock throne was the envy and admiration of every contemporary monarch who heard of it, and was undoubtedly one of the chief elements in exciting the cupidity of the outer world that finally ended in the dissolution of the Mogul Empire. Less than 10 years after the departure of Nadir Shah, Ahmud Khan advanced with an army from Kabul, and took pretty much everything of value that the Khorasani freebooter had overlooked, besides committing more atrocities upon the population. At the end of another decade, an army of Marathas took possession, and completed the spoliation by ripping the silver filigree work off the ceiling of the throne room. Not long after this, yet another adventurer took a hand in the work of destruction, tortured the members of the imperial family, and put out the eyes of the helpless old emperor, Shah Alum. Here Lord Lake's cavalcade arrived, too, in 1803, and found the blinded chief of the royal house of Timur and his magnificent successors, who built Delhi and Agra, seated beneath the tattered remnants of a little canopy, a mockery of royalty with every external appearance of misery and helplessness. And lastly, here, in May 1857, the last representative of the great Moguls, a not unwilling tool in the hands of the East India Company's mutinous soldiery, presided over the butchery of helpless English women and children. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Around the World on a Bicycle, Volume 2 by Thomas Stevens. Part 30, Chapter 15, Delhi and Agra. Part 2. It is difficult to realize that Delhi has been the theatre of such a stirring and eventful history, as nowadays one strolls down the Chandni Chowk and notes the air of peace and contentment that pervades the whole city. It seems quite true, as Edwin Arnold says in his India Revisited, that Derby is now not more contentedly British than is Delhi. Whatever may be the faults of British rule in India, no impartial critic can say that the people are not in better hands than they have ever been before. One of the most interesting objects in the city is the Jama Masjid, the largest mosque in India and the second largest in all Islam, ranking next to St. Sophia at Constantinople. Broad flights of red sandstone steps lead up to handsome gateways surmounted by rows of small, milk-white marble domes or cupolas. Inside is a large quadrangular court, paved with broad slabs of sandstone, Occupying the centre of this is a white marble reservoir of water. The mosque proper is situated on the west side of the quadrangle, an oblong structure 200 feet long by half that many in width, ornamented and embellished by Arabic inscriptions and 3 shapely white marble domes. Very elegant indeed is the pattern and composition of the floor, each square slab of white marble having a narrow black border running round it, like the border of a mourning envelope. Very charming also are the 2 graceful minarets at either end, 130 feet high, alternate strips of white marble and red sandstone, producing a very pretty and striking effect. In the northeastern corner of the quadrangle is a small cabinet containing the inevitable relics of the Prophet. 3 separate guides have accumulated at my heels since entering the gate, and now a 4th, ancient and hopeful, appears to unravel, for the Sahib's benefit, the mysteries of the little cabinet. Unlocking the door, he steps out of his slippers into the entrance, stooping beneath an iron rail that further bars the entrance. From an inner receptacle he first produces some ancient manuscript, which he explains was written by the same scribes who copied the Koran for Muhammad's grandson. Putting these carefully away, the ancient and hopeful then unwraps, very mysteriously, a handkerchief and reveals a small oblong tin box with a glass face. The casket contains what, upon casual observation, appears to be a piece of bark curling up at the edges. This, I am informed, however, is nothing less than the sole of one of Muhammad's sandals. Putting away this venerable relic of the great founder of Islam, the old Mussulman assumes a look of profound importance and mystery. One would think from his expression and manners that he was about to reveal the sacrilegious gaze of an infidel nothing less than the Prophet's 5th rib or the parings from his pet corn. Instead of these, he exhibits a flat piece of rock bearing marks resembling the shape of a man's foot, the imprint of Mohammed's foot, miraculously made. To one whose soulful gaze has been enraptured with an imprint of the first Sultan's hand on the wall of St. Sophia, and the mosaic figure of the Virgin Mary persistently refusing to be painted out of sight on the dome of the same mosque, this piece of rock would scarcely seem to justify the vast display of reverence that is evidently expected of all visitors by the ancient and hopeful. But perhaps it is on account of the place of honor it occupies immediately preceding what is undoubtedly a very precious relic indeed, a relic that fills the worthy custodian with mystery and importance, or perchance mystery and importance have been found, during his long and varied experience with the unsophisticated tourist, excellent things to increase the volume of importance attached to the exhibited articles, and the volume of peace in his exchequer. At any rate, the ancient and hopeful assumes more mystery and importance than ever as he uncovers a second tin casket with a glass front. Glued to the glass inside is a single coarse yellow hair about 2 inches long. The precious relic, which has a suspicious resemblance to a bristle, is considered the gem of the collection, being nothing less than a hair from the Prophet's venerable moustache. Mohammedans swear by the beard of the Prophet, just as good Christians swear by the great horned spoon, or by a great Caesar's ghost, so that the possession of even this one poor little hair, surrounded as it is by a blue halo of suspicion as to its authenticity, sheds a ray of glory upon the great Yama Mesjid, scarcely surpassed by its importance as the second largest mosque in the world. The 2-inch yellow hair is considered the pièce de résistance of the collection, and the Ancient and Hopeful stows it away with all due reverence, strokes his henna-stained beard with the air of a man who has got successfully through a very important task, steps into his slippers, and presents himself for peace. Peace is duly administered to him and his 3 salaaming associates, when lo! a 5th candidate mysteriously appears, also smiling and salaaming expectantly. Although I haven't had the pleasure of a previous acquaintance with this gentleman, the easiest way to escape gracefully from the sacred essifit is to backsheesh him along with the others. These backsheesh considerations are, of course, small and immaterial matters, and one ought to feel extremely grateful to all concerned for the happy privilege of feasting one's soul with ever so brief a contemplation of the things in the cabinet, and more especially on the bristle-like yellow hair. These joy-inspiring objects, ramshackled from the storehouse of the musty past, fulfill the double mission of keeping alive the reverence of devout Mussulmans who visit the mosque, and keeping the Ancient and Hopeful well supplied with good à coups. My camera having duly arrived, together with a package of letters, which are always doubly welcome to a wanderer in distant lands, I prepare to resume my southward journey. The few days' rest has enabled me to recover from the wilting effects of riding in the terrific heat, and I have seen something of one of the most interesting points in all Asia. Delhi is sometimes called the home of Asia, which, it seems to me, is a very appropriate name to give it. Neatly clad and modest-looking females, native converts to Christianity, are walking in orderly procession to church, testaments in hand, as I wheel through the streets of Delhi on Sunday morning toward the Agra road. Very interesting is it to see these dusky daughters of heathendom arrayed in modest white muslin gowns, their lithe and graceful forms freed from the barbarous jewelry that distinguishes the persons of their unconverted sisters. Very charming do they look in their Christianized simplicity and self-contained demeanor as they walk quietly and at a becoming Sabbath-day pace, 2 by 2, down the Chandni Chuk. They present an instructive comparison to the straggling groups of heathen damsels who watch them curiously as they walk past, and then proceed to chant idolatrous songs, apparently in a spirit of wanton raillery at the Christian maidens and their simple, unornamented attire. The fair heathens of Delhi have a sort of naughty Parisian reputation throughout the surrounding country, and so there is nothing surprising in this exhibition of wanton hilarity directed at these more straight-laced converts to the religion of the Ferengis. The heathen damsels, arrayed in very worldly costumes consisting of flaring red, yellow, and blue garments, the whole barbaric and ostentatious array of nose-rings, ear-rings, armlets, anklets, rupee necklaces and pendants, and the multifarious gewgaws of Hindu womankind, look surpassingly wicked and saucy in comparison with their converted sisters. The gentle converts try hard to regard their heathen songs with indifference, and to show by their very correct deportment the superiority of meekness, virtue, and Christianity over gaudy clothes, vulgar silver jewellery, and heathenism. The whole scene reminds one very forcibly of a gang of wicked street boys at home, poking fun at a Sunday school procession or a platoon of Salvation Army soldiers parading the streets. Past the Queen's Gardens and the fort, down a long street of native shops, and out of the Delhi gate I wheel, past the grim battlements of Firozabad, along a rather flinty road that extends for 10 miles, after which commences again the splendid kunkah. Villages are numerous and the country populous. Tombs and the ruins of cities dot the landscape. Pani chowkis, where yellow Brahmins dispense water to thirsty wayfarers, line the road, and at one point 3 splendid massive archways, marking some place that has lost its former importance, span my road. Hindus are now the prevailing race, and their religion finds frequent expression in idol temples and shrines beneath little roadside groves. The night is spent on the porch of a dak bungalow just outside the walls of Pulwal, a typical Hindu city, with all its curious display of hideous idols, idolatrous paintings, and beautiful carved temples with gilded spires. The groves about the bungalow are literally swarming with green parrots. In big flocks they sweep past near my charpoy, producing a great ring commotion with their wings. A flock of parrots may be so far aloft as to be well nigh beyond the range of human vision in the ethery depths, but the noise of their wings will be plainly audible. A 2 hours terrific downpour delays me at the village of Hodel the next day, and affords an opportunity to inspect an ordinary little Hindu village temple. The captain of the police thana sends a tall Sikh policeman to show me in. The temple is only a small tapering marble edifice about 30 feet high, surmounted by a gilded crescent, and resting on a hollow plinth, the hollow of which provides quarters for the priest. One is expected to remove his footgear before going inside, the same as in a Mohammedan mosque. A taper is burning in a niche of the wall. Mural paintings of snakes, many-handed gods, bulls, monsters, and mythical deities create a cheap and garish impression. In the center of the floor is a marble linga, and grouped around it a miniature man, woman, and elephant. Before these are laid offerings of flowers. The interior of the temple is not more than 8 feet square, a mere cell in which the deities are housed. The worshippers mostly perform their prostrations on the plinth outside. The villagers gather in a crowd about the temple and watch every movement of my brief inspection. They seem pleased at the sight of a Sahib honouring their religion by removing his shoes and carefully respecting their feelings. When I descend from the plinth, they fall back and greet me with smiles and salams. The rain clears up, and I forge ahead, finding the kunkah roadbed none the worse for the drenching it has just received. Hour by hour one gets more surprised at the multitudes of pedestrians on the road. Neither rain nor sun seems to affect their number. Some of the costumes observed are quite startling in their ingenuity and effect. One garment much affected by the Rajput women are yellowish shawls or mantles, fulkaris, in which are set numerous small circular mirrors about the circumference of a silver $half. The effect of these in the bright Indian sun as the wearer trudges along in the distance is as though she were all ablaze with gems. Whenever I wheel past a group of Rajput females, they either stand with averted faces or cover up their heads with their shawls. The road inspector's bungalow at Chatti affords me shelter, and an intelligent native gentleman who speaks a misleading quality of English supplies me with a supper of curried rice and fowl. Hard by is a Hindu temple, whence at sunset issue the sweetest chimes imaginable from a peal of silver-toned bells. My charpoy is placed on the porch facing the east, and soon the rotund face of the rising moon floats above the trees, and the silvery tinkle of the bells is followed by a chorus of jackals paying their noisy compliments to its loveliness. My slumbers can hardly be said to be unbroken tonight. 3 pariah dogs have taken a fancy to my quarters. 2 of them sit on their haunches and howl dismally in response to the jackals, while number 3 reclines sociably beneath my charpoy and growls at the others as though constituting himself my protector. Some Indian Romeo is serenading his dusky Juliet in the neighbouring town. Flocks of roistering parrots go whirring past at all hours of the night, and a too liberal indulgence in red-hot curry keeps me on the verge of a nightmare almost till the silvery tinkle-tinkle of the Brahman bells announces the break of day. Cynics have sometimes denounced Christians as worse than the heathens, in requiring loud church bells to summon them to worship. Such, it appears, are putting the case rather thoughtlessly. Mohammedans have their muezzins, while both Christians and idolaters have their chiming bells. Neither Christians nor Mohammedans nor heathens need these agencies to summon them to their respective worldly enjoyments, so that, taken all in all, we are pretty much alike. Cynics notwithstanding to the contrary, we are little or no worse than the heathens. A loudly wailing woman with her head covered up and supported between 2 companions who are vainly trying to console her, and a party conveying 2 cassowaries, a pair of white peacocks, and a kangaroo from Calcutta to some Rajah's menagerie up country, are among the curiosities encountered on the road the following day. Spending the afternoon and night in the quarters of the 3rd Dragoon Guards at Muttra Cantonment, I resume my journey early in the morning, dodging from shelter to shelter to avoid frequent heavy showers. It is but 35 miles from Muttra to Agra, and notwithstanding showers and heat, the distance is covered by 10:30. Wheeling at this pace, however, is an indiscretion, and the completion of the stretch is signalized by a determination to seek shade and quiet for the remainder of the day. Once again the sociable officers of the garrison tender me the hospitality of their quarters, and the ensuing day is spent in visiting that wonder of the world, the Taj Mahal, Akbar's fort, and other wonderful monuments of the palmy days of the Mughal Empire. Finer and more imposing in appearance even than the fort at Delhi is that at Agra. Walls of red sandstone, 70 feet high and a mile and a half in circuit, picturesquely crenellated, and with imposing gateways and a deep, broad moat, complete a work of stupendous dimensions. One is overcome with a sense of grandeur upon first beholding these Indian palace forts, and after seeing nothing more imposing than mud walls in Persia and Afghanistan. They are magnificent-looking structures. The contrast, too, of the red sandstone walls and gates and ramparts with the white marble building of the royal quarters is very striking. The domes of the latter, seen at a distance, seem like snow-white bubbles resting ever so lightly and airily upon the darker mass. One almost expects to see them rise up and float away on the passing zephyrs like balloons. Passing inside over a drawbridge and through the massive Delhi gate, we proceed into the interior of the fort, traversing a broad ascent of sandstone pavement. Everything around us shows evidence of unstinted outlay in design, execution, and completion of detail in the carrying out of a stupendous undertaking. Everywhere the spirit of Akbar the Magnificent seems to hover amid his creations. One emerges from the covered gateway and the walled, corrugated causeway upon the parade ground. Crenellated walls, a park of artillery, and roomy English barracks greet the vision. Sentinels, sepoy sentinels in huge turbans, and English sentinels in white sun helmets are pacing their beats. But not on these does the gaze of the visitor rest. Straight ahead of him there rises, above the red sandstone walls and the bare parade ground, 3 marble domes, white as newly fallen snow, and just beyond are seen the gilt pinnacles of Akbar's palace. We wander among the beautiful marble creations, gaze in wonder at the snowy domes supported on marble pillars, mosaiced with jasper, agate, bloodstone, lapis lazuli, and other rare stones. We stand on the white marble balustrades, carved so exquisitely as to resemble lacework, and we look out upon the yellow waters of the Jumna, flowing sluggishly along 70 feet below. Here is where the Grand Mogul Akbar used to sit and watch elephant fights and boat races. There are none of these to be seen now, but that does not mean that the prospect is either tame or uninteresting. The banks of the Jumna are alive with hundreds of dusky natives engaged in washing clothes and spreading linen out in the sun to bleach. The prospect beyond is a revelation of vegetable luxuriance and wealth, and of historical reminiscence in the shape of ruins and tombs. One's eyes, however, are drawn away from the contemplation of the picturesque life below, and from the prospect of grove and garden and crumbling tombs, by the mesmerism of the crowning glory of all Indian architectural triumphs, the famous Taj. This matchless mausoleum rests on the right-hand bank of the Jumna, about a mile downstream. The Taj, with its marvellous beauty and snowy whiteness, seems to cast a spell over the beholder. From the first, one can no more keep his eyes off it when it is within one's range of vision than he can keep from breathing. It draws one's attention to itself as irresistibly as though its magnetism were a living and breathing force exerted directly to that end. It is the subtlety of its unapproachable loveliness, commanding homage from all beholders, whether they will or no. We turn away from it a while, however, and find ample scope for admiration close at hand. We tread the marble aisles of the Pearl Mosque, considered the most perfect gem of its kind in existence. One stands in its courtyard and finds himself in the chaste and exclusive companionship of snowy marble and blue sky. One feels almost ill at ease, as though conscious of being an imperfect thing, marring perfection by his presence. Quiet as a nun, breathless with adoration, one enthusiastic visitor exclaims, in an effort to put his sentiments and impressions of the Moti Mesjid into words. Like this adoring traveller, the average visitor will rest content to be carried away by the contemplation of its chaste beauty, without prying around for possible defects in the details of the particular school of architecture it graces. He will have little patience with carping critics who point to the beautiful screens of floriated marble tracery and say, nuns should not wear collars of point lace. From the Moti Mesjid we visit the Shish Mahal, or mirrored bathrooms. The chambers and passages here remind me of the mirrored rooms of Persia. Here, as there, thousands of tiny mirrors are used in working out various intricate designs. My 3 uniformed companions at once reflect not less than half a regiment of British soldiers therein. From the fort we drive in a native gharry to the Taj, a mile drive through suburban scenery, plantain gardens, groves, and ruins. In approaching the garden of the Taj, one passes through a bazaar where the skilful Hindu artisans are busy making beautiful inlaid tables, inkstands, plates, and similar fancies, as well as models of the Taj out of white Jaipur marble. These are the hereditary descendants and successors of the men
who in the palmy days of the Mughal power spent their lives in decorating the royal palaces and tombs with mosaics and tracery. Nowadays their skill is expended on mere articles of virtue to be sold to European tourists and English officers. Some of them are occasionally employed by the Indian government to repair the work desecrated by Vandals during the Mutiny, and under the purely commercial government of the East India Company. One curious phase of this work is, that the men employed to replace with imitations the original stones that have been stolen receive several times higher pay than the men in Akbar's time, who did such splendid work that it is not to be approached these days. Several months' imprisonment is now the penalty of prying out stones from the mosaic work of the Taj. This lovely structure has been described so often by travellers that one can scarce venture upon a description without seeming to repeat what has already been said by others. One of the best descriptions of its situation and surroundings is given by Bayard Taylor. He says, "The Taj stands on the bank of the Jumna, rather more than a mile to the eastward of the fort of Agra. It is approached by a handsome road cut through the mounds left by the ruins of ancient palaces. It stands in a large garden, enclosed by a lofty wall of red sandstone, with arched galleries around the interior, and entered by a superb gateway of sandstone, inlaid with ornaments and inscriptions from the Koran in white marble. Outside this grand portal, however, is a spacious quadrangle of solid masonry, with an elegant structure intended as a caravanserai on the opposite side. Whatever may be the visitor's impatience, he cannot help pausing to notice the fine proportions of these structures and the massive style of their construction. Passing under the open demi-vault whose arch hangs high above you, an avenue of dark Italian cypress appears before you. Down its centre sparkles a long row of fountains, each casting up a single slender jet. On both sides the palm, the banyan, and feathery bamboo mingle their foliage. The song of birds meets your ears, and the odor of roses and lemon flowers sweetens the air. Down such a vista, and over such a foreground, rises the Taj. Of the Taj itself, fault has been found with its proportions by severe critics. Like the party who regards the Moti Majid's nun as faulty because she wears a point-lace collar. But the ordinary visitor will find room for nothing but admiration and wonder. It is hard to believe that there is any defect, even in its proportions, for so perfect do these latter appear, that one is astonished to find that it is a taller building than the Qutb Minar. One would never guess it to be anywhere near so tall as 243 feet. The building rests on a plinth of white marble, 18 feet high and 100 yards square. At each corner of the plinth stands a minaret, also of white marble and 137 feet high. The mausoleum itself occupies the central space, measuring in depth and width 186 feet. The entire affair is of white Jaipur marble, resting upon a lower platform of sandstone, a thing of perfect beauty and of absolute finish in every detail. It might pass for the work of a genii who knew naught of the weaknesses and ills with which mankind are beset. It is not a great national temple erected by a free and united people. It owes its creation to the whim of an absolute ruler who was free to squander the resources of the state in commemorating his personal sorrows or his vanity. Another distinguished visitor, commenting on the criticisms of those who profess to have discovered defects, says, "The Taj is like a lovely woman. Abuse her as you please, but the moment you come into her presence, you submit to its fascination. If to her share some female errors fall, look in her face, and you'll forget them all. Passing beneath the vaulted gateway, we find a signboard telling that the best place from which to view the Taj is from the roof of the gateway. A flight of steps leads us to the designated vantage point, where the tropic garden, the fountains, the twin mosques in the far corners, the river, the minarets, and above all the Taj itself lay spread out before us for our inspection. The scene might well conjure up a vision of paradise itself. The glorious Taj, so light it seems, so airy, and so like a fabric of mist and moonbeams, with its great dome soaring up, a silvery bubble, that it is difficult, even at a few hundred yards' distance, to believe it a creation of human hands. While gazing on the Taj, men let their cigars go out, and ladies drop their fans without noticing it. Descending the steps again, we pass inside, and again pause to survey it from the end of the avenue. An element of the ridiculous here appears in the person and appeals of an old Hindu fruit vendor. This hopeful agent of Pomona squats beside a little tray, and as we stand and feast our eyes on the sublimest object in the world of architecture, he persistently calls our attention to a dozen or two half-decayed mangoes and custard apples that comprise his stock in trade. We pass down the cypress aisle and invade the plinth. Hundreds of natives, both male and female, are wandering about it. The dazzling whiteness of the promenade is in striking contrast to the color of their own bodies. As the groups of women walk about, their toe rings and ankle ornaments jingle against the marble, and their parti-colored raiment and barbarous gewgaws look curiously out of place here. The place seems more appropriate to Vestal virgins, robed in white, than to dusky Hindu females, arrayed in all the colors of the rainbow. Many of these people are pilgrims who have come hundreds of miles to see the Taj and to pay tribute to the memory of Shah Jahan and his faithful wife, the Princess Arjumund, whose mausoleum is the Taj. Two young men we see, leading an aged female, probably their mother, down the steps to the vault, where side by side the remains of this royal pair repose. The old lady is going down there to deposit a rose or two upon Arjumund's tomb, a tender tribute paid today by thousands to her memory. We climb the spiral stairs of one of the maiwars and sit out on the little pavilion at the top, watching the big, ugly crocodiles float lazily on the surface of the Jumna at our feet. Before departing, we enter the Taj and examine the wonderful mosaics on the cenotaphs and the encircling screenwork. This inlaid flowerwork is quite in keeping with the general magnificence of the mausoleum, many of the flowers containing not less than 25 different stones, assorted shades of agate, carnelian, jasper, bloodstone, lapis lazuli, and turquoise. Ere leaving, we put to test the celebrated echo, that beautiful echoing that floats and soars overhead in a long, delicious undulation, fading away so slowly that you hear it after it is silent, as you see or seem to see a lark that you have been watching after it is swallowed up into the blue vault of heaven. We leave this garden of enchantment by way of one of the mosques. An Indian boy is licking up honey from the floor of the holy edifice with his tongue. We look up and perceive that enough rich honeycomb to fill a bushel measure is suspended on one of the beams, and so richly laden is it that the honey steadily drips down. The sanctity of the place, I suppose, prevents the people molesting the swarm of wild bees that have selected it for their storehouse, or from relieving them of their honey. The Taj is said to have cost about £2 million, even though most of the labour was performed without pay, other than rations of grain to keep the workmen from starving. 20,000 men were employed upon it for 22 years, and for its inlaid work, gems and precious stones came in camel loads from various countries. The next morning I bid farewell to Agra, more than satisfied with my visit to the Taj. It stands unique and distinct from anything else one sees the whole world round. Nothing one could say about it can give the satisfaction derived from a visit, and no word painting can do it justice. End of section 30.